Welcome back to another UCL Fantasy Deadline stream, this time out of Matchday 2, and it's going to be a very big debate today about using the wildcard or limitless booster, and some of you might just be in a great position and you don't need to make any, sort of big changes, so 2 free transfers will suffice, but that won't be the case for everybody, and I would urge you to keep your eyes peeled for the Real Madrid lineup before finalizing your moves, because I think that could ultimately sway how things go in the end. So be very mindful about that, because if Mbappe is benched, for example, which is a possibility, then we will have to adjust our transfers and also our chip plans a little bit. And for example, if Mbappe starts, I'd be more keen on using the Limitless actually than if he were benched, for example, because one of the main appeals of using that booster is to have Kane, Mbappe and Erling Haaland in that front three simultaneously. So that'll be discussed in this video, and providing all the team news and injury updates I've seen with graphics and also top 10 captains, clean sheet odds, you name it. Goal scorer odds are also included, so you've got the full package and the ultimate guide for the Champions League. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and also hit the notification bell so you're always up to date with my content for UCL Fantasy and FPL, and stay tuned of course for the FPL content over the coming days, transfer tips, wildcard squad for Game Week 7, and my own team selection with another deadline stream on Friday. So Georgie says, according to UEFA, Upamecano will not start today. I saw that, and this is the thing though, I have other lineups from Kicker, for example, and also TC München, and they believe that Upamecano will start. So that isn't set in stone, but it is a possibility that the likes of Upamecano are given a rest. But Bayern Munich are expected to go strong. If anything, it'll be Real Madrid tonight who will be rotating quite a little bit, and that'll be covered, of course, with the official lineup. The same goes for Atalanta against Club Brugge, which will be of interest as well. Stilindra says, my current team, Pedro Gonçalves, so some injured, not good fixtures, some will be rested, so should I play my Limitless? Yes, but my issue is, in Matchday 3, you might still need to wildcard as well. That's my main issue with the Limitless chip. And if Mbappe, for example, is benched, and we also get murmurings of Thuram also getting a rest, which is a possibility and stuff like that, it would make certain boosters or transfers less appealing. So it's difficult for me to say definitively right now if we should wildcard or Limitless, but my kind of point to a lot of people here is the Matchday 2 Limitless looks incredible on paper, but in Matchday 3, you might still have the same issues and you have to wildcard. One of the good things about the wildcard in Matchday 2 is you can Limitless, let's say, in Matchday 5 or a little bit later in the competition, around Matchday 6 or 7, but for those like holding out on the Limitless until Matchday 8, I don't think that makes much sense. Maybe the wildcard would, because you can essentially build that into a Limitless team, because you can't make substitutions, you cheap out your bench and put all your money into the starting 11, but I think with the wildcard, you should use it in the league phase. That's the best thing to do in most scenarios, but you don't have to use it Matchday 2 necessarily. With the players you're mentioning here, I mean, some of them like Rafinha are injured for the next, 3 to 4 weeks, so he could also miss Matchday 3 as well. Calafiori could be a rotation risk at some stage, and also he's quite injury prone. I'd probably say wildcard in my opinion for your situation, but that's my current assessment. The remaining players in my team, yeah, I think that doesn't really change at all. Haaland's fine. I think he's one of the players you would keep on a wildcard, and if Mbappe is benched tonight, then Erling Haaland is the best replacement for him. And it could be a blessing in disguise, because it also gives you a backup captaincy option on the Wednesday. Thank you, Nuno Gonçalves. Hey, Dylan, great work on this UCL. I'm going with your wildcard strategy for this match day. So just to make it very clear, my current plan is to wildcard, and I talked about this in my team selection, but there is still a slight chance that I will use the Limitless chip because, like I said, it depends on the team news and injury updates that we get over the next hour or so. If Mbappe starts and then you get all this information of Upamecano starting and a lot of these key players and assets, for Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Liverpool, etc., all getting the nod, then you would be inclined to maybe use the Limitless. But I think the best thing to do for most people is wildcard now and then maybe Limitless around Matchday 5, for example. It's all discussed in my chip strategy guide. I'll try to refer to some of the slides today, but I can't promise it because there are so many questions to get through and a lot of different pieces of news that I also want to show you for Matchday 2. So yeah, thank you very much, Nuno. The wildcard is very likely for me. It is my recommended strategy for a lot of people, but there might be some people watching who have a very good structure for Matchday 2 and they don't need to use either the wildcard or Limitless. It is team dependent ultimately. Majan Zen says, I already have 4 injuries in Madueke, Rafinha, Livramento and Juan Garcia. Plan is to do Rafinha and Madueke to Saka and a 6.5. Yeah, Enzo's fine. You've also got Yildiz if you want to consider someone a little bit different, but those two would stand out for me. But if 1 or 2 of my Real Madrid players don't start hits, or wildcard maybe. The problem is you could have the situation in a couple of match days' time with other teams with plum fixtures and they decide to rest, and then you're in the same situation again. So there's not a perfect strategy that will fit everybody's situation, but yeah, a hit could be fine, a hit or two. I tend to avoid hits in UCL Fantasy. I haven't taken many over the last couple of years, really, because, I mean, it's a bit different now with 17 match days. You could be more inclined to take hits compared to 2 or 3 years ago, but it's still not ideal. It's not like FPL where you've got 38 game weeks and a lot of these transfers are long-term. And we've also got the league phase, then we've got the knockout playoff rounds, and then we've got the round of 16, and you do get unlimited transfers in match day 9 and 11. So it's a little bit different, but it depends on which players we're talking about here. Someone like Haaland or Kane would certainly be worth the hit by himself anyway, so I could understand that perspective. Would you take a hit to get 15 playing players or avoid the hit and just have 14? Depends who the player is, really, to make it 15. I think that's what it comes down to, but 14's fine, yeah. Livramento to Calafiori or Burn or Trippier for a hit, which is worth it? I'm not sure if any of them are worth it. If Calafiori starts, and I believe he will, he's probably my favourite for matchday 2, but long term, I'd probably favour a Burn. So it really depends on if it's for the matchday right in front of you, where I think Arsenal have a better chance of a clean sheet against Olympiacos compared to Newcastle facing Union Saint-Gilloise away from home. But I do like those fixtures for Newcastle. I really do. Over the next 3, I think Dan Burn is a nice pick. Hello, Dylan. Simple, relaxing days for UCL Fantasy. Maybe for you, not for me, unfortunately, especially with the lineups coming out. I think today's going to be hectic because you've got that Madrid starting 11. That's going to be very crucial, and I'm going to play a chip ultimately today, the wildcard or limitless, with the wildcard being more likely. So unfortunately for me, it's going to be a bit chaotic. Josh says, hi Dylan, you might not remember, but last week I said I had planned my transfer to be Suarez and Hakimi out for Thuram and Dumfries. The plan is now Suarez, Rafinha and Stanisic for them and Çalhanoğlu. Looks fine. Yeah, a hit for that is reasonable. I think a lot of hits could be flying around today, and maybe I'll consider that myself, but I think the wildcard is still the most likely solution for my team. It won't be the case for everybody watching. For what you've discussed, though, and to be honest, I don't know the rest of your team, but for those 3 players, it makes sense. If I did the transfers, then my team would be Mbappe, Kane, Thuram, Yildiz, Gula, Çalhanoğlu, Gonçalves, Olise, Hakimi, Dumfries, Howson, Otamendi, Timber, Trubin, Karnasecchi. That's not too shabby. Yeah, I don't love 2 Benfica defenders either. I said it when the deadline passed in matchday 1. That was one of my mistakes. I should have gone for Quenda over Otamendi. A few other picks as well were a bit, bad picks from me, but you also had some bad swings as well. That's a good squad. Just bear in mind that Thuram and Mbappe could be rested in matchday 2. I'm going to show you the piece of news and sources in a little bit, so that could make things a little bit complicated for you, but we have so many question marks ultimately for matchday 2, which can make the wildcard or limitless very appealing and useful, but it can also make it a headache to get it spot on. Yeah, thank you, Georgie. All the intro music is by my cousin, and yeah, every single UCL Fantasy or FPL stream will have that music in the intro. On a -4 as Romero out for Borro. I think that's fine. Long term, it should pay off. We saw Pedro Porro rotated over the weekend, but he should start against Bodo Glimt. I have no doubts about that. I saw one predicted lineup with Udogie and Spence. I highly doubt that will be the case. Udogie's been eased into things, so I think it'll be Borro on the right. Thoughts on Yildiz on the limitless? I'm more keen on Yildiz on the wildcard or free transfers, but that's a decent pickup. Villarreal are looking solid though. On the limitless, I would favour Salah, Saka, Yamal, all the options discussed in my video. Vinicius Jr. if he starts, Olise, Çalhanoğlu. But Yildiz is still a very good option, so I'm not against it, but using that chip, I'd probably go elsewhere. Tar or Borro? Long term, it'd be Borro. Now, it really depends on the context of the question. If it's a limitless, which is what you're using, then I would go for Jonathan Tah. But on the wildcard and free transfers, I think Borro's the better long-term pick. Bayern Munich have some tough fixtures after matchday 3. They face the likes of Arsenal very soon, away from home, and Borro has the best fixtures, arguably, with the exception, of course, of Napoli, who have a lot of defensive injuries, which I'll also talk about as well. Welcome, Thomas. Stuart Hall says, I'm on limitless, but unsure if Vinicius Jr. or Gula is a better bet. Well, Gula offers better value, but I don't want to kind of like cop out on the question, because ultimately I think Gula is the better long-term option, but I think the lineup is crucial, because one of them could be benched, maybe even both, so that could ultimately determine your, the answer to your question in a couple of hours' time. So yeah, around 4:30, 4:45 p.m. in the UK, we should get the Real Madrid lineup and it'll be covered here and we can react to it. Maybe Mbappe is benched. That's a possibility. And we can start making our decisions from that. Best buy and defender. I would have said Upamecano, but UEFA in their predicted lineups, which I'll also go through briefly, don't have they don't have Upamecano starting. They've got Kim In-jae with Tar. So make of that what you will. I think Sacha Boey could be a nice 1 week punt. He's not someone I'd recommend long term though. Is it about to start? Well, you can see the countdown, and it typically is 5:45 p.m. these deadlines until we get to the knockout stages. Then they're typically a bit later, but yeah, we still got plenty of time. Hello, best defender on Limitless apart from both Inter wingbacks, Gavardio and Grimaldo. Gabriel. Yeah, an Arsenal defender would certainly be up there. They're third in the clean sheet odds. I know their record against Olympiacos, at least defensively, isn't great, but let's put it into context. Arsenal were terrible defensively back when they faced Olympiacos only a couple of years ago in the Europa League, and then in the Champions League, I think, away from home. Yeah, I think they might have lost that game with a rotated side. That was back in 2013, so things have changed a lot. I think Gabriel is probably the best. So yeah, imagine you put your team... I think I went through some of your questions before, mate. 4 injuries, use chip or transfers. Well, you discussed using hits, right? And it does make sense, but I have to be honest, mate, I'd probably wildcard with that team. Yeah, I think the wildcard is the best solution. Easy says, could be potentially a big high-scoring match ever. Well, possibly. I think we always have that, you know, sort of, possibility in any single league phase match day, right? Maybe not match day 8, but yeah, I have to say, in terms of UCL fantasy points and goals, it's a possibility, yeah. Son of Thor says, yo, how are you doing, man? Yeah, all good, but it's kind of a bit frustrating because I have to wait for the Madrid lineup to then decide what to do. I would like to have more clarity. There's a lot of question marks flying around, and after going for a few more questions and comments, I'm going to be showing you a lot of different information which could answer even more questions in turn. Veremi says, my team at the moment, Raya, Karnasechi, Quenda, Dumfries, Hakimi, Koundé, Otamendi, Trincao, Rafinha, Gula, Elise, Kalinoglu, Suarez, and Mbappe came. Yeah, it's not terrible, but that team looks specifically designed for match day 1, right? And you've got some good picks now going into 2 and 3, but yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one for you. You know what? I think in your situation, the Limitless might be really good. Just because you've got the likes of Koundé, who long-term have great fixtures, but it's PSG this week. The same with Hakimi, who, to be fair, has terrible fixtures anyway, but Barcelona away is the worst that they will have. And they also have a lot of defensive injuries. Marquinhos is out. You've also got Kvaratskhelia missing for PSG. Vitinha is in the squad, as I'll show you very soon. But yeah, Trincao, as good as he was in match day 1, pretty poor in the league, and I don't think he'll do that well in the coming match days. I think that was really just a match day 1 pun, which worked. But the front 3 is relatively solid, especially Kane and Mbappe. There is a chance, though, that Mbappe is benched. And if that's the case, yeah, the wildcard is also a possibility for you. But I think Limitless could be underrated in your situation. Vinicius on for Rafinha. If he starts, I wouldn't make the transfer yet. Kane or Kiki for captain? Well, for today, it's just Mbappe or Kane for me. If Mbappe starts, it's going to be him. Kane is my second favourite captain overall. It's all covered in my team selection and also my other videos. I think the wildcard squad, that's where I showed it towards the end. 2 free transfers, who to sell? So yeah, with your question, Feremi, I'm not even sure. I mean, it could do okay. I just think wildcard and Limitless teams have an advantage over that. But yeah, if Mbappe is benched, you could move him on to Haaland. Otherwise, you'd obviously focus elsewhere because Mbappe is the standout captaincy option today. So Rafinha to Saka or Yamal would be quite appealing. You could still go to Yildiz and have plenty of money there to upgrade Luis Suarez, for example, to Garassi or Thuram. Just bear in mind that Thuram could be benched tomorrow. No, it's today, actually, the game. Lolo says, I have Alisson and Trubin, who both played today. Should I transfer out one of them? I don't know the rest of your team, but my advice is always to focus your transfers on the outfield positions. And this is why, going into match day 1, I made a big point about choosing 2 goalkeepers who rotate and they play on different days all the way until match day 8. Now, on the wild card, one possibility I'm considering is Raya and Karnasechi, who both play on the same day in match day 5. But if I wildcard now, I'll likely Limitless in match day 5, so that won't be an issue. And for those following that strategy, I think Raya and Karnasechi is the best goalkeeper pairing To answer your question, I probably wouldn't, but I don't know the rest of your squad. If it's stacked and you're really happy with it and you don't know what to do with your transfers, then fair enough, that could be an upgrade. And I would prioritize selling Trubin first because I don't think they'll keep a clean sheet against Chelsea away. A slight preference there for Yildiz, Abra. Yeah, so I do have something on that. So reports indicate that it will be Milinkovic-Savic starting in the Champions League. So Merritt will be on the bench. I'll cover that very soon. In fact, after going for a few member questions, I'm going to do that. So Ahmad says on wildcard, Karasechi, Raya, Dumfries, DeMarco, Van der Ven, Gabriel, Calafiori, Elise, Kalanoglu, Gravenberch, Yildiz, Bergvall, Kane, Mbappe, Haaland. Good squad overall. I'm not a massive fan of Gravenberch in UCL Fantasy or FPL, but he can get the odd ball recovery point, and he has been getting more goals and assists recently this season. He's probably been Liverpool's best player as well. Bergvall, I'm not too sure about. He's only got one goal in the Premier League, which came against West Ham a couple of weeks ago. I'm less keen on that one, to be fair. The front line is incredible. You have made some sacrifices in the midfield to make that happen, but I do like Elise, Kalanoglu. Yildiz is a good option in my opinion. The defensive line is solid. Just a slight concern about Calafiori, and you've already got Raya in goal. I'd probably diversify that a little bit. Maybe go from the Italian to Dan Burn at 4.5 million, just to name one example, or Ben Sebaini from Borussia Dortmund, who's on penalties, which is a rare gift for a defender. So I would make that transfer in the defense. I think Van der Ven is fine, but I would change Bergvall and Gravenberch. And yeah, I don't know what kind of budget you're working with. Maybe you've got nothing left over, but if possible, I try to stretch to a Caicedo or Enzo Fernandez. Possibly Adeyemi as well. I really like Adeyemi at 7 million, but that would require a downgrade elsewhere, which would be a bit problematic. Maybe, for example, you can do Raya to Milinkovic-Savic, which gives you an extra 1.5 million, or maybe Gabriel to a cheaper defender, and you keep Calafiori. That isn't my preference, but you might need to make that sort of downgrade to upgrade the midfield, in my opinion. Okay, so let's go to the other member questions. Janice says, what do you think about Gonçalves and Anton to Yamal and Burn? I think Anton is still fine. He was really disappointing in matchday 1 with the own goal and -1 point, but I think ultimately you're making, good moves. I just don't think Anton to Burn is necessary, and I would argue that Dortmund have a better chance of a clean sheet facing Athletic Bilbao at home compared to Dan Burn facing Union Saint-Gilloise away. So I think Yamal's a great transfer. I'd go for it, but I don't think you need to buy Dan Burn for Anton this week. Goldhead says, so I was originally looking at not using the chips early as usual, but suddenly discovered I have 3 injuries plus another 2 or 3 with bad fixtures. There's also the possibility of players you like, for example, Thuram and Mbappe, who could be benched. So we'll find out with Real Madrid in an hour's time. But yeah, I think the wild card does make a lot of sense for a lot of people. The problem is some of the people you bring in on the wild card could still be benched, and of course, in future match days, you could have the same situation with the players you bring in now. So there's always an element of risk with any chip strategy, but I think the wildcard in 2 makes a lot of sense for many people, not everybody. Mr. Makey says, I have 3 Sporting players, 2 PSG, and 2 injured. Yeah, I think a wildcard might be really good. I mean, the Limitless could also be quite decent, especially for this week, but you might need to wildcard in matchday 3 anyway. So for those that have a lot of 5s to put out and they still think they're sells in matchday 3, I'd wildcard now and maybe save the Limitless for later in the league phase, but not matchday 8. With the Limitless, use it between matchdays 2 to 7, not in matchday 8. It's all covered in that chip strategy video. So I've gone through the member questions, and a massive shout out, by the way, to the moderators like Keith for keeping things moving. Like I say in the pinned comment, repeat questions may be skipped. Be patient. You will be answered. There are a lot of questions coming in, and I'm trying my very best to get through every single one of them and answer different topics in the process. I don't think Tart is nailed there, FPL Kwanzaa, but it's a good question. For matchday 2, I think you'll start. Long term, though, especially in an easier fixture, we could see Jonathan Tah rested, and then you've got Upamecano and Kim Min-jae starting together. Conversely, of course, the same applies to the other 2, and Kim Min-jae is no longer first choice. He is the 3rd or 4th choice for Bayern Munich now. But yeah, I think he is one of the safer Bayern Munich defenders. Let me put it that way. Okay, so let's go through some different screens, because some of the questions that are coming in will be answered through that. So yeah, hopefully you do understand. First off, let's go to the UCL Fantasy League. The code is SEINOF. You'll see it in most of my graphics on the left-hand side of your screen in this video. And you can also find a link in the description The same goes for an auto-join link. So you click it and you're automatically in. It's as simple as that. With Predict 6, I'll go back to this later on. And it's a good thing, actually. We've got no early kickoffs included in these 6 matches. I've gone for Atletico 2, Frankfurt 1. I might even go for a high-scoring game there. Frankfurt was 6-0 up against Borussia Mönchengladbach this weekend and conceded 4 goals in the last 20 minutes. And Atletico Madrid were involved in a 5-2 thriller against Real Madrid. I've gone for Bodo Glimt 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2, so a repeat of the Europa League semi-final encounter a couple of months ago. Barcelona 2, PSG 2, still subject to change. I've gone for a bold Arsenal 3, Olympiacos 0. I might tone that down a little bit. Napoli 2, Sporting 1, and Borussia Dortmund 3, Athletic Bilbao 1. But don't be surprised to see Dortmund keep a clean sheet. They have been solid in the Bundesliga this season. So, yeah, the 4 goals that they shipped in against Juventus, a bit surprising to me, to be honest. I know over the years they're known for that, scoring a lot of goals and conceding on the other end of the pitch, but this season I think they're a bit better defensively with their new manager, who has been in charge now for a couple of months. Let's also go for some other team news. So Real Madrid have put their squad. I'm not going to go too much into Real Madrid and the news here, so I'm going to show it once and then kind of close it because we're going to get the lineup for them anyway. So as you can see, these are the players that are missing out for Real Madrid. Actually, I've got it in another slide. I'll probably do that later then. But there is this report by Diario AS that suggests that Mbappe will be rested today. He could still come on for a cameo, but if Diario AS are correct, then we could see Mbappe not in the starting 11. It's a possibility. Keep your eyes peeled. Have backup plans just in case with your wildcard, limitless or free transfers. I think the simplest thing to do is replace him with one of Kane or Haaland. It's as simple as that. But for some people, it might require downgrading to Guirassy or Thuram or someone around that price, and then using those funds to buy Yamal in the midfield, especially long term. So this is the expected 11 against Cara Almaty according to Marca, a different newspaper to Diario AS. So they believe Mbappe will start and Real Madrid will go quite strong with Courtois in goal, Asensio, Howson, Carreras and Fran Garcia, so 2 left-backs in that defensive line. Valverde, Camavinga, Mastantuono, Bellingham, Rodrigo, and of course the Frenchman up front. No Arda Güler here, so yeah, let's keep an eye out for the lineup. No Vinicius in the 11 either. But yeah, we could see a few surprises anyway. But I think Mastantuono could start today, and he could be my 4-point family midfielder to facilitate, you know, that sort of expensive front three of Mbappe, Haaland, Kane, or going for Yamal in the midfield. I think Mastantuono could be crucial to it and still give you some big returns in Matchday 2. So this is a possibility I discussed a few times in the stream already. So Chivu is considering rotating in that forward line, and one of Lautaro Martinez or Thuram could make way, and that could mean Boni gets his first start of the season. But according to UEFA and their predicted lineups, they do have Esposito starting alongside Lautaro, so that means no Boni and no Marcus Thuram. Keep that in mind. And this is another source. I think it's Sempre Inter, so it's an Inter Milan fan page. I'm not sure how much information they do have, but this is, they've kind of based this information off a newspaper. So according to Gazzetta dello Sport, so Chivu will make one more change to his starting lineup. And here, if we just scroll down to the changes, he says Bisek will finally return to the starting lineup. And he says Peter Sucic will reclaim his place in the middle of the park, perhaps in the expense of Henrik Mkhitaryan. And he also believes that he will change both wing-backs. So he thinks that DeMarco will dislodge Carlos Augusto. So DeMarco will start alongside Denzel Dumfries. These changes that are referred to, by the way, are from the last Serie A game, I believe. So yeah, Denzel Dumfries will get the nod over Luis Enrique. And if we scroll up a little bit more here, yeah. So Gazzetta dello Sport think that Boni will get his first ever start for Inter Milan, and he will likely take Marcus Thuram's place in the attack. So a few sources are reporting this. It's a real possibility. I'm just giving the information, and you can do with that information what you wish. It's not set in stone or gospel, but it's worth bearing it in mind. With Bayern Munich, we have a few predicted lineups, which I'll also show you later on very briefly, but they are expected to go strong. Neuer in goal, Lima, Tar, Upamecano and Sacha Boey, with Pavlovic and Kimmich in the midfield, Diaz, Elise, Gnabry and Kane. That is what Kicker have gone for. But if we look at what TC München have gone for, they think Jackson will start over Gnabry, and they still think that Upamecano will be in that lineup alongside Jonathan Tah, with Kim Min-jae on the bench. The rest is pretty much the same. You've got Bowie and Lima you know, in those wing-back positions or as the fullbacks. Elise, Diaz, Kane up front. Kimmich and Pavlovic, the same midfield pivot. So really they disagree on one area, and that's Jackson against Gnabry. So I'll also show that later on, like I said. Joao Pedro and Caicedo are in training. They are currently flagged in UCL Fantasy, but they should be available against Benfica tonight. With Liverpool, Chiesa has been left out of the Galatasaray game due to a minor injury. That was confirmed by Arne Slot. And we have a lot of injury problems here with Napoli. So Rami and Buongiorno are injured. Di Lorenzo is suspended after the red card against Man City. Spinazzola and Oliveira are doubtful. Mazzocchi and Marianucci are not in the UEFA list, leaving Conte with very limited options in the defence. So, yeah, not a great place to be there. But Milinkovic-Savic, a 4 million goalkeeper, should start over Merit. Apparently, Conte sees him as the preferred European goalkeeper for his precise long passes. And, of course, when the Real Madrid lineup is out, and the same goes for Atalanta Club Brugge, it will be covered, so that should happen in over an hour. What I'm going to show you briefly are the predicted lineups, so bear with me. I'll go back to your questions very soon, but I want to go through this and then a few other graphics like my team selection, discussing a few bits and bobs here and there, and other injury news and team updates you might not have seen from my videos. So with Atalanta, UEFA think there will be Carnesecchi, Kosuno, Jimitsi, Ahano, Belanova, Darun, Edison, Sapacosta, Smartzic, Pasalic, and Kristovic. So with Club Brugge, they think Jackers, Sab, Ordonez, Michele, Seis, Adur, Stankovic, Forbes, Vanaken, who was a star in Matchday 1, Zolis, Tresoldi. They will be in the Belgian starting 11. For Real Madrid, I'll focus on them and not so much on Cara Almaty, respectfully, of course. So Courtois, Asensio, Howson, Carreras, Fran Garcia, Valverde, Tchouameni, Mastantuono, Goulet, Vinicius Jr. and Mbappe. So a few changes from what I showed you from Marca. So they believe Vinicius will start, and the same goes for Arda Goulet. And I think Tchouameni is another key change. I have seen some reports, though, that indicate that Ceballos will start. So you're seeing a lot of different, contradicting reports, and that's why it's just worth going for the lineup in over an hour. I don't think it's worth really, asking is Vinicius or Mbappe going to start, because that will be answered very soon. For Inter Milan, this is what UEFA have gone for. Sommer, Akanji, Acerbi, Bastoni, Dumfries, Barella, Kalanoglu, Sucic, DeMarco, Lautaro Martinez, and Esposito. Damian is doubtful due to a back injury, and it's probably worth noting some of the other problems you can see here. So for Real Madrid, for example, Trent, Carvajal, Militao, and Rudiger are all out. And then you can see the Atalanta and Club Brugge suspensions and injuries, doubtful players, etc. And just go to the website, UEFA.com. I'm going to put a link right now in the live chat. Drop a like on this video. Before I go back into this, though, I have seen a super chat, so I'll go through that quickly. Then I'll go through the Chamember questions and comments very soon. So thank you very much. Ahmad says, change Bergvall to Mastantuono, Gravenberch to Adeyemi. I like that a lot. Calafiori to Bowie, 1 week punt, DeMarco to Akanji. I really like the look of it. Of course, you're sacrificing a bit of attacking potential with DeMarco to Akanji, but you will gain ball recoveries in the process. DeMarco did say something in the press conference earlier today about getting more minutes this season, which is helping him build his fitness and just his match sharpness in general. But I have to say, all the transfers look really promising. If Mastantuono starts, I'd probably go for those transfers. I think those are some massive upgrades. I'm just not a big fan of Bergvall in UCL Fantasy. Maybe he scores against Bodo Glimt, of course, but I just don't like him long term. ¿Qué opinas de los jugadores del Newcastle? Me gusta más defensivamente alguien como Byrne, que cuesta 4.5 millones. Hasta Nick Pope es una buena opción como arquero, pero necesitas otro arquero que juegue en otros días, como Raya y Carnesecchi o Raya y Sánchez. Si vos vas por Raya y Sommer, por ejemplo, van a jugar el mismo día en muchas ocasiones, así que es muy importante tener dos arqueros que juegan en distintos días. So yeah, gonna go back to this. Yeah, there was a question I wanted to answer, but I wasn't, literally the chat went all the way down. I think I saw someone say they're a patron, so don't do it yet. Just do it in a few minutes. Comment once I'm done with these graphics and stuff, let me know so I can go to your questions. So yeah, all members and patrons, of course, will obviously have the priority. That's one of the main perks, of course, especially in such a hectic deadline stream like this one. And it's only going to get even more chaotic very soon. But let's go through the other predicted lineups very quickly. I'll probably focus on the kind of main teams from a UCL Fantasy perspective, like Chelsea, with Sanchez, Gusto, Chalobah, Badiashile, Cucurella, Lavia, Fernandez, Neto, Buenanote, Garnacho, and Joao Pedro. With Benfica, who are now managed by Jose Mourinho, Trubin, Dedic, Otamendi, Antonio Silva, Dal, Baranechea, Rios, Luka Bacchio, Arsunes, Sudakov, and Pavlidis. With Atletico Madrid, Frankfurt, we've got Oblak, Llorente, Lenormand, Hanko, Ruggeri, Simeone, Koke, Barrios, Gonzalez, Sorloth and Alvarez. But I did see something actually that Sorloth is missing. So some of this will be out of date. Bear that in mind. And yes, let me just put the link. I don't think I posted it. So check that link for UEFA's predicted lineups. It's not gospel. They will get most of it right, but not everything. Like I said, Sorloth is out of the squad. With Tottenham Hotspur, it looks like it'll be Vicario, Spence, Danso, Van der Ven. They're saying Udogi. I personally think Borra will start, but if you want to go a bit safer, maybe Van der Ven is the way to go. Joao Paulinho, Bergval, Bentancur, Kudus, Richarlison, and Xavi Simons. With Marseille Ajax, I think Rulli could be an underrated goalkeeper to partner Chevalier, for example. They rotate on different days, and that could be very useful all the way until matchday 8. So Rulli, Pavard, Belerdi, Agerd, Weah, O'Reilly, Højbjerg, Emerson, Greenwood, Igor Paixão, and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. With Galatasaray Liverpool, we could see Osimhen start up front, and they've got a few decent options in there. Of course, some familiar faces like Torreira and İlkay Gundogan. Liverpool will likely go for Alisson, Frimpong, Kanate, Van Dijk, Robertson, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, Salah, Wirtz, Gakpo. They think Isak, but I have to say, I personally think it'll be Ekitike who starts, and Isak will get the nod over the weekend. But maybe I'm wrong about that, and UEFA are correct. With Bayern Munich, this is UEFA's version, and this is the final kind of lineup to go through from Tuesday. Neuer, Sacha Boey, Kim Min-jae, Tah, Guerreiro, Kimmich, Bischoff, Elise, Jackson, Diaz, and Kane. So they believe that Gnabry will be benched. The same goes for Upamecano as well. But I did show you some other predicted lineups for Bayern Munich, which includes the Frenchman in central defence. On the Wednesday for Newcastle, they're going for Pope, Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne, Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali, Joelinton, Murphy, Voltemada, and Anthony Gordon. Livramento is out. He sustained a horrible knee injury against Arsenal. Let's go now to Arsenal, actually. Facing Olympiacos, Raya, White, Saliba, Gabriel, Calafiori, Odegaard, who was a fantastic sub against Newcastle, by the way, Zubamendi, Marino, Saka, Gyökeres, and Martinelli, who has been in good form. Of course, for those with Paschalakis, like myself in matchday 1, he only started because the main goalkeeper was suspended. That won't be the case now moving forwards. With Bayer Leverkusen against PSV, it'll be Flecken, Kwanzaa, Bade, Tapsoba, Lucas Vazquez, Fernandez, Garcia, Grimaldo, Tillman, Seguir, and Kofane. For the Villarreal Juventus game, I'll focus on the away side with Di Gregorio, Kelly, Bremer, Kalulu, Cambiasso, Thuram, Locatelli, João Mario, Yildiz, Francisco Conceição, David, that's Jonathan David. That is the lineup there. For Napoli, they're going for Milinkovic-Savic, and I agree with them. Spinazzola, Buchema, Juan Jesus, Oliveira, Lobotka, Politano, Anguissa, De Bruyne, McTominay, and Højlund. For Sporting, they're going for Rhys Silva, De Bast, Gonzalo Inacio, Araujo, Hjulmand. I'm not going to even pronounce that. The same goes for the second name that was there earlier. Quenda, Trincao, Pedro Gonçalves, and Luis Suarez. For Manchester City, it will likely be Donnarumma, Ake, Gvardiol, Ruben Dias, Lewis, Rodri, Foden, Bernardo Silva, Reinders, Savio, and Haaland. We're now approaching the end here with Dortmund against Bilbao. Kobel, Anton, Schlotterbeck, Bensabani, Kuto, Sabitzer, Nemecha, Svensson, Adeyemi, Bayer, and Guirassy. So Nico Williams is still doubtful for Athletic Bilbao, or Athletic Club. And for Barcelona PSG, Szczesny, Koundé, Eric Garcia, Kubarsi, Gerard Martin, De Jong, Pedri, Yamal, Olmo, and Ferran Torres. Lewandowski should also get a start. He scored the winning goal against Real Sociedad over the weekend. For PSG, they've got a lot of injury problems and doubts. Chevalier, Hakimi, Zabani, Pacho, Mendes, Zé Emery, Fabian Ruiz, Mbaye, Gonzalo Ramos, and Barcola. But it's worth noting that Vitinha is in the squad. I think he'll start against Barcelona away. So I'm going to leave that now because, like I said, there's a lot of different, lineups and stuff like that, and I'm not going to read them out again, that's for sure. So I'm going to get back into your questions and comments in a few minutes, of course, and give people more time to join. We've got over 500 people here already, so I do appreciate it. Let's go to the team selection graphics to show you a few upgrades and changes I've made. So Christian Romero has been left out of Tottenham Hotspur's squad. That's worth bearing in mind. So I have changed him already. Van der Ven or Borro are the most likely replacements for him, but there is still a possibility that I'll go for something a little bit different, like Dan Burn, for example, and maybe change the structure a little bit and go for DeMarco alongside Denzel Dumfries. You can see my matchday 1 performance. It wasn't particularly great. There were some massive 50-50 swings. I think 2 or 3 picks were bad on my part, Xavi Simons being one of them, and possibly, Otamendi. I think doubling up on Benfica was a mistake of mine. Trubin to Raya is a great transfer, and if you want to rotate with Raya, go for Carnesecchi or Sanchez. Dumfries in for Hakimi is another good shout in my opinion. Yildiz replacing the injured Rafinha, who is out for the next 3 to 4 weeks, and Harry Kane or Haaland, take your pick. I might go for both of them in the end, especially if Kylian Mbappe is benched today. That is a real possibility. So I've gone for Carnesecchi at the moment over Sanchez. That isn't set in stone. Dumfries, Gabriel and Van der Ven is also possible, but like I said, DeMarco could find his way into my final 15-man squad. And in the midfield, I could go for something like this with Çalhanoğlu, Elise, Yildiz, and Arda Güler. But even a restructure and finding a way to buy Yamal could be crucial. And I wouldn't even discount the possibility of Bukayo Saka facing Olympiacos at home. And this front three looks solid, but 2 of them could be benched this week in Thuram and Mbappe. All reports indicate that Harry Kane will start against Paphos away tonight. And on my bench, I've got the likes of Raya, Burn. Also, I've got a few others like Ben Sabani and Adeyemi, but with this squad that you see on screen, there'll be 1 million in the bank. So there, you could easily do Dan Burn to DeMarco and start a back three this week. And you want to put all of them in your 11 for today, because otherwise you can't actually get the points. You can't sub on players who have already played in UCL Fantasy. And with the captaincy, of course, go for a Tuesday option first. And in my opinion, the 2 best in Mbappe and Kane are playing today, and it's very difficult to choose between them. Maybe I'll go to a coin and flip it, because sometimes 50-50 calls can just go against you horrifically. And on the Wednesday, I think the best captaincy option is Erling Haaland, but I don't have him in this provisional setup. So that's where that transfer could also help me in terms of finding another backup captaincy option if needed. Let's now go to the odds very quickly. Nothing has changed from the last couple of days. So Real Madrid are top with a 58% chance against Kairat Almaty away. Bayern Munich are second, only narrowly behind. Arsenal and Inter Milan complete the top 4. There's a massive gap between them and the rest of the pack when it comes to the defensive line. On the Limitless, I'd really prioritise the top 4 teams here for Matchday 2. I don't really agree with Chelsea being 5th, but there you go. They've got a 40% chance against Benfica at home, according to the website fantasyfootballpundit.com. Atletico Madrid are 6th, and unsurprisingly, Kairat Almaty are bottom once again with a 4% chance of keeping a clean sheet against Real Madrid. I'm also going to show you very briefly the other clean sheet odds you can see. So Dortmund could be considered against Bilbao. You've got Marseille, Napoli, Man City, Atalanta and Liverpool all right up there. Even Newcastle are a decent shout, but I still think Union Saint-Gilloise away could be quite difficult. And let's now focus on the lower ranked teams, of course. So you want to target Kairat Almaty, Paphos, Olympiacos and Slavia Prague in terms of their defenses. So you want to go for attackers facing them, and that would be from Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Arsenal and Inter Milan. That would be the play on the Limitless or wildcard chip. With goal scorer odds, Mbappe is top. Someone did ask me, I think in the live chat earlier, why is Mbappe your preferred captain over Kane? This is only one of several reasons. I also think Kairat Almaty are a weaker team than Paphos, although that is certainly up for debate. And to be honest, with Mbappe or Kane, you can't go wrong. They're in incredible form, scoring braces and hat-tricks in most matches. They're getting assists as well. So yeah, I think ultimately both of them are great choices. What would appeal to me with Harry Kane, though, is that his ownership is lower. So that could be a nice way of rising up the rankings as well. Gyökeres is 3rd in this list, facing Olympiacos at home. Lautaro Martinez and Haaland are in the top 5. Now remember, these kind of percentages are with the assumption that the players will start in Matchday 2. That won't be the case for all of them. With Jackson, for example, who is in this list, there is a chance that it's going to be Serge Gnabry starting instead of him. But Guirassy, Alvarez, Patrick Schick, Salah, Diaz, Joao Pedro, Scamacca, Jackson, and Seinof, who is now injured, they complete the rest of the highest goal scorer odds for Matchday 2. And in terms of my top 10 captains, I'll probably stick with this, but it all depends on the lineups. If Mbappe and Vinicius are benched, they would ultimately drop down a few places at the very least. They can still score off the bench, but Harry Kane will become the #1 pick with the captaincy, and I would even consider selling Mbappe to Erling Haaland, who is third in this list. Elise, Vinicius, Salah, Saka, Dumfries, Gyökeres, and Lautaro Martinez are in the top 10. Ultimately, you're targeting the fixtures right in front of them. They have the most appealing fixtures really for Matchday 2, and they play for some of the best teams throughout Europe. So that completes this sort of coverage, and I'm going to answer a few questions now and then show you some of the graphics that were talked about in my team selection, and there are a few new ones with team news and injury updates that can also answer more questions in turn. So drop a like on this video. Let's try to get it to over 500 by the end of the stream. That will be the aim. Let's see what the members and patrons are saying. So yeah, thank you, Paredes. I didn't even see this. You gifted 5 memberships. I think you did it recently as well. So massively appreciated for the contributions to the channel. In my next FPL deadline stream, I will be gifting 10 memberships myself. So stay tuned for that. It will take place on Friday. And that means early access to my videos, priority applied to comments. And as you can see today, it is very useful indeed. It means your questions will certainly be answered, and also very promptly as well. Yeah, exactly that, Baraf. Seinof is out, and in this section right now that I'm about to go into, it's talked about too. Welcome, Baraf, as well. Good to see you as well. What does your gut instinct say about Arda Güler on a wildcard? Good option for Matchday 2 if he starts. Longer term, I think he's less appealing. What I like about him, though, is that he's cheap, so at 6 million, it's not a big concern. But the likes of Enzo Fernandez, Kalanoglu, Adeyemi are probably better options in the grand scheme of things. It depends, Nusa. So I did see someone who put their team in, and I thought that it was probably best for them to Limitless. In a lot of scenarios I'm seeing, though, where these issues will still be persistent and there will still be a problem in Matchday 3, I think in that scenario, you wildcard now. ¿Mejor usar el Limitless o el comodín? Sin límites. Sí, como dije recién en inglés, para mí es mejor usar el comodín en muchos escenarios, pero también depende de tu situación. No puedo hablar para todos, pero en mi caso yo creo que el wildcard es mejor, el comodín, pero también depende de cómo va Real Madrid hoy. Si empieza Mbappe, por ejemplo, el sin límites parece muy interesante, pero yo creo que el comodín es mejor en muchos casos. Joao Pedro doubtful. Yeah, but I just covered that a few minutes ago. He was in training. The same with Caicedo. I still think he'll start. Yeah, I think Gabriel could rotate, but Hincapié is still injured. He is the biggest threat, or the biggest kind of threat to his minutes in terms of giving him a rest from time to time in the Champions League and Prem. But I think Gabriel will start in Matchday 2. That's why he's currently in my setup. Liverpool triplet will be very good this week and for next 2. Yes, but not afterwards. That's the problem, because they do face Real Madrid. They've got some tough fixtures like Inter Milan later in the league phase, but I think Liverpool will be fine. They'll finish in the top 8, score plenty of goals. Van Dijk and Salah are 2 of the best options in the game. So yeah, let me make it clear right now. So I know it can be quite difficult to follow, but I'm keeping my options open because we're waiting for the Real Madrid lineup. If Mbappe starts or not, I think that's really important in terms of, you know, who I go for in the end in my front line, because it's either him or Haaland. Maybe I change the structure a little bit and go for Yamal in the midfield, and it could also push me towards using the wildcard more so than the Limitless. Right now, my plan is to wildcard, so that's what I talked about in my team selection, but the Limitless is still a possibility. If I see that, for example, Mbappe starts today and that a lot of the big hitters are going to start with plum fixtures, I might just use the Limitless, then wildcard in Matchday 3. That is a possibility, but the more likely scenario is that I'll go for the wildcard into and Limitless around Matchday 5. Y en español, lo más probable es que yo voy a usar el comodín en la jornada 2 y el sin límites en la jornada 5, pero todo depende de la alineación y las noticias que tenemos en la próxima hora. Gordon will play as a striker. Well, if Voltemade starts, it just depends on how they line up. If they go for a 3-5-2, then Gordon could be the kind of secondary striker. It's more likely he'll be a winger, though. Against Arsenal, they played a 4-3-3. It is also a bit situation dependent. Away from home, Newcastle have been more defensive, or at least they've play that 3-5-2 formation, so it's a possibility. But Voltemade is the main striker for Newcastle. Yeah, Guirassy did train. I saw an update by Kovac, actually. I'll try to bring that up as well. Thank you for reminding me. I believe Guirassy is available, so let me bring that up. I'll show it after this section, of course, because there are plenty of updates in this as well. How do I find this one? Okay. Because I did bookmark it on Twitter. I saw the quotes just before starting this live stream. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to bring these up here, and you'll see them in a couple of minutes' time. So yeah, Kovac did give an update today. Guirassy is available. That's the kind of short answer, but I'll give you the full quotes just so you can see it from an official source. I'll also bring up Atletico Madrid squad list, which also makes it apparent and evident that Seinof is out. He is not going to play. He sustained an injury against Real Madrid. There's also the Ceballos expected to start according to Diario AS. He wasn't in any of the predicted lineups I saw. And then the Marco quote, which I referenced earlier, about him playing more minutes. Christian Chiva was also asked about Bonny, but his answer kind of implied he's not going to start. I mean, of course, you can interpret it in a different way, but yeah, I'm going to bring that quote up in a few minutes. Okay, so you can see the results from Matchday 1. They have been on screen for quite a while. And the league phase table currently stands like this. So Frankfurt are top, PSG, Club Brugge, Sporting, Union Saint-Gilloise, Bayern Munich, Arsenal and Inter Milan are in the top 8. So they would directly qualify to the next round. But it's early days. Some of those teams will not qualify. The team of the week, of course, for UCL Fantasy. Fortunately for me, I had none of them. So with goalkeepers, really made the most saves in Matchday 1, 13 against Real Madrid, and he was incredible against Paris Saint-Germain in a 1-0 victory last week. Marseille went on to win 2-1 this weekend as well. Kanasecchi also made 9 saves against PSG in a 4-0 loss and saved a penalty, so he still got a decent UCL Fantasy return. I think those two should be considered at 4.5 million. With ball recoveries, the Ajax Dutchman, Yuri Bass, with 13 ball recoveries, and even the other player highlighted here, Lucassen, for most clearances, another Dutch player with 18 for Matchday 1. Jeremy Doku is one to watch. A lot of potential. The end product is sometimes not there. With Kylian Mbappe, there are no doubts about that. 10 shots, 5 on target, 2 goals, both from the penalty spot against Marseille in that 2-1 victory. And of course, some of this I've already gone through earlier. So I'm just going to let that play out for people who are tuning in now. So you've got that as well. Mbappe could be rested. We'll find out very soon. And either Bonny or Esposito could start over Marcus Thuram. Let me pause it here, though. This is according to Sky Sports Italia, who I referenced many times last season, and they typically got the starting 11 spot on for Inter Milan. So they believe it's going to be Sommer, Akanji, Acerbi, Bastoni, Dumfries, Barella, Calhanoglu, Sucic, DeMarco, Lautaro Martinez, and Thuram. So they believe the Frenchman will start, and they do break things down here in Italian. I can understand some words here. So it says that Sommer will be in goal and Jose Martinez will drop to the bench. It also says Acerbi will start over De Vrij, and Dumfries and DeMarco will be the likely starters. It says Sucic will also take the place of Mkhitaryan, and in attack Thuram. I'm not sure exactly what it says there, but it does mention Bonny. But yeah, they do go for Lautaro Martinez and Thuram together. So that is according to Sky Sports Italia. Of course, I showed this Bayern Munich lineup earlier. They think Upamecano will start with Gnabry. But TC München believe that Jackson will get the nod over Serge Gnabry. Now, this is something I haven't showed you earlier. The Liverpool predicted lineup according to BN Sports. Alisson in goal, Robertson, Kanate, Van Dijk and Bradley, McAllister and Gravenberch in the midfield, Szoboszlai as the attacking midfielder, Wirtz and Salah on the wings, and Ekitike up front. Hopefully that means Gakpo starts an FPL over the weekend. Or actually, maybe not. I've benched him at the moment. Now, for Borussia Dortmund and Athletic Bilbao, you can see another predicted lineup. This is by Bully News. So they've got Kobel in goal, they've got Bensabani, Schlotterbeck and Anton. They've also got Svensson and Ryerson on the wing-backs, Nemecha and Sabitzer in midfield, Bayer, Adiemi and Guirassy up front. So no real surprises there. I did cover this as well. Napoli have a lot of injury problems at the moment. Spinazzola is still doubtful, but he could still start, of course. And Milinkovic-Savic should start over Merit. So a 4 million goalkeeper is a real option here. So PSG squad. What you can see from this is that Marquinhos and Kvaratskhelia are out. But the good news is Vitinha is included. The same goes for Fabian Ruiz, who was doubtful going into Matchday 2. So Joan Garcia is out for the next 4 to 6 weeks. He had surgery, and Szczesny will take his place for the foreseeable future. And Rafinha is missing the next 3 weeks due to injury, but Yamal is back. He got an assist within 1 minute of being brought on as a sub against Real Sociedad. The winning assist, of course. Lewandowski scored the goal. Barcelona claimed all 3 points and made the comeback against Real Sociedad. So that concludes a very extensive coverage, a lot of different team news, injury updates. We're going to get more now because some press conferences are happening as we speak. Just before I went live, Arteta was giving his press conference as well, alongside William Saliba, who was obviously awarded a new contract recently. Let me now go to this, though, with a few more updates before I go back to your questions, which will be the main focus of this stream. So Kovac said Duranville, Anselmino and Chan won't play. So Garassi completed the final training session. Everything went well. He'll be ready to play tomorrow. So Garassi is available. He also said, Garassi has scored many important goals for us. Nevertheless, I am pleased with the depth of the squad. Julian Brandt did a great job. It shows that the team is in sync. I mean, based off that comment, could you maybe assume that Garassi could make a cameo off the bench? I still think he'll start, but just food for thought there. With Atletico Madrid, Sorloth is out of the squad, but yeah, a lot of the key players there, like Alvarez, are available. And Mbappe, yeah, I'm a bit obsessed right now because I want to know if he starts or not. Ceballos is expected to start against Cara Almaty, according to Diario AS. We'll see how that goes. DeMarco said, I think you build match sharpness by playing. The more you play, the more your condition improves. When you're always taken off after 60 minutes, it's hard to grow physically. But this year, I'm improving a lot because I'm getting more minutes. So that's kind of a reference of the key differences between Chivu, the new manager, compared to Inzaghi last season, where DeMarco was subbed off after 50, 60 minutes on multiple occasions. And Chivu did, yeah, he was asked about Bonny. A lot of reports indicate that he could start, of course, over Thuram. And he said, the players make it difficult for me. I try to find the right moment and give everyone opportunities because they all deserve it. Unfortunately, I can't reward everyone all the time, but each of them will have their moment. I'm just saying, based off that, I'm not sure if Bonny will start. Now, it could still be Esposito over Thuram, which is what UEFA have gone for in their predicted lineup, but I think it's time now to show you a few different transfer plans I've got, and then going back to your questions. So, one option for me is to use the Limitless chip and go for this sort of structure. Jonathan Tah, Upamecano, someone to cover that Bayern Munich defence. He would obviously not be my captain, by the way. I've said this all along. Mbappe or Kane are the standouts for today, and Haaland tomorrow. Courtois and Wright as my goalkeepers. Gabriel, Bensabani, DeMarco and Dumfries. I'd still consider Van Dijk and Van de Ven and Bodra, for example. Yamal, Saka, Vinicius Jr., Salah and Elise in the midfield. I think the front three speaks for itself. If Mbappe doesn't start, then maybe I switch him to Lautaro Martinez or Victor Gyökeres. But yeah, I think Lautaro is more likely, to be fair, based on all the injury updates and team news we've been getting over the last couple of hours and days. So that's one avenue for me. Then there's this sort of wildcard structure with Raya and Karnasec as the goalkeepers, and I'll probably go for that pairing in the long term. Bensabani, Gabriel, Van de Ven, DeMarco, Dumfries, so quite similar in that defensive line. Adeyemi, Yildiz, Enzo Fernandez, Arda Güler and Elise, with Thuram if he starts, Haaland and Mbappe up front. I've actually got 0.5 in the bank to make an upgrade, so that would give me a few alternatives. So I could still make an upgrade with the extra 0.5 in the bank. And the other one, this is another wildcard squad. If Mastantuono starts and Güler doesn't, I could go for something like this, and ultimately, of course, yeah, Harry Kane would be in this team. So let's say, for example, Mbappe is benched. I could go for Harry Kane and Haaland, Garassi up front, Yamal, Yildiz, Enzo, Elise, similar defensive line, but Dan Burn is in here this time round. It's a different structure. I've even built like a sort of draft with 3 premiums, no Yamal in the midfield, but a balanced team overall. It is possible, in my opinion. Let's now go back to my very ugly squad with Rafinha injured, players with bad fixtures. Only a few of them would stay on the wildcard or limitless chip, to be quite honest with you. So drop a like on this video, subscribe. We're closing in on new goals like 37,000 subscribers. Hit the notification bell so you're always up to date on my content for UCL Fantasy and FPL. Check the links in the description. My Discord server is a great place to be. The Patreon and championships, of course. Early access to my videos, prior to apply to comments, and many other perks. Ahmad says Luis Diaz versus Alvarez versus Garassi, Gyökeres, Ekitike as Mbappe replacement if he is benched. Out of those players, long-term, I'd say Garassi. I do like Alvarez, though. And look, it just depends really on how you're going about it. On the Limitless, for example, I'd favour Lautaro Martinez and Diaz, actually, from those that you've mentioned. But yeah, long-term is Garassi. I'd probably keep it simple there. I just don't know what chip you're using. I know you put your team earlier in a non-super chat, then you expanded on it with another one. But yeah, I think that would inform the ultimate answer to this question. But long-term is Garassi. Anish puts his team on wildcard, Karnasecchi, Pope. I just need to think about that because good goalkeepers on paper, but do they play on different days? Have you checked that? I need to see myself if they play on different days. So give me a second whilst because I want to, you know, give you the best possible analysis on that team. So yeah, this week is absolutely fine. But what about future match days? That's my concern. I think you might be in the clear. Or have I just jinxed it? No, yeah, they play on different days there as well. Okay, I believe they do play on different days then, right? No, match day 4, they play on the same day on Wednesday, the 5th of November. Yeah, so look, if you're limitlessing, for example, in match day 4, then that could work. But yeah, I think you're going to get a few clashes there. So match day 5, it does work. So basically, match day 4 is the only problem so far. If it's only one match day, I wouldn't mind so much, but yeah, not ideal. So yeah, it's just one match day where it's a problem then, it seems. And 7, Club Brugge, no. Yeah, match day 7 and 4, I believe, if I've read it correctly, I think you got a clash. So I would reconsider that goalkeeper pairing. Maybe go from Pope to Raya. I think that could be better. Van der Ven, DeMarco, Gabriel, Calafiori, Upamecano. Yeah, looks good. What I'd probably do in your situation is do Calafiori to Burn and Pope to Raya. Now, you probably need 0.5 million. So Gula, yeah. Elise, Enzo, Kalanoglu, Martinelli. I'd go from Martinelli to Adeyemi. And then you've got enough money to do Burn in for Calafiori and Raya replacing Pope. I think that puts you in a great position. I mentioned a few times, of course, Mbappe could be benched. We'll find out in half an hour's time to just under an hour. And Thuram, there is a possibility of rotation this week. So be mindful of that. But yeah, I think those suggestions I recommended will help your team, Anish. Hopefully you got that. And all the best for match day 2. Yeah, Ahmad says on wildcard, yeah. Yeah, going back to that question, I think I still like Garassi longer term. Man City's the only fixture I look at and think it's not great. They're still going to concede chances and Dortmund should have, you know, opportunities there, but yeah, probably Garassi. I also like that structure of having the 8 million forward, like Thuram or Garassi, and then you can buy Yamal in the midfield and have 2 premium forwards up front. Triple Arsenal defense for me on Limitless. Yeah, look, I don't want to discourage people from like, you know, doing something that they believe in. If you are really adamant of an Arsenal clean sheet or even Inter, doubling or tripling up defensively on the Limitless could be fine. On the wildcard, I would be a little bit skeptical because Arsenal face Bayern Munich in match day 4, and that's where a triple up in the defense will be quite poor, in my opinion. I think they'll concede there. Sorry, by the way, Bozo, I didn't see what you put earlier, so if you just put the question again or message, I will see it. Foden, Yamal, Doku versus Saka. Yamal's the best long-term. For match day 2 specifically, I'd give the edge to Saka. Assuming he starts, I think he's got a high ceiling against Olympiacos, great home record in the Champions League, but long-term, Yamal is by far the best. Yeah, Saka's been talked about, mate. I highlighted him plenty of times in my Limitless video. You could also see him in one of my drafts just now. If I Limitless, I think Saka will be in it. But yeah, it's just Yamal would be my preference long-term for 1 million more. Yeah, Henry. So as I mentioned in my team selection and earlier today, my plan is the wild card, but I'm keeping my options open because I need to adapt to the information we get. Mbappe might be benched today. We'll find out very soon. That could have a domino effect, and also other bits and bobs like Thuram. Will he be benched or not? He was one of my considerations on the wild card, so I'm keeping my options open. I don't want to restrict myself to one avenue when it might turn out that the other one is better. My ideal plan is the wild card now, Limitless in 5, but I might need to change depending on what we get. Yeah, Gordon's fine. The thing is with Newcastle, they haven't scored too many goals. Voltemade is my favourite Newcastle attacker. He was impressive against Arsenal and also against Wolves on his debut. I think with the Toon, it's better to invest defensively. Pope in goal, just bear in mind the goalkeeper rotation you pick. And Dan Burn is a solid option defensively. I do not trust Portuguese teams, to be honest. Yeah, but Benfica could get a result against Chelsea. I think ultimately the Blues will win, but Benfica and Sporting are good sides, of course, and Porto were also fairly decent a few years ago. They won the Champions League back in 2004, but yeah, they were quite disappointing in match day 1. I mean, Benfica to be 2-0 up against Karabag and then lose it is horrible. Best 7 million mid, arguably Calhanoglu, but you've also got Yildiz, Enzo Fernandez, Arda Güler if he starts. You've got plenty of options there, but probably Calhanoglu. I believe Borja will start. According to UEFA, they believe it will be Udogie and Spence again. I disagree. Welcome, Diogo. What's your patron, by the way? Because I don't recognize, by the way. But yeah. Why Van der Ven, Ben Sabani over any Bayern defender? On Limitless, no. That's not what I recommended. It's just for the long term. I like Bayern defensively for the next 2, but after that, the fixtures turn sour quite quickly. That's my issue there with investing in a Bayern defender now, and I'm also probably going to go for Elise and Kane up front, so tripling up on Bayern when they face Arsenal in a couple of match days' time and stuff like that would put me off. Yeah, Alvarez deserves more credit, to be fair. I haven't mentioned him too much, but scored a hat-trick very recently, got a brace against Real Madrid. He can score all types of goals as well. I really like the Doku pick, but Mins will be limited in UCL. Yeah, I did highlight him, of course, you saw it in the graphics, but he's such a frustrating player because the quality's there, fantastic dribbler, rapid as well, but the end product can be lacking. He is a decent assister though, I'll give him that. The goal scoring, it needs to improve. Who to start between Di Gregorio and Merritt? That is a good question, to be fair. Yeah, unfortunately you don't have the choice to bench him. I think with Napoli's defensive woes, well, to be honest, Merritt probably won't start. I said this earlier. Milenkovic-Savic is touted to start, so it would be, by default, Di Gregorio. Doku or Reinders? Doku might be a little bit more exciting, but I'd probably go for Reinders. A bit safer, and he's got high ceiling Reinders. You're just going to get a lot of blanks as well. In FPL, for example, you get a 10-pointer, or 13 points or something like that. Then he blanks, 9-pointer. It's quite difficult to predict when those two are going to return. So yeah, Vitinha is in the squad. I covered that earlier, mate. Just rewind a little bit. Some of this has been addressed already. I'll probably go through it one more time, but not commentate over it for obvious reasons. Thank you very much for the kind words. Cuando haces en un vivo en español, y no sé, tío, la verdad, y yo hablo mucho mejor el inglés. Y sí, con español también no hay tantos que ven UCL Fantasy comparado con lo demás, lamentablemente. Yeah, I'm aware of that, Mahin. It was covered a few times. So Lautaro Thuram, I'd favour Lautaro this week. I think he's more likely to start. Both of them are subject to rotation, though. It might be Thuram this week and then Lautaro matchday 3. And yeah, the likes of Esposito and Boni are knocking on the door. O'Reilly, a good pick. Yeah, I think O'Reilly is not really a long-term option, though, is he? I think Gavardio for ball recoveries would be more solid. He is more expensive, of course. Yeah, it's a difficult one with O'Reilly. I probably would go elsewhere. Okay, so we got almost 1,000 people watching. We are going to get the Real Madrid lineup very soon, and that's when things will fall into place. I can decide, what chip strategy to fully commit to. The wildcard is my preference, as I've said multiple times, but I'm keeping my options open. Let's go for some different messages here. Why Elise over De Bruyne? Well, De Bruyne is facing Sporting. He's on penalties, but Elise is facing Paphos away and Club Brugge at home. I also have more faith in Bayern Munich offensively. Don't get me wrong, De Bruyne is a good pick, but Elise is still better. Arsenal defenders start. Yeah, I believe it'll be Calafiori, Gabriel, Saliba, and I think White could get a start, to be fair. I think that's a possibility, but they won't make big changes defensively, in my opinion. So yeah, just to make it clear, Thuram is definitely not going to be benched, but several sources are indicating that he will. I'm giving the information and showing you the sources, so you've got an idea. You can then do with that information what you wish, but ultimately we don't know. Sky Sports Italia have Thuram in the lineup, but UEFA, Gazzetta dello Sport, and a few other sources have Thuram as a possible rotation risk. That's all I'm saying. The Madrid lineup should be out in half an hour's time. The game starts at 5:45 in the UK. You can see the timer, of course. That is when the deadline finishes. So yeah, within 20-30 minutes, we should find out. So if Mbappe starts, I prefer him over Kane, but there's not much in it. You can't go wrong with either. I could see myself captaining Kane, especially if Mbappe is benched today. Timber and Gabriel Saliba. I think Timber's the most likely to be benched, actually. Now, the likes of Timber, for example, can play as a central defender, so maybe they swap around a little bit. Mosquera plays alongside Saliba, but I think the most likely back four for Arsenal will be Calafiori, Gabriel, Saliba, and then one of White or Timber, with Timber rested for the weekend. I think that's a possibility. Hola Dylan, entre Julian Alvarez o Haaland. Haaland. Y entre Doku o Reinders. Reinders. Captain Kane or Mbappe. Yeah, that's been covered. Hola Dylan, ¿cómo ves a Xavi Simons? Y lamentablemente yo lo tenía en la jornada 1. Para mí fue una mala opción de mi parte. Tiene talento, pero solo una asistencia contra West Ham y era de un corner. Hay mejores opciones de otros equipos. Del Tottenham creo que es uno de los mejores. Junto con Kudos, que jugó muy bien contra Wolves. Pero sí, con el mismo precio tienes Arda Güler, si empieza hoy. Calhanoglu, Adeyemi, Enzo Fernández, Yildiz. Creo que son todos mejores que Xavi Simons. Yeah, Rafinha's confirmed out. That's been covered. He's out for 3 weeks. What about De Bruyne? Yeah, sorry, I covered that. I'm not so sure about that Latino. Every Bayern lineup I've seen has Elise in there. So I'm not sure. Thank you, Keith, by the way. Once again, just refer to the pinned comment. Repeat questions may be skipped. Let's keep things, fresh. Let's not put the same stuff. Is it worth having 3 Dortmund players for their next 2 fixtures? I'd probably say 2, because they do face Man City very soon. I think 2 is the sweet spot. Nehal says, rate my team wildcard: Chevalier, Rulli, Gabriel, Akanji, Dumfries, Van Dijk, Bensabani, Elise, Adeyemi, Yildiz, Güler, Usun. Yeah, Usun's quite underrated at 5 million. He's got 5 goals and 3 assists in the Bundesliga already. Mbappe, Haaland, Kane. I like the look of that, to be fair. Looks pretty good. Just bear in mind that Mbappe and Güler, possible rotation risk today. We'll find out very soon. Apart from that, I do like your team. You've also got a different goalkeeper pairing. Quite cheap, and it does rotate fairly well. So apparently, Kefrem Thuram and Bremer are not in today's squad against Benfica. Thank you for letting me know there. I didn't see that. Weiseng says 4.5 million and below defender. Burn versus Gerard Martin versus Spence. I'd probably go for Burn long term. Now, Sasha Bowie has the highest ceiling over the next 2. But yeah, I think Dan Burn is a decent option. Hola Dylan, in wildcard sacar Yamal por Calhanoglu para poner Haaland, Kane y Mbappe. Es difícil porque también puedes ir por Garassi en vez de Erling Haaland, por ejemplo. Y si tienes suficiente dinero para tener Yamal, para mí está muy bien. Y Yamal tiene goles y asistencias en todos los partidos esta temporada, así que es muy difícil encontrar eso en el medio campo. Yo diría que sí por ahora, pero en la jornada 3 o 4 es posible que quieres comprar Yamal de nuevo. Who should I take instead of Hakimi? Denzel Dumfries, DeMarco, Gabriel. 3 of my favourite options. My favourites overall would probably be Dumfries and Gabriel, and DeMarco would be third. Is Upamecano nailed? Not nailed. There was one predicted lineup by UEFA, which doesn't have him in it. I believe he will start, but it's not something I can bank on. On the Limitless, for example, I might go a bit safer if I play that chip, which is unlikely, and go for Jonathan Tah instead. How bad would it be if my goalkeepers were Karnasec and Milinkovic-Savic? Not terrible, but I don't expect many clean sheets. But what you do get there is saves potential, good fixtures, especially for Napoli, and a lot of saves. You're going to get a lot of saves and 3-pointers. If you ever get a clean sheet, I think you can get some nice returns from the goalkeeper. But I think in UCL Fantasy, it's definitely worth having a premium like Raya or Sommer who can guarantee you several clean sheets throughout the league phase. Yeah, best 4.5 defender. Depends on the context, really. For this match day, I like Bensabani. Good clean sheet odds against Bilbao. On penalties. Decent ball recovery potential. Thank you, Lucas. I hope you're doing well too. Bensabani, a good 4.5. Yes. Yeah, as I just covered there. Sorry. Anish says, all 3 changes done. Should I stay with Enzo? 7.5 left. Yeah, let me just go back to your other super chat to just remind myself of the team. So yeah, sorry, I didn't see the super chat before. Thank you very much for the very generous messages. Yeah, it might be possible that you keep Enzo anyway, and you decide to sell Gula if he's benched anyway. So that's another thing you could do. 7.5 million. You are quite close to getting Foden, which could be a shout. I actually backed Foden to do well this weekend against Brentford, but in the Champions League, his minutes could be managed a little bit. He is obviously in a much better position now than he was last season. He's more of a first-choice player for Man City. But yeah, I'd probably keep Enzo for now, and if Arda Güler is benched, he'd definitely be the one to sell instead. ¿Cuál es mejor jugada hoy? Depende mucho de tu equipo, pero en muchos casos, el wildcard o comodín es mejor. Jan Kutu is a bit of a rotation risk. A lot of Dortmund fans keep saying that. He will start in Matchday 2, in my opinion, but in future match days, he's more prone to rotation than Anton and Bensabani, for example. Yeah, Jack, as covered in my team selection video and today, my current plan is the wildcard. I'm keeping my options open simply because we've got the Real Madrid lineup later today. Yeah, I've said this a few times already, but basically I don't want to restrict myself to something because there is the possibility that the Limitless turns out to be better based on the information we get. If we get confirmation that Thuram is benched and that Mbappe is also not starting, that could change things a little bit, for example. But yeah, the wildcard's the most likely. Vitinha should play. He's in the squad. Yeah. I'm going to whiz through these, by the way. Yeah, Foden, I just mentioned, at 8 million, decent choice, but I'd rather go for Saka at 9 and Yamal at 10. Also, Elise at 8 is the clear standout. De Bruyne has better fixtures long-term. Foden is a nice consideration. If you don't have Haaland up front, it's a decent way of covering City offensively, but he's not my favourite. I'm not sure, but I did put one source from Twitter that stated that Milinkovic-Savic is preferred by Conte because of his precise long passing in Europe. Make of that what you will. Thoughts on Gordon or Elanga? Probably Gordon. Elanga's more prone to rotation. He hasn't started many games recently, so it's definitely Gordon from the two. Voltemada is my favourite Newcastle attacker. I think their defenders and Pope in goal offer the best value. Yeah, I think Foden could be benched. I mentioned that before as well. I think he'll start against Brentford, and he's the only City player, I believe, to score at the GTEC Community Stadium. A Man City fan and friend of mine told me 7 goals in 7 games against them, including a hat-trick. Yeah, I think Foden being benched against Monaco and starting over the weekend is highly likely, actually. Van de Ven or Borro? Van de Ven is a bit safer, more ball recoveries as well. Now, Borro did score against Bodo Glimt in the Europa League semi-final in a 2-0 win, same stadium. I think Romero got an assist. He's obviously not in the squad now. Both of them are good options. I think Borro will start for what it's worth, and he's got the highest ceiling. So really close. I'd probably take the risk on Borro. If you want to go a bit safer in terms of the minutes, Van de Ven might be the one. I think they're both decent, not much in it. I'd say Borro. Greenwood is a good option. He has been fairly consistent for Marseille. They've got good fixtures. Really could be considered in goal. Not a bad shout. I'm probably not going to go there though. Mbappe or Kane captain? If Mbappe starts, I'll probably go for him. I'm not ruling out Kane though. He's a great option. There's not much in it. The goal scorer odds do favour Mbappe, as highlighted earlier. Is it a risk to have Yildiz as my best captain for day 2? That was discussed in my team selection yesterday. I don't like it too much. I like Yildiz, but not as a captaincy option necessarily. That's why I'm kind of hoping that Mbappe's benched and that he doesn't come on at all, obviously. So then I can go for Haaland, Harry Kane, and then a cheaper striker. Maybe have Yamal in the midfield and have a better captaincy option for tomorrow in Haaland as opposed to Yildiz. So I'm a bit concerned. Yeah, it is risky. Armin says Rafinha, João Neves out, Foden, Calhanoglu. Look, if Foden starts, good option against Monaco, but I have a feeling he could be benched and he'll start against Brentford over the weekend. Sí, creo que sí, Daniel, pero también depende de tu equipo, el contexto. Yo no sé quién tienes, pero en muchos casos el comodín es una buena opción. Yeah, Madrid lineup will be released in 20-30 minutes. Keep your eyes peeled and stay patient. Axel says, I'm thinking of using Limitless today, but I have Rafinha, Joan Garcia, and Romero. Should I transfer them out so I won't have to use the 2 transfers for the next match day, or do transfers roll? Just use the Limitless. People keep saying this every single season. Can I make 2 transfers, then Limitless, and then have 2 transfers next week? That's not going to work. Your transfers get cancelled out by the Limitless chip. So that's not really a solution. Hey Dylan, some suggestions please for a cheap third strike on Wildcard. Yeah, I haven't considered too many forwards, to be honest, at a cheaper price point, and it's probably worth doing so. Obviously, Luis Suarez is still decent. He's not suddenly like a must-avoid. He can be quite useful up until matchday 6 when Sporting face Bayern Munich. So he's one option to consider. But in terms of... Let's go for the other kind of cheaper strikers. I think the Frankfurt one could be decent. Obviously, you got 15 points in matchday 1. They're scoring so many goals. 6 over the weekend against Borussia Mönchengladbach. I would not invest in them defensively, though. So, yeah, that could be another one. Burkhardt. Luis Suarez is still decent as a budget forward. I still want to upgrade on him, though, quite frankly. Other than that... Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think those are the 2 standouts, actually, in terms of pure budget forwards. Yeah, thoughts on Salah. Great option on the Limitless. He's relatively fixture-proof. Fantastic performance against Atletico. But in the Prem, he is way off it. And yeah, Liverpool are still creating a lot of chances. They're going to score a lot of goals, but it seems like they'll be shared more often this season than they were in the previous campaign. Gordon or Calhanoglu? Calhanoglu. Rafinha replacement, ideally Yamal, long term, but you've still got plenty of options, even just for this match day. For example, Saka would be a great choice. Thuram will be bench, Bonnie will start. I covered many different sources. I think, so Sky Sports Italia have Thuram in it. They believe he will start. Then you have a few others, like UEFA, who believe it will be Esposito alongside Lautaro and not Bonnie. Based on the comment by Chivu, the manager, I'm not convinced that Bonnie will start. I'm not ruling it out, but I'm less convinced about that happening. But Thuram is definitely a big flag. I probably won't go for him in the end as a result. Yeah, Wildcard Limitless debate. It's a big one this week. Probably the biggest we've had in quite a while. Both of them are viable. For Matchday 2, the Limitless looks incredible. The problem is you probably need to wildcard in free in a lot of situations. People might have Rafinha. They could have other injuries like Joan Garcia, who will also miss matchday 3. And the Limitless won't really solve too much in terms of your long-term issues. So I think wildcarding now and using the Limitless between matchdays 5 and 7 could be the best play for some people. That's probably what I'm looking to do myself. My problem, like I said, with the Limitless is just using both chips in quick succession and then having nothing between matchdays 4 and 8. That could be a big worry. Lolo says, I have Alisson and Trubin, who both play today. Yeah, I did answer this question earlier, mate. I'd focus on the outfield positions first. Alisson over Trubin is the standout. I'd probably just stick with that. Unless you're in a situation where you're really happy with the rest of your squad, then you could make a goalkeeper transfer, but it's not a priority. I always tell people when building a team for matchday 1, find a goalkeeper pairing that rotates well. You might have one matchday where they play at the same time, but if they play, let's say, on 6 different occasions on different days, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, Mastantuono, 4.5 million midfielder. If he starts, I might buy him in, and that could facilitate Yamal in the midfield and premium forwards. So it all depends on if he starts. I can't really comment on Mastantuono and whether I like him too much. because if he's benched, it's irrelevant. If Gula is benched, which 6 to go for? At 6 million and below, maybe consider Osun. Let me get the name up again. I think I butchered that. Usun, sorry, Usun. I got the O and U confused. Yeah, Chan Usun. He's got 5 goals and 3 assists in 5 matches. It is Atletico Madrid this week, but that could be high scoring. So, yeah, he piqued my interest, actually, at a cheaper price point. But you've got plenty at 6.5 and 7, like Kalinoglu, Yildiz, all Turkish. Adeyemi is really appealing at 7, but at 6 and below, I'd take a punt on Usun. Rafinha and Pavlidis to Kane and someone to 6 million. I'm not sure what the last one is. Someone to 6. Oh, so I'm guessing Rafinha then goes down to a 6 million midfielder. Then, yeah, that could be Usun, for example. Caicedo for ball recoveries. A bit less appealing or maybe exciting, but he could be quite consistent. Yeah, Kane's a great option. I like that. Don't actually discount Pavlidis, by the way. I think he could do well against Chelsea. Isn't it better to wait with the wildcard to know more about injuries? You're going to get injuries every match day, though, Paredes. That's the thing. Rafinha will be back in 3 weeks' time. We know that. That was confirmed by Barcelona. Joan Garcia will be back in 4 to 6 weeks. It's a bit of a shame because those two could have been really appealing on the wildcard, especially Joan Garcia rotating with Vicario. That was something I was really looking at, but look, there's pros and cons for both strategies, whether you wildcard now or later. I'm just offering my opinion that if you limitless now, you might still need to wildcard in 3. If that's the situation you probably find yourself in, I'd rather use the wildcard first and then limitless later on. I haven't made any changes, Samuel. This team is obviously going to change. I've got Rafinha who's injured. He's not going to play for the next 3 weeks. Best limitless is covered in my limitless video, mate, but yeah, just going to go through it one more time, I guess. This is something along the lines that I'd build. Maybe Benzabani becomes Virgil van Dijk. I'm quite open with certain areas. Sommer over Courtois is another choice. Kalinoglu in the midfield. But if Mbappe starts and Vinicius, I'd probably go for something like this. Yeah, a lot depends on that lineup from Real Madrid. Saka or Yamal for match day 2? For match day 2 is Saka. Long term, different story, but Saka for match day 2. Yeah, I do like Usun for sure. In my opinion, I prefer Gnabry over Elise. There is a chance Gnabry's benched. A few lineups I've seen have Jackson starting instead. So yeah, Mbappe starts. So Diario AS have got it wrong. So yeah, Mbappe does start. Let's go through the lineup now. Hopefully it's on UEFA's website. I wouldn't be counting on it. They do take a while. Yeah, so that's not up there yet. I'll also go through Atalanta's predicted lineup. So what I'll probably do is go to Real Madrid's Twitter. So Mbappe starting is the big news, obviously. And let's see if it's Mastantuono, Gula, who's dropped. Does Vinicius start? Yeah, Vinicius does start. So let me bring this up here. So Real Madrid are going for Courtois, Asensio, Howson, Alaba, and Fran Garcia, Tchouaméni and Ceballos, Arda Güler, Mastantuono, Vinicius, and Mbappe. So yes, all the assets you're kind of interested in are starting. Vinicius, Güler, Mastantuono, Mbappe. A lot of choices to be had there. A very offensive lineup, you could say. It makes sense. Yeah. Difficult to go against Mbappe now. I was kind of hoping he was benched. And then I could go for Haaland quite easily. But yeah, I might struggle with the Wednesday captaincy option now. Unless I limitless. So I'm going to put a poll out on my channel. Or in this live chat. And see what you lot think. Okay. So I'm going to show you the 3 teams that I've kind of got planned at the moment. And I want to see your thoughts in terms of what you prefer. So we're going to go to this one. Yeah, so we'll bring back Mbappe here. Probably bring back Harry Kane as well. Wednesday options, maybe not too great. Could be Saka over Yamal, for example. That could be a choice, but yeah, we'll do this for now. Okay, so my options are pretty much as follows. So this is option A, a wild card. Raya Carnesecchi, Bensabani, Gabriel, Van de Ven, DeMarco, Dumfries, Adeyemi, Yildiz, Enzo Fernandez, Arda Güler, Elise, Haaland, Thuram, could be Guirassy, and Mbappe. I am very concerned about Thuram. I really am. That's why he could make way, to be fair. And if I do look at the alternatives, yeah, I'm a little bit short of Alvarez. 1 million off Lautaro Martinez. But I could go to Guirassy. Now, I don't want to triple up on Dortmund. I think 2 is probably the sweet spot. I'd even rather have 1 than 3, especially in fixtures like Man City. But yeah, something like this could work. And then maybe instead of Adeyemi, I've got 7.5 in the bank, of course, I could go to Çalhanoğlu. So that's option A, potentially. Option B has this. So very similar, but Dan Burn is on that defensive line. The rest is pretty much the same. But in the midfield, I've got Mastantuono, 4.5 million, and it means I can go for Yamal or Saka alongside Yildiz, Fernandez, and Elise, with Mbappe, Guirassy, and Kane up front. And in this situation, if I want to just play it for Matchday 2, I can bring in Saka and then upgrade Enzo Fernandez to Çalhanoğlu. So that's option B. But yeah, I think Yamal would be the long-term sort of solution in the midfield. And the third option is to Limitless and go for this sort of structure. Vinicius and Mbappe to cover that Madrid attack. Courtois in goal alongside Raya. A bind defender like Jonathan Tah. Gabriel, Bensabani, DeMarco, Dumfries, Yamal, Saka, Vinicius, Salah, Elise, Kane, Haaland, and of course the Frenchman up front. Yeah, makes sense. And I've got captaincy options for both Tuesday and Wednesday. So that's kind of where my head's at now. That's what I'll probably end up doing. It's going to be one of these 3 choices. There could obviously be a few changes between those. Everything is always open for debate. Like, for example, Borro or Van de Ven. That is still a 50-50 call. So let's see. Let's put team 1. And let's kind of sum each one by details. Yeah, Bensabani is on pens, as covered before. So this will be still 0.5 in the back, by the way, which I could use in some shape or form. You don't have to use it, of course, but yeah, something to think about. Could be quite useful for future transfers. So this will have Guirassy. Yeah, let's put wildcard. And then we'll put Limitless. Okay, so let's put that maybe. Saka. Just about enough. Yeah, I do like Lautaro, but even he isn't completely immune to rotation. So it could be Thuram rested this week, and then it's Lautaro Matchday 3 or 4. And some of the reports did say one of Thuram or Lautaro could be benched. That's what they said in the last couple of days, but it's more likely it'll be Thuram for Matchday 2. I do like Lautaro, but on a Limitless, for example, I'm not going to pick him over Harry Kane, Mbappe, or Haaland. No chance. The only way I was going to do that is if Mbappe was benched tonight, and that's not the case. So let me put this poll out. So let me just go through it one more time. This is Team 1. It's a wildcard squad. I've got 0.5 in the bank. This is Team 2. I can bring in one of Saka or Yamal in the midfield. If it's Yamal, then I can go for Enzo Fernandez instead of Çalhanoğlu. Otherwise, it's Saka and the Turkish international. And the final option, which is Team 3, is a limitless squad. Something along the lines of this. And all of it is subject to change. But I have to say, every single avenue is appealing. The wildcard is the most likely. Let's see what you lot prefer. Drop a like on this stream. We've got over 1,000 watching, and yeah, the likes need to start ramping up, that's for sure. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, and all that good stuff. Keep your eyes peeled for more FPL content over the coming days. The transfer tips for Game Week 7, best wildcard squad, and my team selection. And on Friday, I'll be going live, gifting 10 memberships just before the international break. And the plan is to do a reaction stream on Saturday for Game Week 7 and 8. And then afterwards, there'll be a bit of a break from content and all of that jazz. Yeah, I think YouTube is saying I've got a few issues, so yeah, hopefully things are fine. Let me know if you are experiencing any problems. But yeah, Team 1 with a wild card is winning. Oh no, now Limitless that's a very close one then. But Yeah, most people are voting for a wildcard to be used. Quite close, though. Yeah, I did go through the Real Madrid lineup. What I'll probably end up doing, though, is showing you the Atalanta one, because I didn't do that. So let's bring that up. I also showed you the Guirassy update. He is available. So Atalanta going for Karnaseci in goal, Kusunu, Jimitsi, and Ahanor, Belanova, Darun, Edison. Yeah, Pasalic, Kristovic, and Lookman. Okay, so Lookman starts. He wasn't in the UEFA predicted lineup. That could be a nice differential. Lookman was really good last season. Had his problems, of course, towards the end of the last season with the previous manager, and had a few issues, I think, this season with the new one. But yeah, he's now back in the good books, and he's in the starting 11. Yeah, Bernasconi, is it? Yeah, on the left wing back spot. Club Brugge, of course, a few decent options in there like Vanaken, but yeah, I'm probably not going to suggest going for them. I think Ordóñez is a decent shout, though, in that defensive line. Yeah, I do like him, but we saw this fixture last season, by the way, if I remember correctly. But this lineup was covered. The same goes for Real Madrid, of course. One more time for those that are unaware. Courtois, Fran Garcia, Alaba, Howson, Raul Asensio, Vinicius, Tchouaméni, Ceballos, Mastantuono, Mbappe, and Arda Güler. Let's now go back to my team. I haven't made any transfers just yet. Fran Garcia, Howson on Limitless. There's not really much in it. Garcia has more attacking threat, but that's mainly through assists. Howson will get more ball recoveries, so it's basically a flip of a coin. On a Limitless, I'd maybe go for Fran Garcia. The minutes are a bit less secure, though. That could work in your favour if, for example, he subbed off after 60 minutes and Madrid then go and concede at the end. But conversely, it could then happen before 60 and you get a one-pointer. I would risk it with Garcia, but yeah, there's not really much in it. Thank you, Ahmad, for being a member for a month. I think Haaland, Mbappe, Kane is a must this week. Yeah, I mean, the thing I was considering on the wildcard as well is going for all three of them, and then in match day 3 or 4, maybe selling Mbappe to a cheaper striker and using those funds to then buy Yamal in the midfield. The problem with that, though, is that you're booking in transfers, you've got an international break, and then you've got other fires to potentially put out. So, yeah, it really depends on the strategy. On the Limitless, I agree. It's definitely the kind of no-brainer pick. One for the target. Cheers, Dylan, for the content. Thank you, Nahal, for the kind words and your contributions to the channel. I saw your messages earlier, so thank you very much, and all the best for match day 2. Need a striker under 6 million? Yeah, I was asked this earlier, so I mentioned 2 people. Burkhardt from Frankfurt, and also Luis Suarez, who is someone I want to get rid of, but if you're looking for a cheap forward, he's got good fixtures until match day 6 when Sporting face Bayern Munich, so I think both of them are decent. And I think Atletico Madrid Frankfurt will be high scoring. I might change my prediction from 2-1 to like 3-2. A lot of goals over the weekend for both sides. It might be cagier this time around, of course. You can't predict football sometimes, but yeah, I think that could be a high scoring affair. And Frankfurt concede so many chances, but conversely, they create a lot. I would like to twist the Parky, but they have a lot of injury problems as covered earlier. Spinazzola is still doubtful. Yeah, all the names were talked about. I'll probably go through the graphics one more time. Yeah, Milenkovic-Savic or Spinazzola. Probably Milenkovic-Savic. It's likely I'll use Wildcard Henry, but I'm keeping my options open. Mbappe starts, you know, kind of what you would have expected, but a few reports said that he would be benched. Obviously, that's not the case now. Yeah, I'll decide very soon. And yeah, I want to lock in my team as early as possible. Yeah, so, okay. These are the teams. So in the poll, make sure to cast your vote. This is team 1. And like I said before, I've got 0.5 in the bank. So I could make an upgrade there. So Guirassy, Haaland, Mbappe. The thing is, though, you would want Harry Kane. So let's put Harry Kane in there again. No Haaland, which means not a great Wednesday captaincy option. There, I'd probably go for Guirassy as the Wednesday choice, which is fine, but it pales in comparison to Haaland. So that looks good. Then the second team, same front three, but there are some changes in the midfield. So Mastantuono is there instead of Arda Güler. Then one of Saka or Yamal can also bolster that position. If it's Saka, I can go for Calhanoglu. Otherwise, I can have, let's say, Enzo Fernandez with Lamine Yamal. So let's build that again. Let's bring in Yamal. And then, yeah, Enzo Fernandez. Yeah, so as you can see, there's a few things still up in the air, but this is a different structure. Mastantuono, 4-point family midfielder. It enables Saka or Yamal. I've got Dan Burn in that defensive line too, over DeMarco essentially. The rest is virtually the same. So it's very similar wildcard teams. And then the Limitless. This is option 3. You've got the big 3 up front. Haaland, Kane, and Mbappe. Vinicius will probably be in that squad since he's starting today. Yeah, Yamal, Saka, Lise, Salah. Looks good. You've also got Kalnoglu to think about. You've got a lot of choices in the midfield, to be fair, and the forward line. But yeah, I think the front 3 picks itself, really. Defensively, I'd go for a Bayern Munich defender. Courtois in goal, possibly. Jan Sommer might have a better chance of a clean sheet for me, but the clean sheet odds do back Real Madrid this week. Gabriel and Raya to cover Arsenal defensively. DeMarco and Dumfries for Inter. And maybe Benzabani, who's on penalties facing Bilbao. This could also be Virgil van Dijk, for example, or a different defender. But yeah, 17.5 million over budget. Looks good. If I was more confident in my team overall, I think I'd be very keen on using the Limitless now and then saving the wildcard for later. But I think in my situation with, if you look at my squad, so if we go back to this, Rafinha is out for the next 3 weeks. He could still be a sell by match day 3. Trubin and Pashalakis are both sells, and I don't want to make a transfer with goalkeepers. Yeah, Gabriel's fine. You could say Xavi Simons is okay. And yeah, 1 Sporting attacker is reasonable, but having 2 is probably a bit overkill. Barcola, a bit hit and miss. Elise is a good option. Mbappe and Haaland, solid choices. I like Grimaldo for match day 2. Not long term though. And Hakimi is fixture proof. I don't really mind him too much, but you could argue there are better options, especially for match day 2. So as you can see, there are like 5 good choices for match day 2. The rest are a bit shaky. And that's why my strategy of wildcarding in 2 and limitlessing in 5 ensures that you've got a solid squad for every single match day, theoretically. Now, injuries, suspensions, and stuff like that could obviously, put a dent to your transfer plans, and it can make things more complicated. But yeah, that's why I was always so bullish on using a chip in match day 2, with the wildcard being more likely. And yeah, a lot of these options long term don't really cut it. So the wildcard team 1 is winning. The second option with Yamal, Saka is, with 20% of the vote. And Limitless, 36%. So quite close overall, but most of you are leaning towards the wildcard over Limitless this week. I'll probably put a poll out for that sort of question. Are you wildcarding, using the Limitless, or free transfers? Of course, some people might even be taking a hit or 2 in the process. Thank you, by the way, to the other super chatters. That includes Son of Thors. Want to swap Spinazzola to DeMarco for Inter double defense, but I'll have to swap Upamecano to Bowie or Haaland to Lautaro for funds. Well, Upamecano is a slight rotation risk anyway. Sacha Bowie is in every single lineup I've seen. So whilst it's not the safest pick long term, I would rather go from Upamecano to Bowie and keep Haaland, because it also gives you a great Wednesday Captaincy option. That would be perfect, I think, Son of Thors. So to buy DeMarco, I would sell Upamecano to Sacha Bowie in this instance. And don't even forget the likes of Dan Burn at 4.5 million. Decent option. Some people are mentioning Jed Spence. Not a big fan of him, but if he can start most games in the Champions League, he offers decent value. So yeah, I think that's the way to go for you. Okay, so let's go for some more messages and comments for a little bit, and then very soon I'm going to show you some different graphics again, team news, injury updates one last time, so you've got the full picture. I have done this before, so feel free to rewind, then go back to the live section so you can catch up. Is wildcard necessary? For some people, yes. Now, if you have 5s to put out only for this match day and you look good for match day 3, then use the Limitless. I think that's the perfect time to use it. But a lot of people are in a situation where they have long-term injuries and a lot of different problems. So limitlessing now will only solve it temporarily, but you're still going to have these problems in match day 3. So you might come to the next deadline and think, I need to use the wildcard. And then you've got no chips between match days 4 and 8, which is not where you want to be. With my wildcard strategy, you can wildcard now and limitless around match day 5 to 7, which I think is a more reasonable play. And you also have great fixtures on paper in virtually every single match day with that strategy. So I do prefer the wild card, but it's not going to be necessary for everybody. No. Some people might not need anything. They can just use free transfers and they're fine. Yeah, Pavlidis is underrated. He could do well against Chelsea, but I'm not going to pick him. Thank you, by the way, to Adumu for becoming a captain. A massive shout out to you. You always get priority player comments, early access to my videos and my teams. Right now, I haven't changed anything. So if you go to my posts on the community tab, you can see all the squads that I kind of talked about. And of course, you always get this hours in advance before, you know, any single person would in the deadline stream, any subscriber and stuff like that. But yeah, right now, I think Team 1 is the most likely for me. I haven't committed just yet, but I'm keeping my options open still. Mr. Makey puts his wildcard squad. Raya, Carnesecchi, Byrne, Akanji, Van der Ven, Hausen, Benzabani, Yamal, Elise, Adiemi, Mastantuono, Yildiz, Mbappe, Kane, Gyökeres. I like that a lot. Yeah, you've got Yamal. You're covering Arsenal offensively with Gyökeres, who is third in the goal scorer odds, whilst having Mbappe and Kane. My only concern is the Wednesday captain. Maybe you just go for Yamal, but against PSG, that's not the easiest, right? So one thing you could consider is Yamal to Saka, short term, and then Gyökeres to Lautaro Martinez. So then you've got Saka as a captaincy option tomorrow, and to be fair, you could just go for Gyökeres anyway, but that's just an alternative duo for your situation. Yeah, it looks good. I think you could probably get away with that. It's a good wildcard squad. Akanji is fine. He can get plenty of ball recoveries. I'm just a bit concerned about Dean Howson. You've got a triple up in Real Madrid, and after this week, they've got Juventus, Liverpool, and Man City over the next 4. So that is my main concern there. Apart from that, really good wildcard squad, but maybe sell Howson to a different defender. It's possible, Thiago. That is one of my avenues, which you could see in the teams, of course, that are being voted on in the poll. Today is Vinicius' day. Well, if I buy him in, then yeah, I hope so. Otherwise, I hope he doesn't, but it's a great fixture for him. I think Madrid will win comprehensively. I prefer Mbappe over Kane captain, but not by much. I think both of them will haul massively. I'm considering Elise as captain. I don't mind that as well. In terms of today's captaincy options, he'd be 3rd or 4th. It's just a shame you have the likes of Mbappe and Kane, of course, but yeah, it's natural. Yeah, Madrid's lineup is out. Mastantuono, Gula, Vinicius, and Mbappe all start. Who to replace Hakimi and Gonzalez with? Dumfries and, I don't know your budget, but maybe Calhanoglu. Otherwise, you've got Yildiz. I like that pick a lot, actually. Okay, let's see if what the other members are saying. I would mostly wildcard if you have Benfica and Sporting assets with fixture changes. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good point. Yeah, Christian Delgadillo, I just saw your message. This might be a risk, but maybe go with Mbappe, Kane, Haaland up top, but drop Elise for Saka or Yamal. It might pay off and it's easier to bring back Elise. Yes, I would have to restructure my team though. So Mastantuono would have to be, you know, a priority then because he's so cheap. Maybe Usun at 5 million as well. But yeah, that is another strategy I'm considering. Let's bring up the transfers and stuff like that. And then afterwards, I'm going to show you the graphics again one last time. Okay, so let's get rid of these players. Even Dean Howson, yeah. Probably a clean sheet today, but long term, I think there are better options. Xavi Simons, yeah, get out. Get rid of these players too. Okay, so building a wildcard team with Kane, Mbappe, and Haaland. That's what I'm going to attempt to do now. And if I like it enough, I might just pull the trigger as we speak. So yeah, Carnesecchi, Raya, looks good. Gabriel for now. Denzel Dumfries if possible. Van der Ven, Benzabani and Byrne. Probably struggle for funds though. And then Calhanoglu in the midfield. Yildiz. And then we've got 11.5 million for 2 options. So one of them would be Mastantuono. And the other one is a 7 million choice. Yeah, so this is my problem though. So I've already got Mastantuono, who would be benchable. Well, I mean, you always use your 50-man squad anyway, but he would basically just be like the 14th or 15th man in future match days. if I had another midfielder at a similar price point, as good as Uzun is and stuff like that, I would rather have a more balanced structure. So I do like Mbappe, Haaland and Kane, but in order to get Saka for Elise, I would need a really cheap midfielder. So I'd probably stick with Elise, who has a better fixture than Saka anyway, in my opinion. And also, Bayern are just ruthless offensively. So that's a good strategy, Christian, and that could definitely work for you. Let me know what you've kind of gone for, but yeah, I think if I were to go for Kane, Haaland, Mbappe on a wild card, I wouldn't drop Elise for Yamal or Saka, which is a bit of a problem actually, because I want Yamal in the long term. So yeah, 7 million. I would probably look at another 6.5 option or 7. Enzo Fernandez could be 1. To be fair, I'd probably go for Adeyemi actually. Yeah, let's go for Adeyemi. Yeah. That looks pretty good as well. That makes things even more complicated, you could say. But it gives me a great Wednesday captaincy option. Then I could sell Haaland if I have no other fires to put out in Matchday 3, go to a cheaper striker, and then upgrade one of these midfielders to Saka or Yamal. And Yamal would be the preference in Matchday 3. So, yeah, looks pretty good. I have to say, I'm liking this wildcard quite a lot, but let me know your thoughts in the live chat. So this would essentially be option 4, you could say. Jesus. Wow. Yeah, that is the Yamal Mastantuono option. And this is no Mastantuono and more of a balanced team in general. You've got Arda Güler in there as well. 0.5 in the bank. I'm just wondering how to use this. If I can make an upgrade. Maybe... Yeah, it would be Enzo Fernandez to Adeyemi possibly, but I don't want to triple up on Dortmund. And then Thuram, too much noise about him being benched. I'd rather avoid that if possible. So, yeah. I'm going to end this poll now, and very shortly I'm going to put a new one, because I think this squad is also looking very appealing. It's a good idea by Christian, but just not completely on board with the Yamal or Elise. Oh, sorry, Yamal or Saka over Elise. Just doesn't work for me personally. Thank you, Wale. As he says, subscribe to the channel, like the stream. It goes a long way to boosting us up in the algorithm. And I've been making content for UCL Fantasy for 5 years. I've answered thousands of questions in every single deadline stream, and I'll be going through even more very shortly. Why not De Vrij versus DeMarco? De Vrij is not expected to start. No. All the lineups I've seen for Inter Milan don't have De Vrij, so I wouldn't go for him. If you have a feeling he's going to start, then back your gut, but I don't feel it. So, yeah, DeMarco should start alongside Dumfries. The only concerns with rotation really are Lautaro Martinez to a certain extent. He should still get the nod, though. Thuram is the most likely to drop out of that 11, and that's why I'm not too keen on him on the wildcard now. Thank you to Stepaki. I'm wondering what that is about, because you are a Brighton fan, aren't you? Hola Dylan, ¿qué opinas de vender a Arda Güler por Enzo Fernández? Me preocupa que en los siguientes partidos Arda no sea titular. Es una posibilidad con Bellingham ahí y también tienes Mastantuono. Para mí Arda Güler va a jugar la mayoría de los partidos, pero también tienes a Juventus, Liverpool y Man City, que son partidos difíciles, así que si a largo plazo no me gusta mucho Arda Güler, estoy de acuerdo con eso, pero contra Atlético Madrid esta semana hizo gol y asistencia. Es un buen jugador con mucho potencial y por 6 millones para mí es una buena opción, pero entiendo tu punto de vista y si quieres venderlo, Enzo Fernández está bien, Yildiz de Juventus, Adeyemi que cuesta 7 millones y Calhanoglu también. How this is not in good form. Yeah, as Kevin said, he scored 2 goals in the last game over the weekend, and he was a slow starter this season. But after the international break in September, he scored for Greece and then started getting the goals for Benfica as well. Yeah, Ryan says option 4, of course. Yeah, fair enough. I'll show that very soon. Don't you worry. So, one last time. I just hit my microphone. Let's go to the league. The code is SEINOF. You'll see it throughout all of my graphics and my UCL Fantasy videos. And in the description, you can click the auto-join link or copy this code to the UEFA Gaming Hub app or the website, and you can join my UCL Fantasy Mini League. We've got over 4,000 members, one of the most popular in the world. With Predict 6, I'll probably just refer to this after the deadline, especially if we hit our Super Chat goal. I think Atletico Frankfurt could be even higher scoring. Atleti won 5-2 in the Madrid derby on Saturday, and Frankfurt was 6-0 up and conceded 4 goals in the last 20 minutes. Bodo Glimt 0, Tottenham 2, Barca 2, PSG 2, both teams missing some key players there. Arsenal 3, Olympiacos 0, hopefully. Napoli 2, Sporting 1, and Borussia Dortmund 3, Athletic Bilbao 1. So I did go for the predicted lineups earlier, so I'm going to drop the link again in the live chat for those that might find it useful. And we did go through the lineups as well for the early kickoffs. For Real Madrid, the big news is that Mbappe does start, despite some reports indicating he could be benched. Vinicius also gets the nod alongside Arda Güler and Mastantuono, but Bellingham is on the bench. With Atalanta, they're the main team to focus on from the other team, or the other game, but Club Brugge are a decent side and they can cause problems. In fact, they beat Atalanta last season. The Karnaseci in goal is a good choice, in my opinion. Lookman does get the nod. That is the big news, I think, from Club Brugge's side. And I think that's pretty much it. There's no need to go through those lineups again. And I'm going to let this play out. It shows you how I did in Matchday 1. I'm not going to talk about that since it was done so earlier and also in my team selection podcast. But you can see a few kind of alternative moves to what I discussed in my team selection. I updated those graphics because Christian Romero, for example, is out of the Tottenham squad. It might be an injury, so I am not going to go for him, that's for sure. And with the squad you're going to see in a couple of seconds, it would have 1 million in the bank. But I think what ultimately end up doing is one of those teams I showed you earlier in that poll. And that squad with Haaland, Mbappe and Kane looks really enticing. Then a switch to Yamal in the midfield could certainly be viable in Matchday 3 or 4. But I think the wild card will solve a lot of problems this week, and as long as you don't get too much, in terms of bad luck, injuries and suspensions for future match days, you should be in a good position. So yeah, let me know your thoughts in the live chat. What do you prefer? Top limitless mids? Pretty much what I discussed in my limitless video and towards the end of the team selection podcast. Salah, Vinicius Jr. I think Yamal is worth a consideration. Saka and Elise. That's my favourite 5. Just behind those are Çalhanoğlu. Adeyemi's decent. Yildiz is a decent shout as well, but probably a bit lower down in the pecking order. Yeah. Even someone like Arda Güler could be good on the limitless, but I would favour Vinicius Jr. here. Andres says, Mastantuono or Vinicius? Yeah, mate, For the limitless is Vinicius, there's no doubt about it, but on the wild card, the good thing about having the Brazilian is you can easily switch him to Saka or Yamal in Matchday 3. But by having Mastantuono, you can get Haaland, Kane and Mbappe. If that's the case, I would go for Mastantuono. Yeah, I like Salah a lot. Not in great form overall, but a fantastic performance against Atletico Madrid in Matchday 1. He typically is strong in the Champions League group stages. No, I wouldn't say they're sells, but there is a possibility that Calafiori and Timber are benched for Lewis Skelly and Ben White. Arsenal squad depth is ridiculous. I think Gabriel and Saliba are the safest overall. Thoughts on Adeyemi double up with Guirassy? I'd probably stick to one. As much as I like both of them, I'm not sure if I'd have both Guirassy and Adeyemi. Well, what you can see now is a few alterations to the wildcard squad I discussed yesterday in my team selection. I haven't locked anything in yet, so I can't show you something that doesn't exist yet, just to be quite frank. I've been trying to be as transparent as possible with patrons and members from the beginning. I had a lot of different ideas because it all depended on if Mbappe started, if Thuram is going to be benched or not. It does seem now that Thuram will be rested, and of course Mbappe is in that lineup, so that does change things a little bit as well. Kane or Mbappe captain? Mbappe. I don't think Thuram will start. Not a big fan of Bergvall, but the fixtures are there. If you feel it, then back your gut. But Bergvall has only got 1 goal for Tottenham in the Premier League. His goal scoring rate isn't that good, to be honest. Kane or Mbappe, yeah, covered. Do you think Luis Diaz could be a good pick for today? For sure. Yeah, I think Diaz is a great pick. For those that want to go a bit differential, go for Luis Diaz. I saw some Bayern fans ask for him to be benched to get a rest, basically. But yeah, I think he'll start. Thank you, Paredes, for gifting 5 more memberships. Massively appreciate as always, mate. You're a legend of the channel. I'll be gifting 10 myself on Friday for the FPL deadline stream. So Omar, Poppy, Ennis, Zodiac, and Raunuk, enjoy the memberships. You get early access to my videos, prior to reply to comments, and you can use that perk right now in this deadline stream to be asked or answered before anybody else. Which two to buy between Vinicius, Gula, Calhanoglu, Elise? If it's a wildcard Cylindra, then it would be Elise and Calhanoglu. Yeah, Danger, I was asked this a few times earlier and I did answer it. Basically, Mbappe has higher goal scorer odds. Cara and Mati are a weaker team compared to Paphos on paper, based on the UEFA rankings and also a lot of different stats. I think both of them are great options. They're in fantastic form. You'd argue Kane as even better. I'm not ruling out captaining Kane. I'm just going to say that right now, especially because he's a more differential kind of captaincy pick with everyone going Mbappe. But yeah, I just think Madrid will win quite comprehensively today. Maybe the long travel distances will be a disadvantage, but yeah, I'm quite keen on him. Xavi Simons could get benched. It's a possibility. Yeah, he did start against Wolves over the weekend, so not a big fan of him. I made a mistake picking him in the first place. He should start most games for Tottenham, of course, in the Champions League, but rotation is always a possibility. Yeah, Calhanoglu on penalties, great fixtures until match day 5. I like him. There's not really much more to say about him. Consistent UCL fantasy performer. He can also get ball recoveries. Acerbi's okay. I just rather go for DeMarco and Dumfries. If you need that cheaper defender, then I understand. Acerbi could be okay. He should start most games for Inter, but you could get the odd game or two where he is benched. Yeah, that is a possibility in my opinion. Janice says, what defender do you recommend for 5.5? Maybe DeMarco. Yeah. You've also got Van der Ven or Borro if you want the Spurs options long term. So that looks pretty good. Welcome, Donoric96. Good to see you. Yeah, Manu. So for anybody watching, if you have a lot of problems for match day 2 and you feel that you're in a great position for match day 3 with the same team, then Limitless. If you feel that your issues are more long-term, like Rafinha out for 3 weeks, Joan Garcia for the next 4 to 6, in that sort of scenario, and a lot of people have this, I would wildcard. And then you can use the Limitless later in the season, around match day 5 to 7. My problem with the Limitless is that you'd probably still need to wildcard in 3, and then you've got both chips out of the way, and that's it. For the rest of the competition, you've got no more chips. I have been very, vocal in terms of recommending those boosters in the league phase, which I typically do. The wildcard last season was an exception, but usually I use the wildcard and Limitless in the group stages. And I think if you space them out in the right way, you can have a great team on paper for every single match day. So the wildcard in 2 and Limitless in 5 looks very appealing. FPL TechPo's wildcard team. I wouldn't go for Francisco Trincao personally, but having a sporting attacker isn't a bad idea. I'd just certainly trim it down for those that tripled up overall. But yeah, maybe Trincao to Enzo Fernandez or Yildiz. I think those two would be slightly better. Also Adeyemi. I mean, to be fair, you got him anyway. That's fine. Mbappe, Kane, Haaland, no complaints. Just be wary that in a couple of match days' time, maybe for the next deadline, you might actually want Yamal or Saka. And that would require downgrading a premium forward. But for match day 2, it looks good. I would reconsider Francisco Trincao, though. He got that massive return against Cara Almaty. I just don't think he's a great long-term option, though. I'm going to stand by that. Upamecano or Guerrero? I think Upamecano starts. There are some doubts about that. I haven't seen Guerrero in any predicted lineup, so it has to be Upamecano here. Arda, Vinicius, Kane, or Mbappe captain? Yeah, from those, it would be Mbappe for me. But Kane is a very close second. If you want to go a bit different, you can't go wrong with Kane. He's going to score for sure. So I've been on the screen for a while now, so I did show this, right? Yeah, so let's go to the odds. This will also help some people with their captaincy dilemmas and also defensive dilemmas too. Who to pick in your goalkeeper position and defensive line. So Madrid, Bayern, Arsenal and Inter are in the top 4. Chelsea and Atletico Madrid are also right up there. Cara Almaty are obviously in last place. So we've also got other teams to consider defensively, like Borussia Dortmund, Marseille, Napoli, Man City, Atalanta, Liverpool and Newcastle, and the rest is also quite close together. The teams to target, so invest in attackers playing these teams, include Cara Almaty, Paphos, Olympiacos and Slavia Prague. So that means any Real Madrid, Arsenal, Bayern Munich or Inter Milan player looks very appealing, especially in the midfield and forward line. With the goal scorer odds, Mbappe has a 75% probability, probably the highest I've ever seen in UCL Fantasy. Kane is second, Gyökeres is third, Lautaro Martinez and Haaland are also right up there, with Guirassy, Alvarez, Schick, Salah, Diaz, Joao Pedro, Scamacca and Jackson. You can ignore Soloff. He is not with the Atletico squad due to injury. And with my top 10 captains, it's a very close one. I might even flip a coin and go to Kane, but he is currently second in my rankings. It's just a shame he plays on the same day as Mbappe. Otherwise, we would have nothing to really talk about. But yeah, Erling Haaland for me is the ultimate Wednesday captain. And for today, Mbappe or Kane, take your pick there. And I think you can't go wrong, hopefully. Elise, Vinicius, Salah, Saka, Dumfries, Gyökeres, and Lautaro Martinez are in my top 10. And I'm going to play through these graphics as well quite quickly. You see the Matchday 1 results. Also the league phase table at the moment. The top 8 will qualify directly to the knockout stages. And the UCL Fantasy Team of the Week. I had none of those players, unfortunately. Rulli with 13 saves against Real Madrid, and Carnesecchi made 9. He also made a penalty save in that 4-0 loss. Yuri Bass from Ajax made 13 ball recoveries, so he could be one to watch from that perspective. And Doku could be one to add to the watch list. He always has a lot of potential. And Kylian Mbappe is an elite goal scorer, the most shots of any player in Matchday 1, most shots on target, and he scored a brace from the penalty spot. You can ignore this, of course, because we know the Madrid lineup now. Vinicius, Mastantuono, Arda Güler, and Mbappe all start. Of course, there were rumours he would be benched. That isn't going to be a concern now. But Marcus Thuram could be dropped for one of Esposito or Boni. I have to say, I think it'll be Esposito and Lautaro Martinez personally. We'll see how it ends up later tonight. This is what Sky Sports Italia have gone for with their predicted Inter Milan 11. Sommer, Akanji, Acerbi, Bastoni, Dumfries, Barella, Kalinoglu, Sucic, DeMarco, Lautaro Martinez, Thuram. And yeah, that's pretty much it. They think Thuram will start, but they do mention the possibility of Boni starting over him. And this is a Bayern Munich predicted lineup with Neuer, Lima, Tar, Upamecano, and Bowie. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, I haven't seen any lineup with Guerrero in there. Pavlovic and Kimmich in the midfield, Diaz, Elise, Gnabry, and Kane. But that's what Kicker have said, and TZ München think that Jackson will start over Serge Gnabry. With Liverpool, they will likely go for Alisson, Robertson, Kanate, Van Dijk, Bradley, McAllister, Gravenberch, Wirtz, Salah, Szoboszlai, and Ekitike. And for Borussia Dortmund, kind of what you would expect. Kobel, Bensabani, Schlotterbeck, and Anton, with Svensson and Ryerson as the wingbacks, Nemetcha and Sabitzer central midfield, Bayer, Adiemi, and Garassi up front. So I did refer to this when talking to Twisted Parky, I believe. Napoli have a lot of injury concerns, including Buongiorno and Brahmi. Di Lorenzo is suspended. Spinazzola and Oliveira are doubtful. And you've got even more who weren't included in the squad. So they are down to the bare bones in that position. Juan Jesus should start. The same goes for Milinkovic-Savic, a 4 million goalkeeper. And apparently, Conte prefers him in Europe because of his precise long passes. We'll see. With PSG, Marquinhos is out. The same goes for Kvaratskhelia, but Vitinha is in the squad. That is a massive boost for the Parisians, who are also without Desiree Doué and Ousmane Dembele. With Barcelona, Joan Garcia is going to miss the next 4 to 6 weeks worth of action, and Rafinha will miss the next 3 weeks, as covered in my team selection podcast. Lamine Yamal is available, and he should start against the Parisians tomorrow in arguably the best clash of the Champions League so far this season. 2 heavyweights going at it in the league phase. So that is all covered. Let me now put a poll out, because I am going to start making transfers and activating the Wildcard or Limitless. And yes, the wildcard is more likely, as I said from the very beginning. Thank you to all the super chatters, patrons, and members. And yeah, we've got a few more in the building. Thank you to Donoric96. If you've got a message, then let me know, mate, and I'll prioritize that for sure. Once again, a massive shout out to Paredes and also to Adamu for becoming a captain. All of you are massively appreciated, and you will gain a lot of perks and also different tidbits from being a member or patron. So thank you very much. We are also very close to reaching our super chat goal. Yeah, Ennis, Paredes is the one to thank there. He has been doing a lot of legendary work on the channel. Christian Delgadillo puts his wildcard team, Vicario, Raya. Okay, so look, that's a very solid team overall, but I have to stop there with the goalkeepers. Don't go for Vicario and Raya. They play on the same day on multiple occasions. So ideally with goalkeepers, you want to have one on the Tuesday and one on the Wednesday. So I'd avoid that. Kuto, 4 million from defender. Yeah. I'd rather go for Anton personally. Couto is more exciting, and if you back him to start most games, then go for it. But I just think there's more of a concern of his minutes and starts moving forwards. But yeah, 4 million defender from Dortmund, you can't complain. Ben Sebaini at 4.5 is on penalties, of course. Van der Ven, Calafuri, Dumfries, DeMarco, Gula, Yildiz, Elise, Bergval, Saka, or Yamal. Yeah, for this week it's Saka, but long-term Yamal probably saves you a transfer. Yeah, both of them also give you a nice captaincy option on the Wednesday. And you've gone for Mbappe, Kane, and Garassi, which also looks very good. But my biggest gripes of your team would be Bergval, personally. And for those that want to go for Bergval, back your gut. I'm just saying, from my perspective, I wouldn't go for him. Vicario and Raya, choose a different goalkeeper pairing, like Vicario and the Barca goalkeeper. Unfortunately, Joan Garcia is injured. Raya and Carnesecchi could also work very well. Only in Matchday 5 do they clash, but you can limitless in Matchday 5. Otherwise, Raya and Sanchez could be quite good as well, but it's a lot of money in that position. Yeah, I think Quenda will start in Matchday 2, but Katomo is available now, so there is a possibility that Quenda drops to the bench at some stage. Yes, FPL Couch, I just covered that. Mbappe is starting. Limitless active for me. All the best there. I think it's a good time to use it for a lot of people, but yeah, it just depends on your situation. I think if you have long-term issues, the Limitless is only going to, paper over the cracks, let's say, and you need a long-term fix with the wildcard. I can always remove Vicario for Carnesecchi and upgrade Couto for Ben Sebaini. Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing to do, mate. And I'd also consider selling Bergval, maybe to Usun from Frankfurt. Maybe you've got, I don't know how much money you've got in the bank, but probably not enough to buy Enzo Fernandez, for example, or the other 6.57 million midfielders. But yeah, I'd sell Bergval as well if possible. Wildcard team says Doneric, Carnesecchi, Bowie, Ben Sebaini, Gabriel, Dumfries, Calafuri, Elise, Adiemi, Gula, Kane, Captain, Mbappe, Haaland, Savic, Yildiz, Burn. What do you think? I like that a lot, and I have considered a similar structure. I like Sacha Bowie for the next 2 match days, but yeah, longer term, maybe a few concerns there with the fixtures. Calafuri could also be benched. I think with Arsenal, look, any defender could be benched at any time. Saliba was at the weekend. He is still nursing an ankle injury, but yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised to see Lewis Skelly and or White start against Olympiacos and then have the 2 main fullbacks, so to speak, ready for West Ham on Saturday. So they have to change some things there, Arsenal. They're not going to play the same 11 that played against Newcastle. But yeah, really good squad overall. I like your team, especially the front 3. You can't go wrong with that. All the best there. Yeah, Melissa, I'm literally going to do it now. So love your channel and content. Been watching for 4 years now. That's a long time. Will you show us your decision? Yes, I will. Obviously, members and patrons always get priority. So even hours in advance or days in advance, they can see any confirmed transfers I make or also what I'm kind of leaning towards. And I said from the beginning, in Matchday 2, it's kind of different because I wanted to see the lineup for Real Madrid and also any other tidbits from other press conferences. And it looks like Thuram will be benched. It's not set in stone or gospel, but it's enough of a risk for me to be put off that. And yeah, now I'm going to make a decision. So let's put a poll out here. This is Team 1 with Mbappe, Haaland and Kane, the best front 3 you can build. The midfield will be Kalinoglu, Yildiz, Elise, Mastantuono, who starts, of course, against Kara Almaty, and Adiemi. Dumfries, Gabriel, Van der Ven, Ben Sebaini, and Burn, with Raya and Carnesecchi as the goalkeepers. So that's Team 1, and it's a wild card. The same goes for Team 2, with Kane, Garassi this time, and Mbappe, so no Erling Haaland. Kalinoglu, Yildiz, Enzo Fernandez, Arda Güler, and Elise. Ben Sebaini, Gabriel, Van der Ven, DeMarco, Dumfries with Wright and Carnesecchi, so quite similar, but obviously the big difference there is Garassi versus Haaland. This is option 3, same front 3, but Mastantuono is in here to facilitate Yamal or Saka in the midfield, and if it's Saka, I'd go for Kalinoglu. Otherwise, Enzo Fernandez would be the pick, with Yildiz and Elise, the same defensive line essentially, and the last option is to Limitless, but yeah, I think in my situation, the wildcard is the best play. So I'm going to put a poll out now. Drop a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm going to answer more questions once I can lock in my team. But yeah, I want to focus on this first because otherwise I'll probably do a last minute change and I don't want to leave things to chance. Yeah, just Parky, you're in Saudi. Well, enjoy yourself, mate. I thought you became a Newcastle fan or something for a second. Team 1, 100% feels like a Limitless. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback. As soon as I started building it, and I have to give credit to Christian Delgadillo for, talking about the ideas, I like the look of it a lot, yeah. Saka or Gyökeres on a wild card? Probably Saka. And you could easily move him to Yamal or, you know, Elise in the future. I'm probably going to sell Hakimi on the wild card, yeah. Jep, it was covered in my chip strategy guide. I think that's the best video to watch in terms of getting the information. I analyzed all the fixtures. I talked about why the wildcard in 2 and Limitless in 5 looks very appealing. But essentially, a lot of people have 5s to put out. They have a lot of injuries, suspensions, maybe not suspensions, injuries, and also fixture swings. And they built a team for Matchday 1 to get a lot of points, and then they wildcard to get more long-term options. And with the strategy, you can then Limitless in Matchday 5 when a lot of top teams have poor fixtures on paper, and they can essentially have good games in every single match day and look very strong. But yeah, there's always going to be some downsides and cons to every single strategy. I like the look of this though. Yeah. Wildcard A is the best. Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's going to be the most popular. So let's go to the options one more time. Vote for your favorite team. So yeah, this will be team 1. Let's put team A. So this will be Haaland, Mbappe, Kane. Oh, I don't have enough characters for pricing. Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. So then B. Let's go to this. So this will be, yeah, I mean, ultimately you've got Gula instead of Mastantuono. So it'll be Garassi, Gula, wildcard. Option C, another wildcard team, which is obviously the strategy I've been recommending from the beginning. And this will have one of Yamal or Saka. So Yamal/Saka, wildcard. And then option D is the Limitless. And that's pretty much all that needs to be said there. Why can I not start the poll? I think I'm over the character limit. So Haaland. Let me just call him Haaland since I'm running out of bloody... Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to put this poll out. Let me know what you think. So this is option A right now. So option A is with Mbappe, Haaland, Kane. A balanced team overall. Mastantuono is in there. Not the best long-term pick, but a nice enabler for this team. Option B is another wildcard squad, but with Garas instead of Haaland, and maybe more money invested in that defensive line. And option C has Mastantuono, but also one of Yamal or Saka in the midfield. And then option D is a Limitless. That would probably be what I go for in the end on Limitless for those that are activating that chip this week. I mean, Jonathan Tah could be up in Meccano. Just bear in mind that some sources believe, like UEFA and their predicted lineups, that Upamecano will be rested. But yeah, that looks pretty strong as well, actually. But I can kind of guess what people are going to say already. Yeah, Team A is winning by a landslide. That is crazy. Will Cuti Romero play? Nope, he's left out of the squad. He's left out of the squad. What I'm probably going to do now is log this in. This might fall on deaf ears in some cases, but I would strongly urge people to follow their own path, choose your own strategy. Obviously, the point of these videos and the discussion is to, form ideas, bounce ideas off each other, and make the best possible decisions, learn from our mistakes, and be better use your fantasy managers. You're not going to do that by copying, but as soon as I say that, people are just going to be like, yeah, what are you doing? This is probably what I'm going to end up doing, wildcarding and going for this structure. Now, I do want to give a heads up to patrons and members first, of course, but yeah, it's quite difficult whilst I'm doing a stream to do that. But yeah, I'm going to try my best. And of course, there's still a few like 50-50 calls that I'll probably overthink. That's just typical from me. But yeah, let's see if I can get this show on the road. That's annoying. Yeah, I can't even airdrop right now. That's crazy. Anyway, I'll do that another time. Maybe I'll take a picture. Bloody dumbass. Okay. But yeah, for everyone watching, this is what I'll probably end up going for. Still a few details to iron out, but I do like this front three. I mean, who wouldn't like that front three? And it does look very solid overall. Maybe Dan Burn, as good as Newcastle's fixtures are, could be displaced, now that I think about it. So that's something to think about. That would probably be like the last piece of the jigsaw. Yeah, Howson looks great for this match day, but I don't want to book in too many transfers because I could see myself wanting to get Yamal or Saka in match day 3, especially Yamal. But yeah, Howson looks pretty good for match day 3. I might even go for Howson, and I did talk about this with other people, especially super chatters, about tripling up on Madrid. Good for this week, but not long term. But yeah, it does look very appealing actually for this match day. I might do something like that. So yeah, very soon I'll be locking in this squad, and it's about bloody time, I think. So yeah, wildcard active as you can see, and it will be fully confirmed once the transfers have been made. We've got 24 minutes. Be sure to lock everything in, and let's go through these super chats. Arman says, super chat goal unlocked. Thank you very much for your contributions today. Another legend of the channel. Paredes as well, and to everyone else who has contributed today. Thank you very much. T Salama 7 says, Chevalier and Rulli. Yes, a good goalkeeper pairing. I'm still going to go for Raya and Karnasechi, I think. In UCL Fantasy, I like having that premium goalkeeper who kind of offers you the clean sheet security in most match days. And yeah, they rotate so well. It also kind of plays into my Matchday 5 Limitless strategy, which is the only time that Karnasechi and Raya play on the same day. But look, Chevalier and Rulli, good fixtures for Rulli. PSG have one of the best teams in Europe, and they're still going to keep clean sheets despite the tough fixtures. But that's what kind of puts me off Chevalier a little bit. In an ideal world, I think I would have gone for Vicario and Joan Garcia, but obviously the Barcelona goalkeeper is injured. So yeah, good goalkeeper pairing. It's definitely been considered by me. DeMarco, Calhanoglu, or Dumfries, Enzo? That is a great question. Not much in it. I would lean towards DeMarco and Calhanoglu, ever so slightly. Paredes says, I'm really debating Calhanoglu versus Odegaard as my limitless punt. Yeah, Odegaard I'd be a bit careful about because he just came off the back of an injury. I think he'll start against Olympiacos, but yeah, great cameo against Newcastle off the bench. He was a game changer there. I still prefer Calhanoglu. I know it's a boring answer, but he's on penalties, ball recovery potential, better fixture arguably. 9 players today, 6 tomorrow. Not feeling too good with Salah away. Although Liverpool. Yeah, look, Liverpool are still creating a lot of chances. Their main concerns are defensively, but I think Salah will get a return in match day 2. I'd probably pick Salah though. I think he'd still be in my limitless team. Ahmad says, not copying, I swear. Yeah, no worries. Obviously, some people will naturally have something similar. I'm just saying to the people who are like copying every move, you know, literally even for future transfer deadlines and stuff like that, every single pick is the exact same. 2 differences in defense and King Captain. I do like the King Captain. Maybe I'll copy you on that one. It's a differential play. And it's a good thing you logged in 45 minutes ago. If I wasn't streaming, I would have logged in after that Madrid deadline. But yeah, it's quite difficult too with so many questions and things to go through. Alvarez in place of Thuram. Yeah. Obviously, you have to find 1 million extra to get that sort of upgrade. But Alvarez is a very good option right now. In fantastic form. Scored a hat-trick only a couple of weeks ago. A brace against Real Madrid. He scores all types of goals. And Frankfurt, as good as they are offensively, they are terrible at the back. I think Alvarez is a great play and quite underrated this week, so really good shout. Sí, para mí capitanes entre Harry Kane y Kylian Mbappé. Y para mañana Erling Haaland es el mejor, sin dudas, pero es muy difícil elegir entre Kane y Mbappé. Es posible que yo vaya por Mbappé, yo lo dije desde el principio, pero me gusta mucho Harry Kane. Pedro Porro should play. I've seen a few lineups without him, but I disagree. I think Porro will start. Yeah, Ben Sabani is on penalties, and also Couto is less nailed on. Ask any Dortmund fan, and they'll tell you that. Even Anton would be a safer pick than Couto, who is decent at 4 million, but yeah, not my favourite long term. So, Let me know in the live chat which 4.5 million defender you would pick to complete this 15-man squad. Yeah. Let's see if I can quickly post for patrons and members. I don't want them to, you know, like I said before, I do make some late changes and I needed to wait for the information before finalizing my move. So, wildcard and then could be changed. Okay. Yeah, just posting for members and patrons as well, just so you got clarity. But yeah, I'm still debating that final pick in the defensive line. So Dan Burn, Howson. Yeah, that is going to be one of my other debates. And let's bring this up here as well. And then, yeah, I'm going to get through some more channel member questions and stuff like that, and patrons. So, yeah. Then I'll be locking things in. Almost locked in. Okay. In terms of subscribers, by the way, we are making progress towards 37,000. Let's try to keep on pushing, though. And also hit the notification bell. Join the Discord server. You'll have a great community there to bounce ideas off. And I'll be answering questions there too. There is my Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, and Patreon and the memberships. Click the join button on YouTube, patreon.com/DylanRCM. Or now it's FPL Dylan, actually. But you can find me either way. The same goes for all my social media platforms. So, yeah. Okay. 4.5 million defender, yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so I've just posted for members. And yeah, unfortunately, YouTube is a bit annoying because they do this thing where, yeah, it just looks completely out of proportion and stuff like that. But you should still be able to see the players I've got. And obviously, it's what you see on screen. And yeah, let's publish this as well for patrons. It's all done. Okay, so I'm going to start locking this in. Wildcard activated, 4.5. I'm going to go for Howson for now, who would be one of the only players staying on my wildcard. So it would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 changes. And obviously, if I sell Howson in the end, that would be 11 modifications to my UCL Fantasy squad. But yeah, let's see what you lot think in terms of the best 4.5 defender. Is it Dan Burn? Is it Dean Howson? That is pretty much what I'm going to decide over the next couple of minutes. We've got 17 until the deadline, and I'm almost there in terms of the wildcard squad. So let's see what the members are saying and also the super chatters. Anish says, Burn to Anton. Yeah, the thing is, it looks decent for the next two. I don't want to double up on Dortmund defensively. So by doing that, I could then buy a 5 million defender. I just don't think De Vrij starts. As covered earlier, I haven't seen any predicted lineup for Inter Milan with De Vrij in there. So that's the problem. Oh yes, Haaland all day long, Diogo. The problem is obviously the structure and the funds. What can you do with Guirassy? Can you buy Yamal or Saka in the midfield? That would make it appealing. But yeah, it's Haaland for me, Roman. And I'm not trying to, you know, be a smartass or anything, but I did cover this before. There is a possibility that Thuram is benched. Just take of that what you will. Different sources are reporting it. Inter defensive double up would be my pick. Yeah, I'd love to. But in terms of my funds, the only way I could do that is if I do Howson to Akanji and then Bensabani to Kuto or Anton. But I'll be honest, I'd rather have a bit more of a balanced team because I've already got Raya and Gabriel for Arsenal. And yeah, Inter look good up until match day 5, and I'm limitlessing there anyway. Then it would be a problem in match day 6, but yeah, I do like DeMarco. But in order to get Mbappe, Haaland and Kane, this would be the kind of problem I'd have. I do have one structure, of course, as you can see here, with both DeMarco and Dumfries. That looks really enticing. The same goes for the Limitless as well, but yeah, I think Akanji isn't too shabby. Bensabani for the penalties, though, is really appealing. Yeah, I just said it, though, Reddit plug. De Vrij probably won't start from what I've seen. I'm not saying discounting completely. There is still a chance, but I haven't seen any lineup with him. No, not Merit. It looks like Milinkovic-Savic will start. Another thing I covered earlier. Yeah, Acerbi 4.5 true, but what about long-term? Will he start every game? That's my major concern. For match day 2, yeah, I think Acerbi will start. It's him or De Vrij. They're not going to start together. So that is my... Yeah, and against Ajax, for example, Acerbi didn't even play. So good for match day 2, not long-term. I want to avoid having, you know, kind of like booking in too many transfers, which is why Dan Burn was considered in the first place, actually. Sí, Doku está bien, pero no hace muchos goles. Crea oportunidades, es muy veloz y también puede ser emocionante verlo jugar, pero sí, Doku es muy imprevisible, es difícil porque no es consistente. Pero para Manchester City tienes a Reinders y Erling Haaland obviamente es el mejor. Para mí, Phil Foden no va a empezar este partido contra Mónaco. You can sell Gabriel by Calafiori. Yeah, true. It's just with Calafiori again. I'm not trying to like piss on everyone's like suggestions because they are good ones, but Calafiori is injury prone and he could be rested, I think. Lewis Skelly. I think Calafiori was quite poor against Newcastle over the weekend. His worst performance this season. Lewis Skelly offers Arsenal something different, and they face West Ham within 3 days on Saturday. So I think there will be rotation for Arsenal. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is, Singh. The code is SEINOF. Maybe I'll quickly check now if I can and see why that is, but it should be working. Yeah, if you use the link from the description and the code, it should work. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's literally working. I'm not sure why it's not working for you, mate. Maybe the website is bugging out a little bit. Yeah, for people asking, can I use Wildcard? Of course you can. Sí, para mí va a ser el comodín. Lo dije desde el principio. McTominay, okay, good fixtures, but I'm a bit less keen on Napoli at the moment. Vanaken, great return in match day 1. I'd not really go for him now, though. Club Brugge have some tough fixtures. I think this might be the best one, though, for them, because afterwards it gets real tough. Best 3 forwards besides the one on screen. Garassi, Lautaro Martinez, and Gyökeres, I think would be the answer. Yeah, Akanji should start, yeah. Yeah, Kuto should start as well. I just think long-term he's a bit of a concern there. Nima, you're not going to get questions answered like that, mate. I don't know what you're doing. I said that from earlier as well. Just be patient and your questions will be answered. Está bien, no te preocupes. Sí, es que yo quería tener mis opciones abiertos para, por el caso que yo quería usar el Limitless o sin límites, pero sí, el comodín es lo que voy a elegir. Best 4.5 defenders, Dean Howson for this week. You've also got Calafiori, if you don't have any concerns about him being rotated. Acerbi, once again, long-term, not the best. Dan Burn is quite a solid option, though, for the next 3 or 4. I like him. Sasha Bowie, maybe Jed Spence. I think he'll start over a doggy. Yildiz or Kudus? Yildiz for me, but Spurs attackers are looking quite good against Bodo Glimt. Great fixtures long-term. Who's the best BVB defender in your opinion? Bensabani, he's on penalties. I'm going Alvarez, got the 1 million by going down to Kuto. Yeah, looks fine. Kuto's the more exciting pick. If you want someone a bit like more safer, it would be Anton, but yeah, we saw that -1 pointer, of course, in match day 1. Yeah, Kuto's fine, at least right now. Yeah, Saka is worth the price. He hasn't been great recently. He's just coming off the back of an injury. It would be Yildiz for me, Gabriel. That's why he's in my team. He's been talked about all week. Gordon, not so much. Yeah, DeMarco will start. He was also answering questions in the press conference alongside the manager. Akanji should start most games. Could I guarantee you that from the 8 league phase games he starts all 8? Not really, but I could say the same about most Inter Milan players and most defenders in general. He should start 6 or 7 of the games if he stays fit. He's also good for ball recoveries. Yeah, Bastoni is slightly better, but he's also 0.5 million more expensive. Hola Dylan, entre Jamal, Saka y Salah, ¿qué dos recomiendas? Para esta jornada, Salah y Saka. Pero te digo la verdad, a largo plazo, Jamal es el mejor de todos en el medio campo. Y en ese caso, yo iría por Jamal y Salah. Will Gnabry start? I have a slight concern about that. Some predicted lineups have Jackson starting over him, so I'm not convinced. So drop a like, everyone. We have a lot of people watching. Let's get to 500 likes. I've answered so many questions. Also went through different graphics, team news, injury updates, you name it. Yeah, if there are a few moderators in the chat, please deal with these people. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that because I don't know what people are doing here. Yeah, I'm going to lock things in here. At least have something set in stone for now. Yeah, Real Madrid. I mean, just to break it down to people, it's Juventus after this. It is at home, but then Liverpool away, Olympiacos away, City at home. Then it's okay, but yeah, those fixtures are quite bleak. So on the wild card, you'd probably want someone a bit longer term there. A Cherby, if he was more nailed on, I'd pick without any hesitation, but I'm not really convinced here. So yeah, let's get rid of Akanji again, and let's go for Bensabani. Of course, Anton or Kuto could be a consideration. Then I go for another Inter defender there, but yeah, I'm going to stick with this for now. Dan Burn. Hopefully Newcastle don't let me down here. So yeah, this would allow me to go for Kane, Haaland, and Mbappe. So I have locked in the wildcard now, so the Limitless is no longer an option for me, as you can see. I will have the transfers page ready just in case, and make sure to start the players who feature on Tuesday. That is so important. Those on the Wednesday you can bench. If you have some Wednesday players in your 11, that's fine. In terms of the balance, I mean, 8 to 7 or 9 to 6 is ideal, but if it's the other way around, it's not the end of the world. So yeah, sort it out by date. Dumfries plays today. Let's bring him on, and I will bench Bensabani. That looks pretty good. And then captain either Mbappe or Kane. I'm going to put that as a poll now. Mbappe versus Kane for the captaincy. That is another big debate. I don't think we'll get another one like this for the entire season, to be quite honest with you. So let's bring this up. Who will you captain from today's matches? Kane, Mbappe. I know there's Elise, there's Vinicius, there's a lot of good choices today. Lautaro Martinez. But yeah, that's the two I am focusing on. Kane, Mbappe, that's the big debate. Let's yeah, bring this up. Looking good. Yeah, coin flip, yeah. I was thinking of that, actually. So, if it lands on heads, we'll go for the Arsenal fan, Harry Kane. If it lands on tails, we'll go for Kylian Mbappe. No, that was the worst coin flip in the world. It landed on tails, so that is saying Mbappe. But then again, how do you determine who's heads or tails? So, yeah. Yeah. All luck. Mr. Makey says, locked in, ready for a massive disappointment. Good luck, lads. Well, I'm not, because this is the wild card. We need to get it spot on. Haribo, good to see you again. Hi, Dylan. I have 9.5 million for 2 goalkeepers. Who do you recommend? Yeah, that's a difficult one, because Raya and Karnasecchi is 10 million. You could consider Chevalier and Rulli, as some people rightfully mentioned. Otherwise, I would probably entertain Karnasecchi and Milinkovic-Savic from Napoli, who should start again in Matchday 2. That would be very cheap, by the way, 8.5 million in that position. Yeah, DeMarco will start. Yeah, Lookman, good option. He hasn't really played too much this season, but yeah, he had a few problems with the manager, apparently. He's now back in the good books. Me and my friend ended up with the same team as you. I'm trying to think how the hell I can make it different. Well, if you got Dan Burn, for example, you could sell him to Howson or something like that. Maybe captain Harry Kane instead of Mbappe. This poll is close. It's 57% in favour of Kylian Mbappe. Yeah, there was one super chat by Rafael. I just saw it. Haaland o Gyökeres? Erling Haaland. También con Erling Haaland es posible... Bueno, va a ser más difícil tener a Jamal o Saka en el medio campo. Pero con Gyökeres, sí, es más posible, digamos. Pero Me gusta mucho el sueco. Está jugando bien para Arsenal, pero Erling Haaland está en otro nivel. Si puedes tener un delantero de Harry Kane, Mbappe y Haaland, para mí es lo mejor que puedes hacer para la jornada 2. Pedro Porro or Van de Ven or Gabriel Van Dijk, choose any two doing Limitless. Gabriel, and I think Spurs have a better chance of a clean sheet than Liverpool, personally. But Van Dijk is the best for ball recovery. So, yeah, close one. I did highlight Van Dijk in my Limitless team. I'm probably going to say Gabriel and Van de Ven. Yeah, Pedro Porro should start in my opinion. It's just my opinion there. I can't guarantee you it. Trincao from Sporting or Gravenberch? Probably Trincao. Not necessarily for Matchday 2 because Napoli away is still tough despite all their injuries. Sí, Doku está bien, pero prefiero a Enzo Fernández, Yildiz, Adeyemi, Kalanoglu y otros que recomendé en esta temporada y en esta jornada como Arda Güler. Wildcard this game week, do I go for Chalobah, Howson or Upamecano? That's one of my dilemmas actually. Well, let me refresh this by the way. Chalobah has the best fixtures up until Matchday 6, let's say. But yeah, that's a difficult one. I think I'd probably go for Howson just for the clean sheet odds now. He might be a sell on Matchday 3 though. If you want to avoid that, I understand. Upamecano should cover you well for the next two. There is a slight chance of rotation there. That kind of puts me off Upamecano. Otherwise, I would have really considered that actually. Going for Upamecano as my 5 million defender. So yeah, I'm going to say Howson for this week. I might go Chelsea, says Twisted Parky. What are you on about? Gabriel bench. There is a possibility. I wouldn't fully rule it out, but I think he'll start, especially if Hincapié is still injured. Switch captain to Kane. I don't know. Last minute intuition. Locked in. Let's go. I'm having that sort of feeling as well. Not going to lie. Yeah, Neuer's going to start and he's going to enter an elite group. I think he's going to join Benzema in terms of joint third or, in the top 5 for the all-time Champions League appearances. Yeah, Sacha Boey, I think, will start. Yeah, I think Lima on the left. That's what I saw. The lineups were covered earlier today. Predicted lineups anyway. My friend captaining Kane, Mbappe, because he screwed me last week. Well, yeah, fair enough. Gyökeres bench? No, I don't think he'll be benched. Thank you, by the way, Keith, for moderating the chat. Romero is not in the squad. No worries, Nima. Best of luck to you as well. Howson or Bensabani? ¿Cuál quieres que sea el mejor para hoy? Howson. Captain Vinicius Jr. versus Mbappe. Mbappe for me. But yeah, someone said it's Vinicius' day. Let's find out. We've only got just over 2 minutes until the deadline. But yeah, I'm kind of curious about this last pick. Dan Burn versus Bensabani. Just making sure that my squad is, in decent shape and I don't run out of time. So yeah, everyone on my bench plays on Wednesday, the 1st of October. I've captained Mbappe right now. That could change to Harry Kane very, very quickly. But yeah, I do like the look of that. Then it's just about Dan Burn. Do I just pick a Newcastle defender, go a bit differential, 1% ownership? I think there's decent clean sheet potential against Athletic Bilbao at home and Union Saint-Gilloise away. But even Benfica and Marseille, I'm not that confident actually. But it's good fixtures for Newcastle all the way until Matchday 8, in my opinion. But yeah, it's not the easiest of choices here. Sacha Boey only costs 4 million. Yeah, I think he will start, to be fair. If we have a look one more time at the predicted lineups. So if we go to Bayern Munich, yeah, they do have Sacha Boey in there. They don't have Upamecano. I still think he could get the nod over Kim Min-jae. Yeah, this one does have Guerrero, to be fair. Someone did ask about Guerrero. In the lineups I showed you from Kicker and TC München, they didn't have Guerrero. They had Lima in that position instead. So bear that in mind. But I believe all of them had Sacha Boey. So yeah. So yeah, we now are close to locking in. We are close to locking in. I think if we go back to the transfer section, yeah, Dan Burn to Howson. I don't know why. I just like the clean sheet potential for this week. I do like the look of that. Maybe not so much for future match days, but Yeah. I'll probably leave it, actually. Yeah, I'll probably leave it. Then it just comes down to this. The captaincy, Mbappe, Harry Kane. I think I'm going to stick with Mbappe, which I said from before. And if not, I've got Erling Haaland tomorrow, which is obviously a great relief. In terms of the balance, I've got 8 players, I believe, on the Tuesday, right? Or 7. So Karnasechi, Van der Ven, Dumfries, Kalanoglu, Elise, Mastantuono, Mbappe, Kane. Yeah, that's 8. And then 7 tomorrow. Not too shabby, but the deadline has passed. The games are kicking off. And that is it. Mbappe did win the vote with 60%. Kane is second with 40%. And yeah, we are done. Drop a like. Let's get to 500. Thank you to those that have done so already. It is a hectic deadline stream with a lot of wildcards and limitlesses flying around. Good luck as well, Clairvoyance. Have a great game week. Borro Van der Ven, just based on who will be better in potential points. Well, Borro has the highest ceiling. I've said that all along. But yeah, I think people might be put off from the benching he got over the weekend. Yeah, I know. I still had time, though, when I said that. I had like a few seconds, but yeah, Sacha Boey does free up another 0.5. He does. I like him for this match day. I'm just not sure if he would definitely start in match day 3. Paphos going to surprise Bayern. I mean, if that means Kane is outscored by Mbappe, I'd like that because obviously I have Captain Mbappe. But yeah. I just hope Howson doesn't get a goal or something. You know, if he just gets like 6-7 points, then okay, it is what it is. I'm kind of hoping for a Kyra Almaty goal here. It's all been covered, Karim, multiple times. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, yeah, it's just some of these questions have been talked about a lot. There's a chip strategy guide video on my channel where it's talked about in detail. By wildcarding in 2 and limitlessing in matchday 5 to 7, you can have a great team on paper with the fixtures for every single match day. And it also allowed you to go, you know, kind of all in on match day 1. Because of a few 50-50 calls that went against me and some bad picks on my part, I didn't fully maximize match day 1, but I felt the strategy was good and I felt some of my picks were, but just a few were kind of lacking to make it a great, great week, which is what I was kind of aiming for. And then wildcarding in 2, dealing with a lot of injuries. In my case, I had Rafinha. Some players having bad fixtures, of course. So it is what it is. Borro over Van der Ven. Yeah, look, I've gone for Van der Ven, personally. He is more injury prone. Borro was benched at the weekend. I wouldn't be concerned about this week. He should start over a doggy. So if that's your like dilemma, just go for Borro, I guess. But yeah, I've picked Van der Ven in the end. Great comments altogether, Dylan. Cheers, good luck. Thank you very much. Yeah, Jeffsy said go for Bowie. I see that. Trippier will get 10 points trust. It's just that in some match days he could be benched, even against Arsenal. You know, he was benched. Yeah, against Union Saint-Gilloise, he should get the nod, but I just hope Burn isn't benched now all of a sudden. That would be very annoying. I saw a lot of FPL career posts that they got the highest point due to Haaland triple captain. Well, I got a green arrow, a massive one at that. I essentially halved my rank in FPL. The Gabriel goal was, for me, the sweetest part of the week anyway, but yeah, Haaland triple captain was the main catalyst for that green arrow. Yeah, same here, Nuclear Atoms. Not the sexiest of picks. As long as he keeps on starting, I'm fine with that. Saliba's not injured anymore and needs minutes. Perfect against Olympiacos. Yes, the only thing is, he costs 6 million. I think Gabriel offers better value. Mosquera's played so well, I think he will start with Saliba. The thing is, though, we haven't seen Mosquera start with Saliba. It's always been Gabriel with Saliba, and I think Arteta would rather have a left-footed and right-footed centre-back. Once Hikampia is back, that's where we could see Gabriel getting the odd rest here and there. Yeah, Gravenberch, quality player, but in fantasy terms, I know he's had a good start to the FPL season. I'm still not quite there yet. There are better options elsewhere for me. Yildiz versus KDB. I would say Yildiz. I do like KDB though. And yeah, for this one as well, Yildiz is the answer. Best 5 million defender long term. 5 million. I like Jurriën Timber, but I think there's a real chance he's benched for matchday 1, which I've said before as well. No goals already, which is a bit disappointing. I mean, I've got Karnasechi, so I hope he keeps a clean sheet. But yeah, Real Madrid, hopefully they score soon. Hey Dylan, hope you're well. Dumfries and Thuram or DeMarco and Alvarez? It would have been DeMarco and Alvarez because there are strong rumours of Thuram being rested. Pavard from Marseille, not really. I'd rather cover Marseille defensively with Hieronymo Rulli. Howson or Bensabani? Bensabani, pardon me. o para hoy. Y bueno, para hoy creo que ya respondí a esta pregunta, Hausen, pero a largo plazo es Bensabani. Best family and defender long term, yeah, covered. Yildiz or Lookman. It's probably going to be one of the Spurs defenders, by the way. So Border or Van de Ven. Yildiz or Lookman. It's a close one. I liked Lookman a lot last season, but Yildiz for me. Akanji or Van de Ven. Van de Ven. Long term anyway. I'm feeling Kane as captain. That's all you can do, right? And if Kara and Mati do the unthinkable. And look, if Kane ends up outscoring Mbappe, it's still not over yet, because for those that want to switch to captaincy then, they could then go to Haaland and he gets a monstrous haul. So sometimes getting the wrong captain on Tuesday can actually play into your hands, and that's what I'm kind of hoping for if it goes against me this week. So yeah, that's been covered as well. Let's go for some new questions. Garassi or Thuram? Garassi simply because Thuram is a doubt to start. Laurenti or Adeyemi? Adeyemi. Is Eze good or should I remove him? Yeah, Eze's good. Not my favourite, but he's a decent option. Yeah, Walter Mada, is he a good financial alternative for Kane? Well, he's not going to cover Kane. I mean, the ceiling is going to be far lower, but yeah, he's an underrated mid-price forward. And he's going to be recommended in FPL this week again. Kane or Mbappe captain, you saw. Your goalies, Anzamba, Anguissa, or Chevalier, Rulli, and Yildiz. It would be Chevalier, Rulli, and Yildiz. My points are 83. Is it worth to use -8 to replace the injured Palm and Rafinha? I mean, it depends on your squad overall. If you still had other weak fixtures or injuries, then I would just wildcard. Haaland or Gyökeres? Haaland. Mbappe will probably play less minutes than usual. Yeah, maybe. Look, if he gets some early goals, then that'll be put to rest, really, and I won't really mind. Salah, Frimpong. Yeah, Frimpong should start, but Salah's the one I'd go to in UCL Fantasy, especially for the Limitless. Virgil van Dijk is the best Liverpool defender. Bensabani or Burn? It would be Bensabani. I believe Kane is a better captain. Oh, fair enough, but Mbappe's still scoring goals, even with Vinicius starting or not. So yeah, thank you to those that said locked. Obviously, I was reading out questions that were posted just before. Pavlidis or Gyökeres? It's going to be Gyökeres. Well, I'm going to make some lunch. Good luck, everyone. Thank you for the content, Dylan. Thank you, Ernesto. And let's see if the points fly our way. Well, Mastantuono is very cheap, right? And there are still a few choices like Usun, for example, at 5 million that I could go to if things go wrong here. But yeah, I'm kind of like backing Real Madrid to score goals and hoping that Mastantuono and Mbappe are involved. We'll see how it goes in the end. But yeah, the wild card needs to work in the long term, not just for match day 2. So there could be a few fires to put out. That kind of put me off from Hausen and tripling up on Madrid. I think that'd be a bit too overkill for match days 3 and 4. I panic pick Calafiori. Well, I want to say he has to start because Lewis Skelly, you know, he's been benched a lot this season, only started against Port Vale in the Carabao Cup. He could definitely get the nod. So I wouldn't say he's a definite starter. I will blame the script writers at UEFA if I don't end up at number 1 this game week. Goma, Van der Ven, Dumfries, Van Dijk, Tar, Gabriel. Little different. Yeah, Jonathan Tar should start though. The main concern is Upamecano versus Kim Min-jae. Good defensive line overall. The F Frostbite says my wildcard: Raya, Carnesecchi, Bellanova, DeMarco, Gabriel, Byrne, Bensabani, Mastantuono, Elise, Enzo, Salah, Yildiz, Mbappe, Kane, Alvarez. Had to find 0.5 million in the last 5 minutes, so downgraded Van de Ven to Byrne. Yeah, it looks solid. I like the look of that. Looking pretty good there. Not many complaints from me. Bellanova is a nice differential. I hope it goes well for you. And DeMarco over Dumfries is also more of a lower owned pick. And yeah, a lot of the players you talked about there were also considered by me. We are closing in on 400 likes. Let's be sure to get to that by the end of the stream. It is still goalless in both games. I know it's early, but our expectations for Madrid are quite high. So, by the way, Kara Almaty have had a big chance and they've had 2 shots. Real Madrid are doing nothing so far. So maybe, just saying, maybe the early kickoff, long travel distances are going against them here. And that would be horrendous for those with double or triple Madrid like myself. But not a good start for Los Blancos. Okay, so I'm going to go through a few more questions and comments. and see what you lot think. And hopefully we have a goal from Real Madrid before the end of the stream, but it's not looking good right now. Obviously, very early days. It is a 90-minute football match after all. Let's see. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, just give me a second. I'm going to be buck. Change captain from Mbappe to Kane. Yeah, a lot of people did that, it seems, in the live chat. And I was having that sort of inkling. I wildcarded today as well. A lot of my players either didn't have the form or had tough fixtures. Yeah, it makes sense. I think even people who didn't plan to wildcard so early, they would have felt they needed to. So it's still a good strategy for most. Thank you as well, Zodiac. I appreciate it. Thanks for streaming and thanks for the sub. Yeah, the one to thank for that is Paredes. I'll be gifting 10 memberships on Friday during the FPL Deadline stream. Miguel Mario 8 says, ¿Qué opinas de un cambio a Yamal por Olise y Mbappe por Gerassi a futuro, teniendo a Haaland y Kane? Y te digo la verdad, Yamal es un jugador para largo plazo. Me gustaría mucho para la jornada 3. No va a ser fácil. Para mí, venderlo para Olise me gusta mucho al francés, pero no entiendo eso de vender a Yamal. Mbappe por Gerassi, sí, porque Real Madrid tiene malos partidos, pero no, el Yamal es alguien para tener a largo plazo. Yeah, Yildiz will start. Man, those Cara Almaty boys need to eat more. They're just falling down from the wind. Reece Silva or Di Gregorio. I didn't bother changing goalkeeper this week as it would require a hit. Close one, probably Di Gregorio. I'm not too convinced about either keeping a clean sheet though. Well, I did talk about Chan Usson quite a few times for people looking for a budget midfielder, but I just didn't go there. Maybe he'll be my replacement for Mastantuono. Yeah, exactly, easy. Not looking good. Shipka says best 6 million midfielder. I mean, Chan Usson is one. Mastantuono for this match day, but yeah, we need him to deliver. Gone with Van der Ven, Dumfries, Van Dijk, Jonathan Tah, Gabriel. Little different. Not sure on Tah, but gone with the gut. Yeah, Tah should start though, so it's fine. And I covered that earlier. Damn, I forgot I was going to get Gordon. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Hat-tricks for both Mbappe and Kane. Believe. Let's go. Well, I need something because right now the signs aren't looking too good. Yeah, Karamati had another shot and Madrid are still sleeping at the moment. So, yeah, not great. Hooray, we are locked. In good luck, everyone. Was about to miss my chance to do Yildiz to Kalanoglu. Yeah, Kalanoglu is an upgrade for this match day. I like both of them long term, though. I didn't have enough time, so Fernandez and Gula are on my bench. Yeah, that's why I always urge people to lock in as soon as they can. With these deadline streams, for example, I think it makes more sense to wait for the lineups and then make decisions. And I was never going to lock in earlier than that because if Mbappe was benched, then I actually would have preferred that in a way because then I could have just gone to Haaland, have Yamal or Saka in the midfield and go for a different structure to most people. But you have Mbappe starting. I've gone for him as my captain, and so far it's a disappointment. Richard Millichip says, my locked-in wildcard team, Raya, Karnasechi, Dumfries, Bensabani, Howson, Byrne, Bowie, Yamal, Elise, Adiemi, Usson, Mastantuono, Mbappe, Kane, Haaland. Yeah, looks good, and you've got money in the bank. And I think long-term you'd want to upgrade one of those budget midfielders, especially Mastantuono, who is more of a one-match-day punt in my opinion, but at such a cheap price point, you could just, well, hope for points there and sub him out if necessary, basically. Best of luck as well to the F Frostbite. Went with Karnasechi, Raya, Van Dijk, Van der Ven, DeMarco, Howson, Bensabani. Yeah, I've got an identical defensive line, really. Just Gabriel for Van Dijk. Dumfries, DeMarco are identical anyway. And yeah, you went for Howson to my Dan Byrne. Fenerbahce says -8 done. Lamine, Rashford, Kalmurza and Gravenberch instead of Rafinha, Suarez, Barcola and Juan Garcia. Decent. Yeah, -8 does seem excessive, but it does make sense for some people, and it allows you to save the wild card for a bit later. Predict 6, Atletico 3, Frankfurt 1, Bodo 1, Spurs 1. Wow. Barca 2, PSG 1, Arsenal 2, Olympiacos 0, Napoli 1-1 against Sporting, and Dortmund 2-0. Yeah, some of those I considered, like Arsenal and Dortmund to win 2-0, but I'm quite surprised by your Spurs one. Kane 4-goal monster. Well, as long as Mbappe outscores him, I'm good, but yeah, I'm not going to say too much. It's not looking great. My fantasy wants Real to win, but my heart wants Real to lose or draw. Yeah, that's pretty much the same for me. If it wasn't for my investment in Madrid, I'd want them to lose. Yeah, there's a deadline on Friday, Bournemouth against Fulham. And the plan is to do a reaction stream on Saturday, and after that I'll be taking a week off content. Lo escribí Álvarez o al revés. Era Olise por llamar. Ah, bueno. Ok. Sí, tiene sentido. Y Club Brugge no está en un buen momento. Están jugando bien. Ganaron en la jornada 1. Así que no me molesta mucho eso. He just keeps the best info for Spanish-speaking viewers. Not fair. Not necessarily. Some of the things I've basically said in English, but I'm just saying it in Spanish. Nucleam says, this was my wild card. Yeah, Raya Kanasechi, very popular duo, I see. Dumfries, Calafiori, run out of money. Ben Sabani, Byrne, Van der Ven, Yildiz Adiami, Mastantuono, Elise, KDB, Mbappe, Haaland, Mbappe. What? I'm guessing that's Kane then. If only Mbappe was that good and he scored 2 or 3 goals, but I don't know. I'm losing faith by the minute. Next frame says, my game week squad, Kane, Kylian, Elise, Vinicius, Saka, Salah, Lamine, Haaland, Tar, Van Dijk, Dumfries, Van der Ven, Gabriel, Summer, Raya. Anything that could have made this better? Yeah, it looks pretty good. That's a limitless squad, isn't it? Yeah, you can't afford that otherwise. I would have maybe considered a different defender than Van der Ven, possibly, or Van Dijk, but yeah, they were both on the consideration when I talked about the limitless team. Yeah, not many complaints from me. Kalinoglu's a good option in the midfield, but I understand why I haven't gone for him. Good night as well, Wally. Hopefully when you wake up, you have some massive UCL fantasy returns, and wake up at midnight to watch the Chelsea game. Yeah, all the best. Enjoy the matches. Vinicius just missed a big chance. Yeah, well, good thing I don't have him. But then again, he'll probably score. Kane has a higher ceiling than Mbappe. I'm not sure, mate. I mean, they both got 2 goals in matchday 1. They were basically separated by Kane winning a penalty. So, yeah, they're both very similar. Kane is in better form, and that's why I really considered him for the captaincy. At the end, maybe I'll regret it, but like I said before, I'm not too concerned because I've now got Haaland on the Wednesday. So, yeah, that could actually be a blessing in disguise if Mbappe blanks, although I don't want him to. Almaty pressing Madrid, they're not afraid, especially at home. Yeah, obviously the travel distances play a big part and stuff like that. It hasn't really been covered too much in most content I've seen, including my one. But yeah, in the goal scorer odds and stuff like that, Mbappe was top, higher than any other player by some distance. Yeah, 0 shots at all, not even on target, just 0 shots after 10 minutes was a big worry. But at least Vinicius showed a bit of threat there. Only captain Mbappe because he was the most owned. I don't have too much confidence in my team after the thrashing we got by Atletico. Yeah, but it's Karat Almaty. I know it's away from home, but still need to get the job done. Same team except Pavard, Xavi Simons. Not a big fan of Xavi Simons. I think I regret that decision from matchday 1, but would it be a surprise if he scored now when I said him? No. One question regarding FPL. I plan to wildcard in 8, so with 1 free transfer, I want to sell Milenkovic. Choose the best 5.3 defender. For a 1 week punt, well, I still like Senesi. I think they could still win with a clean sheet. Do you dare go for a Villa defender against Burnley? I probably wouldn't, but yeah, I think Senesi would be up there. Almaty number 9 is a future Chelsea player, should join Chelsea next season. He'd just ruin his career, to be honest, if he did that. Thank you, Cooker, and good luck, mate. Nuclear Atom says, thanks for the streams, Dylan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have put together a team I would be confident in. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully you can get the returns. That's what we need now. Yes, double up on Mbappe did the same. Yeah. Should they allow us to double up would be fun mechanic. On a certain player, well, technically the captaincy is that, right? But if you captain a player you've doubled on, that's like a quadruple captain. Might as well make it a chip. Barca 4, PSG 2 is my prediction. Lamine Yamal and Rashford goals, hopefully. Good luck with the game, Dylan. Yeah, I was thinking about a high-scoring win for Barca. Both teams are missing key players, though. Rafinha and Joan Garcia. PSG missing Kvaratskhelia and Marquinhos, to name just two players. Also Dembele and Doué. I forget deadline. I get one more transfer next week, or no? If you haven't made a transfer, then yeah, you do roll. You can't do this in the future rounds of the competition. Rolling is only possible by not making a transfer in the league phase. Then you can have up to 3 transfers, and that's it. Mbappe was in truth really average last week. Yeah, that is true. But he still scored against Atletico. He's scoring and assisting in virtually every match, and he had the highest goal scorer odds. So, yeah. We'll see how he ends up doing today. Obviously, he got a very lucky return last week. It could be the same now. And Harry Kane, who knows, maybe Paphos do something similar to Kara Almaty so far. I got Zolis as a forward, and he will lose me points. Look, have some fun with it, right? It's UCL Fantasy. Don't take it too seriously. Mbappe is a pen machine. Well, so is Harry Kane, though. In the Bundesliga, every time I see a goal notification, how many times has there been a penalty? I think they're both, going to score a lot of penalties this season, and they have done throughout their career. Already signed the contract. Almaty number 9. Oh, good luck to him. You can sign a player multiple times for the same value, but risk if they blank is higher. Yeah, I don't know. It's just they also want to keep it quite casual for, the mainstream audience. But I like to see interesting ideas and new things come into place. Arda Güler came real close. Madrid winning, warming into the game. Yes, they have to, mate. I mean, if they lose to Kara Almaty, that's just inexcusable. What do you expect for Arsenal's lineup to be tomorrow? Look, this is just my prediction. I haven't seen many predicted lineups. I think UEFA have Timber in there, but I would not be surprised to see one of Skelly or Timber start over Calafiori and Timber. It could even be both of them. I think Gabriel and Saliba should start. Raya in goal. I think Rice could even get a rest as well. It's quite difficult to predict that 11, but Eze out for Odegaard, and then you see Martinelli left wing. That's possible. Marino in the midfield. Gyökeres up front. Saka. Some team like that. Should UCL Fantasy have triple captaincy chip? Not really. I think Wildcard and Limitless are good chips. Then you probably add another one to make it interesting. You could say triple captain to be fair, but yeah, I just don't see them doing it. Why is it still showing 2 transfers possible for the next journey? I didn't do any transfers this match day. I'm not sure why that would be. In the league phase, if you roll and you don't make any moves, then you should have 3. So I'm honestly perplexed at that. Hoping the ban on my countrymen able to be resolved soon, especially against Madrid and Barcelona in November. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned that in a previous FPL stream. I wasn't going to get Haaland, but captain for tomorrow. Yep, that was the main appeal for me. And that could save me if Mbappe fails today. The team he's in now struggles without him, especially in the air. Well, who's the player again? I can't remember the name. I don't think you mentioned it in these previous comments. Mbappe close. We want to see him score, but at least he's shown something. If Real don't win today, I'm going to retire. Well, yeah, and then people were going to say, oh, you see, you shouldn't have wildcarded. It's too early. People always, going to be very reactionary like that. So we'll see how it pans out. And then, I've still got a solid platform for the long term. Obviously, a few picks like Mastantuono are really just for match day 2. But yeah, I still like a lot of these. Even if Madrid do the unthinkable and they drop points or they just look poor, I'm still not too worried. But obviously, you want to go after the best possible start. Arsenal plays Atletico and Kara, plays Paphos next week at the same time. Arsenal's the much better defense, but maybe could start Kalmurza next game week. Yeah, the thing is, though, I still don't recommend Kyra or Paphos options. It's a nice way of looking at it, a differential thing, but would Kyra Almaty be the favourites against Paphos? I'm not so sure. Deportivo Alaves, yeah, but I was just wondering the name of the player. He's the main defender of the team. If you say so, mate. Maybe he is. I know you've been bigging him up for quite a while now. Hey Dylan, hope you've been well. Had an absolute mare last match day. Forgot to sub in Trincao and missed out on his 17-pointer. Yeah, look. That's a bit of misfortune there. With UCL Fantasy, you've got to be on it in terms of like finding some time, even if it's just a few minutes to make these changes. But yeah, it's difficult, if you are working until late or you're doing something else. sometimes I've almost forgotten. And before I made content, it was, highly unlikely that I'd always be, switched onto these sorts of things. So I do feel for you there. That was a massive return. I felt the massive swing against me going for Gonçalves instead of Trincao. I don't actually feel like I made the wrong decision there. I did with Xavi Simons and a few other picks, but not with Pedro Gonçalves. And then he went on to score the next game for Sporting from the penalty spot. So did Luis Suarez. So yeah, just a bit of bad luck. Yeah, Mbappe, please score. Well, I think he will still, but it might take him a while. It might not be a big return. I need Mbappe to get like 10 points and Kane to get 13. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for the opposite, really. So both of them to get double-digit hauls, but Mbappe to score more. Yeah, it's not looking good right now for those that win Mbappe, but it's early. I had to wildcard really because of my plan last week, but changed out of the Sporting lads late who scored big, and Benfica were us. Yeah, Benfica, I made a mistake with Otamendi and Trubin, and I wanted to go for Quenda. He was like one of the best matchday 1 punts. So literally, if I go for Trincao over Gonçalves, which was 50-50 almost, and I think Gonçalves was still the better pick, Quenda over Otamendi, my mistake, that's a 7-point swing. You're looking at like 20 points from those two picks already. Then you think about a few other options elsewhere. Kalinoglu over, I think, Barcola or Elise, that's 5-6 extra points. So from just 3 players who are still good options, you get like a 30-point swing. It can be brutal. Plot twist, Vinicius will outscore Mbappe. As long as Mbappe gets something, I don't really care. Just happy on my preseason pick of Alderete. Nice. Based on last season in the Championship and pre-season, Sunderland looked really poor, but their transfer window has made all the difference. I think Jacques has been a revelation. He's the catalyst for their solid platform right now. With Haaland now on top form, everyone who owns Haaland will captain him from now on until 38. But that won't be the case. Oh, it's a pen. Penape. Yeah, he's a penalty merchant. Yeah, let me tune into this. Let me shamelessly... Oh no, I'm getting flashbacks of Bruno Fernandes missing. Because I was actually convinced he was going to score the other day against Brentford. And then, yeah, you can imagine my disheartened feel. Yeah, too late, pen for Real. Yeah, he's a penalty merchant. But there you go. Madrid. Kind of went Mbappe to flop, but to have a better excuse for getting your Martha Gemic free. You could still do it, though. Get the points now. Sell him in free. Poor fixtures against Juventus, Liverpool, and Man City. Yeah, it's 1-0 Real Madrid. Yeah, Kylian Mbappe. Yeah, what a shameless guy that I am and him. Penalty merchant. Someone did say he's a penalty merchant. Maybe they were right. Started Cal Mirza today anyway as Raya plays tomorrow. By the way, wait, hold up. Did Mastan want to win the penalty? I think he bloody did. Oh no, yeah, he did. That is bloody lovely. Good start. Good start. I'll take that. Shameless, but I'll take it. Jesus. He's still not a good pick long-term, Mastantuano, but 4.5, he's Argentine. Come on, the connection here. Yep, players do get points for winning a pen. But in FPL, you get 3 points for the assist if the penalty is converted. In UCL Fantasy, you just get 2. Even if it's scored or missed, you just get 2 points. So bear that in mind. Nice, good pen generated by Franco Mastantuano. Yes. Oh yeah, that Bruno pen was rough. And I bought him. The good thing about it is I only bought Bruno to fund Erling Haaland, who I triple captained, so I still had a good week, but I think I could regret it with Foden facing Brentford this week. He has a great record against them, 7 goals in 7 games. That includes a hat-trick. He is the only City player to score at the GTEC Community Stadium, and my friend, who's a Man City fan, was the one who told me that. So, yeah, Phil Foden is a great captaincy option for this match day, or the upcoming game week. With Bruno Fernandes, the less said the better, but I'm not going to sell him. What do you do if you have Hakimi and Junk Mendes and want to take one of them out because don't want to have too many PSG players? Well, Hakimi is fairly fixture-proof. I don't mind having 1 or 2 PSG options, and Hakimi will be right up there for points still. But yeah, the fixtures are quite tough for them, and that's why I sold him on the wildcard. I'd probably focus on selling Mendes instead. Yeah. Yeah, goal, let's go Mbappe, get another one. Yeah, I'd be happy with one more. Should have given the pen to Mbeumo or Cunha. I'm just not sure why Bruno Fernandes has changed his technique. He used to do the hop. You know, that was so effective for him. He was called Penandes, Bruno Penandes, and he was such a great FPL option when he first joined United. But yeah, look, he was still really good at the back end of last season. But so far in this campaign, he's been shambolic. Well, not shambolic, that's a bit harsh. But converting those 2 penalties against Fulham and Brentford, he would be like the 3rd or 4th highest scoring FPL midfielder. And yeah, when I didn't buy him in, Game Week 3 against Burnley, he gets a jammy penalty at the very end. He scores in the 96th minute. And when I buy him in, it's the absolute opposite, -1 point. FPL can be like that as well. So not an assist, but he does earn, well, he won the penalty, right? So he gets 2 additional points. So good start. Mastantuono on free. Hopefully Kanaseshi keeps a clean sheet. And Mbappe with the goal. Che says, hi Dylan, FPL question. I need to get rid of Wood, Nico Williams, Anderson, Gakpo, and maybe even Salah. Not sure if I should wildcard this week or wait until Game Week 8 to also move out Watkins and Rodgers. Yeah, I think Game Week 8 would still be the one. You could bench some of those players you're mentioning. Maybe sell Chris Wood to Walter as a 1-week punt. Salah does need to be sold. I know Chelsea away isn't a happy hunting ground for him, but you don't need to sell Salah. Gakpo, I think, could be determined by what happens tonight. If Gakpo is a substitute today, he should start the weekend against Chelsea, but his record is far better in home matches. So, yeah, definitely a lot to think about there. We'll talk about this in the deadline stream on Friday, but I think wildcarding in 8 is the best thing. You've also got the international break as well. Yeah, FPL Couch saying, bruh. Ahmad saying, yes, I'll take the 2 points. Yes, so will I. But, of course, you kind of hope or you kind of wish in this circumstance he gets free, like you do in FPL, but yeah, you're not going to. Last week, I'd Pavlidis captain, then Hakimi, then Suarez, who was arse. Yeah, thankfully in my case, I had Mbappe, but Luis Suarez and Pedro Gonçalves, what a massive letdown. They literally scored a penalty each in this following game in the Portuguese league, and Trincao blanked. Like, if you look at the recent form, I think Trincao has been quite poor, actually, and Gonçalves has been quite good, but there you go. I need a Güler assist or goal now. I'm kind of hoping he doesn't, but that's just natural since I don't own him. If he hauls, and so does Mastantuono and Mbappe, I don't really mind. Gakpo needs the bench. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Liverpool fans say that. And I was thinking about that when doing my predicted lineup, but Gakpo is still efficient for Liverpool. He reminds me of Trossard in his squad role, maybe better off the bench or starting every now and then. He's not really someone you can start consistently. So I think Liverpool still need a top left winger. And I know Diaz is inconsistent, but he's a better left winger than Gakpo, arguably. So that could be a massive miss for them. Yeah, you can change captain after the Tuesday games are done and during the sub window, where you can also make substitutions. You take off your low-scoring players from the Tuesday and bring on those that are yet to play from the Wednesday matches. And you can also then captain Erling Haaland, for example, which I will probably do if Mbappe doesn't score again. If Bruno Fernandes keeps missing the penalties, he should change to Bruno Mars, since his penalty is likely to land in there. I haven't seen that before. I'm actually being serious, so fair play. Bruno Mars was like a big thing in 2009 or something. Palace team to watch. Well, I think we know about them by now. They won the FA Cup, the Community Shield. They're unbeaten in 18 games, the most of any team in Europe's top 5 leagues. And they play good football. They need to keep their players fit. They can certainly challenge for Europe. That could even be a Champions League spot, but yeah, they have such a thin squad. I think they could finish top 6 for sure. They're a really good team, but they are going to lose, and the Arsenal unbeaten, record in the Premier League will live on. Preston North End is the only other team to do it, but it was in a 19-game season, I think, or something like that, 20-game season. Arsenal have done it in, 38? Can you help me with FPL? I can, but I am wrapping up fairly soon here, and there is a deadline stream on Friday to cover your questions as well. Is it easy to score points in UCL Fantasy than FPL? Probably. You've also got more teams, more players, a lot of options up front. And in the last couple of years, you've had maybe a drought or, like a lack of options up front in FPL. But in UCL Fantasy, you always have like 5 or 6 top options to choose from. Last week, my captains were Timber, Dumfries, and Quenda. Yeah, that's not too bad. A decent end there. You certainly could have done worse. Went from 14 chasing Mbappe to 6 points with my captain. Yeah. There isn't like a formula, but if I get 7-8 points, I'd be quite happy keeping that as my captain. For Matchday 1, it might have been different because we had 3 days to choose from. That's not the case now until Matchday 8, where we only have 1 shot at the captaincy. And then for the knockout stages and knockout playoff rounds, we have 2 days within each matchday again. all the way until match day 17 for the Champions League final. But yeah, if you get 10 plus, I'd keep it, especially now with only 2 days within the match day. FPL Catch says W. Ahmed says, I sold Wood for Gyökeres, almost went for Waldemar. Yeah, I do like Waldemar a lot. I think Newcastle could beat Forest quite comprehensively by 2 or 3 goals, and probably would have waited until after watching Everton West Ham. And by the way, Jarrod Bowen will be of real interest soon after the Arsenal game. I actually made a graphic of him being a hold in my transfer tips, which was done before the West Ham game. And yeah, now it's maybe a bit obvious, but yeah, Jarrod Bowen, really good option. He might turn into a purchase very soon. Denegator Game says, yeah, it's easier in UCL because you can sub in players and change captain. That's true. You've also got the Limitless, which is something you can never do in FPL. Why is everyone going with Bensabani instead of Kuto? If you ask Dortmund fans, a lot of them say that Kuto can be rotated in the future. Bensabani is more nailed. He's also on penalties as well. That's the main appeal of Bensabani. Yeah, the main reason why I activate the wildcard is because a lot of my problems are still going to be there in matchday 3. So I can Limitless now and have a great squad and get more points in matchday 2, but I'll still have the same problems in matchday 3. Then I wildcard and I have no chip left for the remainder of the competition. So my current plan is to wildcard, obviously I've done it now, and Limitless in 5. It's all covered, by the way, in my chip strategy guide. I'd highly recommend you check it out. There are rumours that Oliver Glasner is the top contender for United job. I really hope he doesn't go there, for his sake, and also because I think United would go to another level with Glasner. I had so little time left. I left Enzo Fernandez and Arda Güler on the bench. Yeah, I think you said that, or someone else did. I saw a similar comment earlier. That is a shame, and it does happen. I've never had that, even though I make late changes sometimes. I've always found a way to always sort things out, but yeah, it's not ideal. When Visser's back, is he not a minutes risk? They could also play together though, especially in a 3-5-2 formation, but yeah, they would rotate a little bit. We saw Waldemar not start against Barcelona in the Champions League, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did something similar here, starting Anthony Gordon up front, maybe something a little bit different. Yeah, and then saving him for Forest at the weekend because he's still building up his fitness and match sharpness as well. Vanaken looks good for today, actually. I hope he doesn't score, but the upcoming games are quite poor for Club Brugge, so I don't really like him for matchday 3 and beyond. Xavi Hernandez and Gareth Southgate. I think Xavi would be a good appointment, not Southgate. He did okay with England, but he would not be the man for Man United. Yeah, with the fixtures, I thought Suarez would get something, but they let the waste man take the pen. Yeah, it is what it is, right? I wish we could sub in people in FPL. I benched Gabriel and Rodon for 20 points. Yes, you certainly will want that after a week like what you just had. For me, the only regret was not starting Lacroix, who got 4 points. So, yeah, not as bad as Rangers last week, who got 9 against Arsenal. And I think I benched Ndai against Wolves. That was my mistake. I did it in the last minute of the deadline stream. But yeah, sometimes you make late calls and they go well for you. Sometimes they don't. And yeah, this season, in terms of 50-50 calls, I mean, it could be worse. I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, I've had a few go against me in UCL Fantasy and FPL. Yeah, house and ball recoveries. I could have a slight regret of not going for him, but I think he'd be a sell for me in matchday 3 anyway. Yeah, Club Brugge 1-0 up. That's fantastic. Karnasechi, no clean sheet. That's what Raya's there for. With Karnasechi, you're going to get save points, not clean sheets. That's a shame. We did see Club Brugge win last season against the same opposition. Van Dijk to Gabriel and start Joao Pedro Anderson or Nico Williams to Senesi and bench Joao Pedro. Van Dijk is still a good option long term though. I'm not so sure. The best long term move is Nico Williams to Senesi. But Joao Pedro is still decent against Liverpool. So tough one. I'm going to say the best long term thing is Senesi. So go for that. You don't need to bench Joao Pedro though. Extra points for fun says empty. What is that, Vanaken then? Yeah. Like I said, good for this match day, but not long term in my opinion. But Club Brugge are looking quite good right now. It was in the back of my mind, the fact that Atalanta lost to them last season. But yeah, it's really just the rotation with Raya that I went for. Wildcard 5 is the plan for me on UCL Fantasy. Limitless will probably be safe for the knockouts. I just prefer the Limitless in the group stages. I think the ceiling is far lower in the knockout stages. If anything, I'd save the wildcard for match day 10 and beyond, with Matchday 13 being a possibility. That's what I did last season. With the Limitless, I always tell people to use it early. Oh, Zolis, he is my forward. Yeah, I think you said something like, oh, I'm not going to get points from him, but I want to have fun. Well, enjoy your fun, and you got some points as well. As a Barca fan, I don't want to see Xavi go anywhere near United. I don't blame you. And I also like Xavi as a player anyway. Decent manager, quite underrated for Barca. Yeah, that is kind of like a poison chalice right now. Gareth Southgate, United manager, can it get any worse? He is so average outside of England. Look at his record. Exactly that. And managing a country is vastly different to a club. Gula is everywhere. Unlucky. No return so far. Yeah, quality player. He got that big return against Atletico over the weekend. I just went for Mastantuono as a way of getting the front three of Haaland, Mbappe, Kane. And luckily, of course, he's got the penalty won so far. But as you can see, of course, I've got Carnesecchi, who's going to blank most likely, unless he saves another penalty like he did against Paris Saint-Germain. Is this a bench boost in FPL? Dubravka, Strand Larsen, Caicedo, Rodon. It's a decent bench, but Rodon facing Tottenham, I think that's a blank. Caicedo, probably 4 points. Strand Larsen is promising against Brighton, and Dubravka facing Villa away. I'd probably lean towards no. Game Week 8 could be a really good time for you to bench boost. Yeah, but I'm a Bruges fan, so had to have him. But in the long run, not the most points probably. But yeah, that's the thing. And thankfully, Arsenal are now decent, so I can now go for their players. When they were poor, I didn't go for Arsenal players. In fact, I would even captain a player against them like Salah or Vardy. Iriola and Carrick also. Yeah, I think Glasner or Iriola would be the best appointments. They're also a bit Premier League proven, so to speak. My team is looking very good if I do Williams to Senesi. Should I bench Reinders or Joao Pedro then? Difficult. Maybe Reinders. Maybe. I haven't watched Code Geass. I'm still in the process of watching Vinland Saga and Jujutsu Kaisen. So yeah, I need to finish those shows first, and then I can go to new ones. Marco Silva, decent manager. He's done a good job at Fulham, but just no. I don't think that's the right appointment. And by the way, Amrim was higher rated than most of these coaches you're mentioning, 1 year ago. And yeah, he's completely ruined his reputation. He's a good manager. It's just not worked out for him. There are a lot of news about potentially coaching list. Well, yeah, United will sell in terms of news, and there's going to be a lot of different managers linked. I also wanted Says, but in this game he is a midfielder, which is BS. Yeah, I think he was a defender last season, though. And Michele, by the way, was good for ball recoveries in the previous campaign. Benabacha says, I am having at least 1-2 injuries per game week in FPL. Yeah, Livramento injured this week after Tielemans, Murillo, Larson, Pape Sarr, and Palmer in the prior weeks. Wildcard 13 was the plan. Well, Wildcard 8 is actually the thing I've been talking about for, since pre-season actually. And you do get 5 free transfers in 16 because of AFCON. So wildcarding in 13 does seem to me anyway, in some cases, like you're not really fully maximizing the windows and stuff like that. I think wildcarding in 8 could be better for a lot of people. That's a lot of injuries, by the way. I had Murillo, but I sold him just before the injury against Arsenal, so a bit lucky there. I bought Ismail Assar. He scored against Villa, then got injured, and I'd love to have him now, by the way. I had Cole Palmer. He got injured. Reinildo Mandava suspended. Sanchez red-carded, both in the same game week. So yeah, I've had a bit of misfortune there with suspensions and injuries, but in terms of injuries alone, yeah, you've had a lot of bad luck there, to say the least. I think Xavi Simons will start, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did get a benching here. Ruben doesn't like Mainu, wonder why. Yeah, Mainu is a far better midfielder and player than Ugarte, for example. If Xavi restores United to glory, though, it will be huge for his career. Yeah, but United restoring to their glory is winning Premier Leagues and competing for the Champions League, winning cups. One of the biggest teams, one of the biggest clubs in Europe, but yeah, that would be some task. I mean, right now, they probably bat your hand off for 4th or top 6 even. As a United fan, I don't see how any manager can succeed with these lot. Yeah, the players have gotten multiple managers sacked. The owners have obviously gotten a lot of things wrong. Yeah. Like I said, I do sympathise with Amrim. I just feel like he could have done some things better and adapt to the team he's got. While Manu is competing with Bruno, not Ugarte. They can still play together, though. Especially if you're playing this 3-5-2 or 3-4-3 formation. You've got 2 wing-backs, you've got 3 defenders, so you can go a bit more adventurous with your attacking players. You've got the front 3 of Cunha, Mbumo, and Sesko. You can have Fernandes playing a bit more advanced and have Manu there. So yeah, it's just, I don't think Ugarte is really, I know he worked with him at Sporting before, but I've never rated him at all. If Ruben Amorim gets sacked, should the new coach get Mainu into the starting 11? Possibly. The thing is, though, if United then go to a 4-2-3-1, you've got Fernandes in the 10, the other front three I mentioned. Yeah, maybe Mainu alongside one of Casemiro or Ugarte, dare I say. But I think United still need a midfielder to control games, or maybe a proper DM long-term to replace Casemiro. And that partnership with Mainu could be quite good, actually. Ugarte is dog water. The main reason Mainu wants to leave is to get game time, especially with the World Cup season. Yeah, you can't blame him, but United did reject that, of course, towards the end of the window. Elliot Anderson is a decent option in FPL, but yeah, he's a bit frustrating. He got 11 ball recoveries on 3 occasions to start with. Under Ange Postecoglou, he's gotten 15 defensive contributions, I should say. So he scored DEFCON in every single game there. But yeah. How many points did you get in FPL this week? 79. I took a hit, so 75. Gabriel and Erling Haaland triple captain were the standouts. Semenyo scored. Everyone else blanked, essentially. I sold Ollie Watkins. I knew he was going to score. If I kept Ollie Watkins and sold Wood instead, I would have had Watkins against Burnley at home this week, which would have been better and more points on the board. And I could have gone for Foden over Fernandes. So, yeah, I would have done a bit better, but still a good week. I halved my rank. I can't complain. Yeah, I know you meant starting for United. I was discussing possibilities of what United could do in a 4-2-3-1, for example. I feel bad for Mbappe. He really wants it, but the team is dysfunctional. If Madrid don't get a Vitinha type of player, I don't see any trophy soon. Yeah, Mbappe's a bit unfortunate, right? He left PSG to join the Champions League winners in Real Madrid. Then PSG win it, and Madrid looked nowhere near it. They got battered by Arsenal, just saying. But look, they still have so many quality players. I think Xabi Alonso is a good coach. He just needs time. But that defeat over the weekend is very concerning, obviously. I mean, Amorim tried it once, and it was like not having a midfield at all. But yeah, Mainu and an actual CDM would be amazing. Yeah, I mean, people cry out for Baleba, who I do rate as well, but instead of spending 100 million on him, why not get a, solid defensive midfielder to partner Mainu and build off that, and then have Bruno in the 10? Well, Raya tomorrow then. I trust in Vanaken in Matchday 1, and it went very well. Yeah, well, at least you got the points from Vanaken in Matchday 1. And yeah, with Karasechi, the only reason I went for him is because he's 4.5, and he rotates with Raya, except for Matchday 5, where I'll probably limitless anyway. Yes, but the board is bad. They just signed forwards and false players for them when the best players are not addressing the big issues. Yeah, I've said that from a long time, and it's quite obvious, right? The Glazers are the fundamental issue, the root of the problem. You can keep changing the manager, and whilst Amorim, his record is dire, you can't excuse it. It's just a pattern, a vicious cycle, and you've had so many good coaches with great reputations like Jose Mourinho, Van Gaal. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did a good job overall, just couldn't get over the line. Yeah, it's just, the owners are a big problem. Mbappe so close, says Magnus Graberg, good to see you. Paulinho would have been perfect for Mainu. Look, this might be an unpopular opinion because he scored against City and Wolves, but I think João Paulinho might actually be a problem for Tottenham in terms of the build-up play. And a lot of Spurs fans are blaming Bentancur, but I think João Paulinho is very good defensively, but he's not going to offer you what you want on the ball. A bit like Casemiro or Ugarte. I think it's a very similar player. Ideally, you get a DM like a Rodri or Gravenberch, Zubimendi who can control a game and also be solid defensively. That's the kind of player that United are missing, who can also dictate the play. Who's winning the World Cup in your opinion? I hope it's Argentina again, but for me, it's between them, Spain, and France. They're the 3 favourites, the best teams. I wouldn't rule out England. I know there's a lot of criticism about Tuchel and the way they play, but yeah, England will be my top 5. Portugal are up there. Yeah, I think those are the 5 most likely. Never rule out Brazil, of course, but I still think they're a little bit off it. My heart says Argentina. I do think Spain have the best chance at the moment, and I hope we beat them in the Finalissima final, by the way, which will be more difficult now. But yeah, I think Spain would be my favourites at the moment. Things could change. No worry, Ugarte will come here for 2 friendlies and international duty. By the way, for those that look a lot into international breaks and stuff, with South America, for example, the qualifiers are done, so they can rest players, pick new, players that have never been selected before, or try out different things. So you could see some key players actually get a rest during these breaks. Forgot that one, but had Cunha as well for Game Week 3. 7 injuries in total in 6 game weeks, but playing it for the fun anyway. Yeah, it can be hard when a lot of things go against you. England-Spain final, I'm not so sure about that. Yeah, Craig, yeah, I think he is right. And I do watch his content as well, by the way, but with Paulinho, and this is something I've always said with Ugarte, when he was at Uruguay and PSG, he was highly rated and Sporting, but they're just players that you can't rely on in terms of build-up. You just can't. And Paulinho, I think the balance is also very important. With Arsenal, you've got an example with Merino, Zubimendi and Rice. Merino is a good player in isolation, but he's better off the bench or as a striker. Playing him alongside the other two, you don't have balance. You don't have creativity or someone who can turn and dribble and carry the ball like Eze or Odegaard. So, yeah, I think that's really important as well when you build a midfield. And United don't have that. And even with Spurs, Paulinho is a good player. I just wouldn't always start him. Against Uzbekistan and Dominican Republic. Oh, yeah, I think Argentina playing against Venezuela and Puerto Rico, I think. Yeah. What would you do for Matchday 3 wildcard? It's too early to say. It'd be similar to this. Mastantuono wouldn't be in there. Maybe I'd replace Mbappe. Go to a cheaper forward. Like Garassi, for example, and then use the extra funds elsewhere. But it would be quite similar, actually, at the moment. Of course, injuries could change things. Still can't believe I lost 0.3 million in value for keeping Bowen. He's such a decent pick and gives steady returns over the course of the season. And one thing he's picking up now is bonus points. 9 for the season. Anytime he scores, he gets maximum bonus points. That's a great habit to have. I think on a wildcard very soon, I think I could have Bowen. Yeah. And that could be a differential way of going against Joao Pedro. Jarrod Bowen is a really underrated option. Went for Uzun instead of Mastantuono. We'll see how he does against Atletico. I think long-term Uzun is better. I just picked Mastantuono for the immediate, fixture against Kara Almaty. So far, not too shabby. Penalty 1, but that's about it. Fabio Cannavaro should be the new coach for Uzbekistan. Portugal, FIFA writing the script, Ronaldo scores a 1,000th goal in the final. Yeah, I mean, look, credit to Ronaldo, respect for him, and Portugal. I hope that doesn't happen, just saying. France will win 1-0, Didier Ram will do it again. I think Spain are more likely at the moment, but yeah, we could get someone completely random. Maybe Brazil do it again. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Who should I captain this week? Haaland, Gyökeres, or Cunha? Yeah, I wouldn't captain any United player right now. Bruno is in my top 10 by default, but it's Haaland. He's number 1. Gyökeres is 3rd in my list. You'll see it very soon. I think Foden is a great captaincy shout against Brentford. I have to say that. He might even be better than Haaland, to be fair. England not winning the World Cup would put my house on it, although I don't have a house. You can put your imaginary house there, I guess, but yeah, that sounded a bit harsh. Yeah, look, England have the players. The manager's a good one, obviously, from club level. There's just something missing. It could be mentality. Civil unrest in Morocco. If things get worse, it might affect the World Cup. Yeah, and America isn't exactly the safest. We saw in the Copa America final the disaster that event was. Zidane is waiting for France for 5 years now. Yeah, well, Didier, I need to call him Drogba and Haram. Didier Deschamps, he's been there for a while. Portugal, Argentina, Ronaldo, Messi, one last time on the pitch. I mean, we had that sort of narrative running into the previous World Cup where they could have met in the final. Yeah, don't rule it out, like a Hollywood script, but yeah, both can go far. Yeah, Portugal are my top 5 favourites. Argentina are up there. They've been the best national team for the past 5-6 years, but yeah, cycles, things change. Di Maria retired. Messi is still great, but no longer the same as he once was. So naturally, Spain, with a younger talent, they'll have the advantage. We, Arsenal, just lucky to have Zubimendi. Yeah, I agree. I think Zubimendi's a class player. He's had some shaky moments, but yeah, even some, people didn't really pick it out. He was the one who gave the pass to Timber when that got saved by Pope. Yeah, I do like Zubimendi. He's got an eye for a pass. He's quicker than Thomas Partey. He's decent defensively, and he doesn't make as many stupid mistakes as Partey did. He kept on giving the ball away needlessly. Wonder if United fans feel about their team now. I don't think we need to wonder. We kind of know how most of them feel. I remember what Didier Heran did in 2018. Belgium deserved to win. That is true, but they had Mbappe at his absolute best. In Kante, a solid team overall. On paper, they had the best team. They won it. Deschamps knows how to get things done. He's just missing the Euros now as a manager. I was really lacking the free captaincy options in Game Week 1, but was proper toilet. Sometimes the more you have, the worse, because you kind of feel a bit safer. You know, you have that false sense of security, and you might make a risky decision like change a captain who scored 10 points for you and go for the jugular. I don't recommend that in most scenarios anyway. Riche says transferred out Rafinha and Calafiori to Dumfries and Hack and Kalanoglu. Captain Elise over Kylian. Yeah, we'll see how that turns out. I like Elise. He's in my top 5 captaincy options for this week. And yeah, Dumfries and Kalanoglu, good replacements. Kusanagi says, I was travelling and forgot the deadline, the same as Matchday 1. Built the squad on day 2, so my plan to wildcard wasted. Yeah, you can't wildcard now or make changes like you could for Matchday 1. Your season isn't over, but you're at a massive disadvantage, that's for sure. And you'll probably wildcard in 3 or 4. Maybe the English expectations just too high on the national team. Possibly, but it is fair because only 1 trophy. I mean, let's really consider this. England have 1 trophy in their history, a World Cup in 1966. Never won a Euros. Even Denmark and Greece and, you know, Czech Republic have a Euros to their name. England should have more under their belt. It's a bit like Arsenal. They should have multiple Champions Leagues the size of the club. England should have more, maybe at least 1 more World Cup and a Euros or 2. It's not good enough. Yeah, how's some more ball recoveries? Yeah, not too surprised. I'm not sure how many he's got. I nearly went for him, but I just saw him as a transfer out for Matchday 3. So in the end, I stuck with Burn for my sins. So Howson, yeah, he's got, wow, a lot of ball recoveries here. 7 already. Yeah, Dean Howson could be looking at a massive return. I just hope he doesn't score now. I really don't, because that would be a slight regret of mine. So yeah, we are at halftime for both games, of course. We have been for a while, and it is 1-0 to both away sides, Club Brugge and Real Madrid. I'll go for a few more questions and comments, and I will wrap things up because I will, yeah, go through some more stuff, of course. FPL will be the focus now. I'll be making content up until the Saturday. Then I'll be taking a week off, but I've basically been full at it with videos and live streams for both formats. And yeah, early access to my videos, prior to apply to comments, and many other perks are some of the many, you know, kind of gifts you get as a member. And it's really useful for UCL Fantasy streams in particular. How do you reckon England line up this year? I'll be honest, I haven't followed too much of England. I normally follow Argentina. That's the national team I support. But with England, yeah, Pickford in goal. I'm kind of perplexed as how they would line up. I mean, Mark Gay would surely start. Reece James does have a preference, I think, with Thomas Tuchel. So when fit, I think that would be the priority. Difficult to say, actually, with England. I haven't seen enough of their football. But offensively, I think Saka and Harry Kane have to start. There's no doubts about that. Bellingham will always start. Declan Rice as well. There is obviously a debate now for Rashford to get a nod at the left-hand side. Foden and Palmer are obviously good options to have off the bench or to start certain games, but Foden as a left winger, no, just no. So yeah, Lewis Skelly's also getting a lot of game time under Tuchel. I'm not sure if he'd start in the World Cup, but that's an option. Livramento and Hall would be other good options at left back and right back. But yeah, that's kind of the crux of the team. There's a few kind of missing pieces, or maybe Palmer would get the nod at attacking midfield, but Saka has to start on the right. Then you've got the likes of Madueke, Rodgers, Watkins off the bench. There's a lot of squad depth there on paper. Okay, I'm just going to go for a few more now. So yeah, just bear that in mind. If you want a question or comment answered, leave it in the Discord server, in the comment section and stuff like that. Messi's last World Cup campaign and performances were actually insane. Can't believe people are shortening it into just penalties. Well, the bulk of his goals were scored from the penalty spot, but he did get that goal against Australia from open play, and the assists, like the pass for Molina against the Netherlands. I mean, not many players in football history will get that pass done, especially in such a big stage. In terms of the best ever World Cup performance in a single tournament, it's still Maradona in 1986, but Messi's up there. And considering his age, it's really impressive to say the least. Have you heard about the new ticket pricing system that FIFA is testing out in the US for the World Cup? It's absolutely insane. Some tickets going around for $6,000 for the group stage in New York City. I'm not completely surprised. I heard murmurings of it, but I didn't know too much about it. I saw some like billionaires recently speaking saying that ticket prices are too cheap. Yeah, very easy for you to say, mate. You're a billionaire. It's only going to get worse, unfortunately. Just everything, you know, costs of living, prices, everything's just going to go up. I mean, it has been for the last couple of years now, so nothing new. Club Brugge look decent. Yeah, they do. It's a shame with Carnesecchi, but it is what it is. I wouldn't worry for Argentina post-Messi. Alvarez will lead the national team. Mastantuono and Bass could pop off as well. Yeah, but that's a massive drop-off. You have, in my opinion, the best player of all time, and then you have to live without him. Argentina have a good record under Scaloni without Messi. He has made Argentina less Messi dependent. But when you miss, or when you have players like Di Maria retiring, Messi, and then even, I know you might laugh at this, Otamendi has been ever present for 10 years, and he's been solid for the most part. He can cost Argentina sometimes, but you're missing that leadership experience, the winning mentality. Then you've got even more players, of course. Over the years, Aguero, Higuain have, retired. You're going to get more. Even De Paul, these players that have been part of this, winning 4 trophies in a row. It's going to be hard, but yeah, I think with Scaloni, if he's still there, and you've got these young players coming through, I'd be fairly confident Argentina can compete, win Copa Americas, maybe win the odd World Cup, but it's difficult to always stay on top. At least my captain is Harry Kane. Yeah, that's a great option. Yeah, Howson on a 3-pointer. It's probably going to be 8-9 points by the end. What do you think about the Wirtz situation? I'm slightly surprised, actually, because, Florian Wirtz is someone I highly rated at Leverkusen last season. He got goals and assists consistently. Against Palace, that was Arne Slot's fault, playing him as a left winger. But in the other games, he's playing in his best position and he's not doing the job. So maybe it's just a matter of finding his feet, finding out his teammates, getting a feel for it. The same goes for Gyökeres, and, Ekitike has done really well so far. But yeah, you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt. So far, he's been a flop signing. We're only into Game Week 7, though, of FPL and Matchday 2 of UCL Fantasy. Yo, a beautiful halftime performance from Real Madrid. You saw the match? No, I've just been answering questions, and yeah, thankfully we got the Mbappe goal from a penalty. But yeah, I'll try to catch the second half after the stream is done. I'll be also relaxing a little bit. Arda and Mbappe especially, such ballers. Yes. Yeah, Arda Güler, quality player. Almost went for him in UCL Fantasy. So far it's looking good for me, but if Arda Güler scores in the second half, I might feel, well, just in a completely different way. Mbappe to Rashford and Adeyemi to Yamal for Matchday 3. I like Rashford, but I'm not sure about that because he's not the most reliable of starters. And when everyone's available, you'll probably see Yamal, Rafinha, Lewandowski, right? So I'd probably consider somebody else there instead of Rashford. But Yamal, great transfer. There are YouTubers who are United fans who are not cutting their hair until United win 5 in a row. Well, I only saw one person doing that. I mean, that's a nice idea, right? Salah benched. Oh dear, I'm so happy I didn't Limitless and put Salah. I was convinced he would start. I saw no predicted lineup without Salah there. That is crazy. Wirtz on the right. Well, at least Salah's going to play against Chelsea. Already 1 year he's not cutting his hair. It could be 2 or 3. I think United will... they'll probably do it within a year. I'm not even watching the game, lol. Just watching you. I'm not watching the game. I'm just watching the chat. His hair now is like a hat of a royal god in the UK. Yeah, that's true. I reckon I might save for a trip to Argentina. I've seen people say that before. I mean, there are a lot of beautiful places there. You've got some nice beaches, but yeah, it's really the mountains. You've also got the southern parts with the snow. You've got a bit of everything there in Argentina as well. But yeah, I've mainly been to just, 2 or 3 cities and towns. UK media will press Tuchel so far, especially in the World Cup season. Yeah. It's all about results at the end of the day. If Gareth Southgate won with that boring football and that pragmatic style of play, people wouldn't have cared, but he just couldn't get over the line. People have similar debates with Arteta, even though I feel he's more attacking than Tuchel and Gareth Southgate. But yeah, ultimately, a lot of our analysis and how people perceive things are based on results. And a good pick with Mastantuono you have, but bro, let's face it, Vinicius Jr. is a bit overrated. He still lives off that amazing season, but he makes a lot of bad decisions nowadays in games. Even at the peak of his powers, and I had Vinicius, enjoyed his points and stuff, I never rated Vinicius as highly as some people did. He is a good player. He's not like a terrible player. Like, obviously, if you play for Real Madrid and Brazil, you're going to be one of the best. But compared to Neymar, Ronaldinho, yeah, he's levels below. And I once said, just saying, I prefer Saka over Vinicius, or they're a similar level. I don't think that's like far-fetched to say. Maybe if you base off the career and the trophies won, yeah, Vinicius has the edge, of course. But yeah, I agree with you. I think he is a bit overrated. Good player. He'll probably score in the second half, by the way. But yeah, I prefer Di Maria, by the way. Like Azim says, underrated like Di Maria. Do we have more underrated players? On Argentina, maybe. And Di Maria, by the way, he plays for my favorite Argentinian team now. He's absolutely smashing it. Great player. One of my favorites of all time. I'm from Cyprus. It's still mad to see the Bayern superstars arriving here. Yeah, good luck. I hope Paphos can get a decent result, even though I've got Elise and Harry Kane. It's not going to be easy, but Paphos did the unthinkable against Olympiacos with 10 men. So hopefully you can do it again. I just want the Netherlands to lose to Argentina again because of them saying it was rigged in 2022. Yeah, well, look, in that moment, it was a very feisty game. Their manager, Van Gaal, and the players were talking so much trash before the game. Then they were kind of upset when Argentina gave some back to them. It was a great spectacle, though. It was way too much added time. It shouldn't have gone that long. In my opinion, the referee just wanted more action. The Netherlands had the momentum, and their equalising goal was a dagger, and it was so frustrating. It should have been ended before that, but yeah, at least Argentina won the World Cup. Liking the Grealish shout this World Cup. Yeah, as a squad player, I'm not sure if he'd start, though. He has been very impressive for Everton. Prediction for the Liverpool game today? Maybe 3-1. I think they'll concede, and Salah not playing is a bit of it's a huge shock for me. Club Brugge 1-0, yeah, I'm aware of that, unfortunately. It is what it is. See you as well, Kusanagi. Thanks for your continuous efforts. Yeah, I've been going live for a long time now. Yeah, Borro starts. Tar benched. Well, it could be the other way around, Anish. Or they can play together, basically. But Jackson has been playing in Gnabry's position as an attacking midfielder, essentially, or second striker. I think it'll be Jackson just behind Kane. Yeah, Thuram starts. This is what I mean. Like, we're getting a lot of different news. Sky Sports Italia had Thuram in the lineup, and I did say that, but a lot of different sources had Thuram on the bench. So, basically, just based off Sky Sports Italia, if they say something about Inter Milan, just follow what they say. They're always spot on, it seems. So, a lot of surprising news here. Xavi Simons could have benched, Joao Pedro benched, Salah benched, Borro starts, which I'm not too surprised by, to be fair. I said that before. I've watched a lot of River play, and I think Claudio Echeverri is a bit better than Mastantuono. Yeah, possibly. Echeverri didn't really get a chance at Man City. Hopefully he does. Well, maybe not, because I don't want City to do well. But yeah, Echeverri is another one. He's done fairly well at the youth levels as well. He scored a hat-trick against Brazil, their under-20 side. Even though there are 36 teams and 18 matches, today seem to have 0 good matches. Well, there are 9 matches today, right? And 9 tomorrow? Yeah. I can understand why you feel that way, but there is PSG Barca tomorrow. That's a great game. Does anyone have good sites to watch Champions League? Whoa. Let's keep on the down low. Great content, by the way, mate. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, it's kind of difficult to find websites now. I don't want to get cancelled or anything, but yeah. You have to keep finding new ones, but you've got the kind of normal names, I'll maybe type it in the... Well, can I? Yeah. So... just type in these kind of things, and then you can have some decent options. Yeah, so you didn't hear it from me. Yeah, as Alan says, Kudus and Simmons benched. Quite surprising. He was really good for us, and he was my favourite player last year. Is that De Kuiper? Oh yeah, from Club Brugge. Makes sense. I expect him to be really good, have high expectations. Is that about... Oh yeah, De Kuiper, yeah, okay. So yeah, how nice to see a Brighton and Club Brugge fan talking about De Kuiper. Who would have thought at the end of this UCL Fantasy Deadline stream So it has been a mammoth one once again. A massive shout out to all the people who liked the stream, who engaged in the live chat, who supported the channel with subscriptions, super chats, the patrons and channel members. You're massively appreciated. If you haven't already, you can still do that. It costs nothing and boosts us up in the algorithm. Hit the notification bell so you're always up to date on my content for UCL Fantasy and FPL. And keep your eyes peeled for FPL content over the coming days. Transfer tips should be published tomorrow. And with the wildcard and team selection, that should be uploaded on the Thursday. And channel members and patrons will get early access to those videos. And keep your eyes peeled for the deadline stream on Friday for Game Week 7, the final deadline stream before the international break. And there could be a reaction stream on Saturday as well. After that, I'll be taking a rare week off. And then once I'm back, there'll be more UCL Fantasy and FPL videos to boot. Thank you, everyone. It has been almost 4 hours. What is going on here? I kind of lost myself. But yeah, I've got to eat and enjoy the games here. Mbappe just scored. What a way to finish the bloody stream. Let's get back into... Yeah, we're not ending this, are we? Not yet. I was just about to wrap things up, and Kylian Mbappe had other ideas. So let's go to... Let's see who got the assist. I might have a look at who scored myself as well. I want to see the goal. Courtois got the assist. What? Wait, did he actually get the assist though, or was it like a solo goal? Because if... Oh, and Dean Howson's now on 4 points. Oh my... Dean Howson's on fire. Oh, I wish I went for him. Oh well. You always have some regrets, don't you, in UCL Fantasy? Or usually. I want to see though, did Courtois get that assist? That is massive. I don't think he did. Yeah, so if Mbappe scored a solo goal, yeah, Courtois not getting it. Well, easy. Watkins was going to score eventually, though, right? Watkins just has a problem with me, I think. Whenever I have him, he's just crap. When I sell him, he just turns out to be good. But yeah, Fulham as well, they kind of lost control. Villa, obviously purred in the second half too. But yeah, Watkins scoring was big. It was a great chip. I wasn't surprised. I said it when I sold him. He's going to score against Fulham. I'm not surprised, but who cares? I triple captain Haaland. I got a green arrow. It is what it is. If you're going to watch good footy, have a watch of Middlesbrough versus Stoke, the mighty Potters. One for all says, is Salah benched? Yes. That's all the people have said. Foden against Haaland captain. I'd be tempted by Foden. 7 goals in 7 games against Brentford. Includes a hat-trick. And Akanji's benched. Yeah. I didn't expect that at all, but we're going to get a lot of surprise benchings this season. So maybe the Wildcard and Limitless can be wasted sometimes, or you will need it in future match days. It is what it is. But as Adindra says, Mbappe brace. I'm enjoying it. Just to let you know, though, guys, I'm not sure if Courtois will get the assist. Yeah. Not the UCL Fantasy assist, anyway. He does get it, according to Opta. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. So, yeah, Mbappe helped a lot by that penalty. I'll take it. I did flip a coin, by the way, and it landed on the Frenchman. And the other week, I did one for Sanchez against Dubravka. It landed on Dubravka. He got 4 points. And Sanchez, -3. So I should listen to the coin. I'm going to turn into Two-Face. Our owner also owns Union Saint-Gilloise. Yeah. Thank you, Anthony Joseph. Wonderful analysis. Thank you. Much appreciated. Went Kane over Mbappe for captain. Am I cooked? Well, Kane could still score a hat-trick or brace later, so not really. And also, I said this before, when Mbappe, it wasn't looking good, Kara Almaty had the better start. Sometimes getting the wrong captain on Tuesday can actually play into your hands, which sounds crazy, right? But if you got Erling Haaland tomorrow, he might end up scoring 4 or 5. And then by having the blank from today, you captain Haaland tomorrow with no regrets, no hesitation, and you get a massive return. But yeah, I'm not going to change the captain now, I think. But I'll keep patrons and members updated as usual. Yeah, Ahmed also saying Akanji benched. Yeah, a few surprises from the 8 PM kickoffs with the lineups here. Dylan, you're bringing good luck for Mbappe. Yeah, I don't always bring good luck to people, as some people obviously mentioned with Ollie Watkins, but there you go. Put Kane as captain instead of Mbappe. Still early days, Francesco. It's not the end of the world. He is facing Paphos away. Bayern have a great chance. They've gone quite strong. And yeah, I just hope Mbappe scores a hat-trick and Kane gets a brace. That's my hope anyway. played my Limitless. Do you think it was a good idea? Yeah, I think Limitless is good in a lot of cases. Just bear in mind that you might have issues in Matchday 3 as well, and you might feel forced to wildcard there, and then you have no chips for the rest of the competition. My plan now after this wildcard is to use the Limitless in Matchday 5. I get the Watkins thing with Kane, though not so bad. Yeah. Will you, what is this? Look up at the 7 Matchday lineups before wrapping up? Well, a lot of the kind of main bits have been highlighted, and yeah, I've been going on for 4 bloody hours, mate. Yeah, I'll just have a quick look myself. Let's go to SofaScore and quickly look through them, but it's not going to be like an in-depth analysis because, yeah, stream is all or almost done and dusted. So Atletico Madrid, Frankfurt, Oblak, Llorente, Lenormand, Lenglet. Okay. Simeone, Barrios, Gallagher. A few surprises in there, but Griezmann and Alvarez do start. Oh yeah, Ruggeri, yeah, no, he was expected to start, to be fair. It's this player I wasn't expecting. Oh, Raspadori alongside those two. Okay, interesting. Formerly of Napoli, of course. Okay, so with Frankfurt, I did mention this player, Burkar, as a cheap enabling striker. And of course, Ussun as a 5 million midfielder with 5 goals and 3 assists so far this season. Let's take a look at Tottenham's lineup. Is Van der Ven starting? I think he is, right? Yeah, good. Okay, so Vicario, Spence, Van der Ven, Danso, Borro, Sarr, Bentancur, Bergval, Johnson, Richarlison, Odegaard. So Xavi Simons and Kudus are benched. For Chelsea, Benfica, Sanchez, Gusto, Chalobah, Badiashile, Cucurella, Enzo Fernandez, Caicedo, Neto, Buonanotte, Garnacho, and Tyrick George. A lot of Argentinians in that Chelsea lineup. I can't support you though, mate. Instead, I'll be supporting Otamendi, even though I sold him. So yeah, Mourinho's gone for Trubin, Dal, Otamendi, Silva, Dedic, Barnechea, Rios, Luka Bacchio, Sudakov, Orsunes, and Pavlidis. So not many surprises in that lineup. But with Liverpool, the big news is that Salah is on the bench. So Alisson, Kirkes, Van Dijk, Kanate, Frimpong, Curtis Jones and Gravenberch, Gakpo, Wirtz, Szoboszlai, and Ekitike. So you would expect the likes of, well, Salah obviously to start the weekend, Isak, and I think Gakpo could be benched, and he's currently on my FPL bench, which I'll talk about in my team selection. With Inter Milan, both Dumfries and DeMarco start. The same goes for Bastoni, Acerbi and Bisek, with Sommer in goal, Thuram and Lautaro up front, Kalinoglu in the midfield, Zielinski and Sucic, but no Akanji. That is the big news, and obviously Thuram was touted to be benched by multiple sources, but not Sky Sports Italia. With Marseille and Ajax, I think the main assets here are Rulli, Greenwood. Yeah, I think those are probably the best options. Aubameyang is always a good goal scorer, but yeah, with Ajax, not really much to comment on there. Yeah, and Bayern Munich, let's go to their lineup. So it's probably going to be Harry Kane up front and Jackson just behind him, by the way. Elise and Diaz on the wings, Pavlovic and Kimmich in the midfield, Guerreiro and Lima. So Sasha Bowie's benched. Upamecano and Kim Min-jae. So Jonathan Tah, as people mentioned as well in the live chat, also benched. Neuer in goal. He is making a record-breaking appearance. He's in the top 5 for most Champions League appearances of all time. So yeah, there you go. You got the analysis of all those fixtures, and yeah, let's wrap this up. Mbappe scored a brace. Nice way to end things. Mbappe, oh. Bowie on the bench, yes. Do you think Bellingham will come on? Yeah, I think so. Maybe to build a bit of match fitness and sharpness. Yeah, what the hell did Mbappe miss? He's got a brace though, but maybe I won't be so forgiving if I see the miss myself. Crazy combination with Vinicius, and he misses a sitter. Look, if I short Mbappe, it must have been a very bad miss, but if he scores a hat-trick, I don't think anybody will mind. Well, it's not looking good at the moment for non-Mbappe captainers, but if you've got Kane and also the likes of Haaland tomorrow, you should be fine. Jackson is going to sell my UCL Fantasy. Yeah. Nah, Jackson should be a little bit... Well, I think Kane should be further forward. Why would you take a guy who's been scoring in every single game, 10 goals in 4 Bundesliga matches, and put him as a cam? We'll see. Maybe that is the case. But yeah, people with Bowie, I do feel for you. I was briefly considering it, but I didn't like Bowie's minutes long term. Oh, okay, he did get the assist for Fantasy. Courtois. Howson, oh, he's on 9 points. Oh, that's such a shame. I hope Carrot and Matty somehow score. It's not going to happen though. That is a massive return there. But yeah, at least I got Mastantuono 5 points, Mbappe 20. Really good start. Sometimes, you know, in this case, going for Howson and then booking in a transfer for Matchday 3 or 4 would have worked. But it is what it is. And yeah, Courtois, who was my recommendation on the Limitless, he did get the assist. He's on 9 points here. How many times are you going to get an assist from your goalkeeper? Not too often. So come on, Mbappe, get another goal assist. Yeah, we're greedy. We always want more. But yeah, thank you to those in the live chat saying that Courtois got the assist. I'm just saying that based on the rules, if someone scores a solo goal, the player who gave the last pass will not be granted the assist. I dodged that Akanji last second. I changed him for Acerbi. I think long-term, though, Acerbi is still a rotation risk, and we could see De Vrij start over him. So it's good for now, but it might not be for matchday 3 or 4. Yeah, but for me, the Salah bench is the most epic I've seen for years. Yeah, that was a huge shock when I saw it, definitely. Is Harry Kane 1 goal, 1.5 value bet? Well, in terms of the goal-scoring odds, he was second behind Mbappe. So yeah, I was kind of keen on the Frenchman from the beginning. Do you recommend the strategy of having a core team picked by fixtures up to wildcard and using the 2 free transfers every week for that game week? Yeah, that's something I usually do in UCL Fantasy. I typically wildcard and limitless in the league phase, but no matter what you do, my recommendation is to limitless in the group stages for sure. Not in matchday 8, between 2 and 7. And with the wildcard, this season, with the way the fixtures landed, I've gone for the wildcard 2, limitless 7. I got Mbappe and Howson. I had them in my non-wildcard team. So yeah, I'm technically down on my original squad, but I will surely gain points elsewhere. I'm not concerned about that. But I almost went for Howson in the end over Dan Burn, and I might regret it if Dan Burn concedes and looks terrible or is benched, for example. I sacked Howson, so 1 goal from Almaty, and I'm eating good. Yeah, I hope that they can score somehow, or that Howson is red carded, but it's not going to happen. Should we expect a lot of top players benched in future match days? It's possible, for sure. Karat got almost score now. Oh no, got a score now. Almost Franco Mastantuono. Yeah, shame. Obviously, a massive return from him would be very good. He was one of my kind of riskier picks on the wild card. Boy, Akanji, Salah benched. I'm guessing that's Bowie. Lookman pulled off. What a waste of a limitless chip. Yeah, with the limitless, only Salah was recommended by me out of those players you mentioned. Hopefully Kane to save it a bit being my captain. He certainly could. Changed Salah last second for Bellingham and none are playing. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I didn't expect that. With Bellingham maybe, but not Salah. That was a huge shock. Almost Mbappe to Franco. And by the way, we did get the Madrid lineup before the deadline, so we did get that information before we locked in. Yeah, that would have been another massive return. Yeah, obviously Mbappe assist as my captain. I mean, look, on the Limitless, you're supposed to go for 1 week punts, right? I get it, but I always kind of talked about Upamecano, right? And then, because of some rumors of him being benched, I did recommend Tar. And then guess what? Tar was the one getting benched. But yeah, in my Limitless video, I think only Salah was the one on, you know, who's got dropped basically or rested. Salah and Tar benched is GG for me. Still early days, but if you did Limitless, that is obviously a massive blow. I had a feeling teams could rotate as well, which could obviously go against me with a wildcard, but with the Limitless, yeah. So far, I'm happy I've saved it for, let's say, matchday 5, which is my current plan. Imagine this happens in FPL. Salah's going to play against Chelsea for sure, unless he's injured. Why in UCL Fantasy I'm cooking, but in FPL I'm at 6 million? Well, it can happen, right? I usually do well in both, but even better in UCL Fantasy, and it is what it is, right? Maybe you're naturally better at UCL Fantasy, and this kind of game suits you. Yeah, I understand that. I think both of them were great picks on the Limitless. It just went against you this time, to be honest. Hopefully, the rest of your players do the business, and you can rise up the mini-leagues and the rankings. So thank you, everyone. You know the drill. Like the video, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'll see you over the next couple of days for the Game Week 7 content for FPL. The transfer tips is up next. The best wildcard squad will be published on Thursday. The same goes for my team selection, so stay tuned for that and the deadline stream on Friday. All the best of luck for matchday 2 and the rest of the season, and I'll see you for the next set of deadline streams and UCL Fantasy content for matchday 3 after the international break.